Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 401 to 450. Chapter 401 Repair the Hull. Zoro waved Gush and Hidao with equal strength in both arms. Two katana swords can attack and defend. Zoro can be easily broken by hordes of enemies sieging from the surrounding area. The last is the three-sword style, which is also Zoro's most proud fighting style. Many swordsmen are one swords or two swords, or even multi-swords. But there are very few of the three swordsmen. No one else in the world except Zoro. The swordsmanship of the three swords style is like a gust of wind. Makes it impossible to escape. Whether it's front, back, left, right, up or down, it can attack and defend. Zoro was practicing his swordsmanship desperately here. A figure watched in the dark on the deck. After practicing for a while, Zoro stopped temporarily, and he looked towards the darkness on the deck. "Come out," Zoro said. A figure came out of the darkness. It is the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninjas had been observing some dark places on the deck for a while. He was now in front of Zoro. "It's really good martial arts," said the King of Ninjas. Zoro looked at him and said, "Are you coming out to practice at night too?" Zoro's speculation is to speculate on the purpose of the Ninja King's actions. After all, as people who practice martial arts, they all have certain commonalities. Even the distinction between samurai and ninja. The King of Ninjas said, "Exactly. I often come out at night to practice. But I happened to see you here tonight, so I stayed for a while." The King of Ninja looked up at the moon in the sky. He recalled the days and nights at the Wano-kuni dojo. The days of being trained by the master. The King of Ninja's eyes fell on Zoro again. "Zoro, let me ask you. What do you think is the highest state of martial arts?" said the Ninja King. Zoro looked at the Ninja King and was silent for a while. "Everyone's realm is different. Mine is the unity of man and sword," Zoro said. The unity of man and sword is the highest state of Zoro martial arts. The Ninja King nodded and said, "Okay." Zoro asked again, "King of Ninjas, what is the highest level of your martial arts?" Akoku of the ninja looked at Zoro and said, "My martial arts state is to blend in with everything." The King of Ninjas, to be a ninja is to be able to act like a ghost. So it needs to be integrated into everything. The King of Ninja also drew out his ninja sword and said, "Would you like to try it out?" Zoro said, "Okay, please advise." Zoro and the King of Ninjas wield katana and ninja swords to compete against Gecko and Under the Stars. The night was peaceful. The time finally came to the next day, and the sun rose from the east of the sea. The bright sun shines on the deck of the Discovery. Sanji walked on the deck, ordered everyone to set the table, and then presented the delicious breakfast he cooked. "Okay, the stewed seagull soup is here. The seagull pie is here. The juice is here. The cutlery is here." Sanji methodically directed everyone's actions. "Set the table, dishes, and pull out the chairs." Everyone sat on these chairs and started eating. Delicious. It's better to have something light in the morning. If only there were drinks. Everyone ate happily. Rog took out his pocket watch and glanced at it and saw that it was already 8 o'clock. After a while, "I need to take out the plants I researched and transformed last night, and then find a way to repair the mast. Now is the time to move on to breakfast." Roger continued to eat seagull bread pie, which was filled with seagull meat. But sweet and salty and peppery. The taste is good. After eating the seagull bread pie, Roger drank coconut and orange juice again. "I still like orange juice the most," Nami said happily. "These orange juices are naturally the oranges from Nami's orange tree. Rog uses the power of the plant's fruit to boost the growth of oranges. Sanji then brews the piles of oranges into a delicious orange juice. It's a pity, if only there was alcohol, Zoro said regretfully. Sanji said, it's not good to drink in the morning. Don't you know, green algae head. Chopper also said, Zoro, drinking in the morning is really bad. Zoro didn't say more and continued to eat. After a while of breakfast, everyone began to rest. At this time, Rog also began to say to everyone, "Everyone remember that we should repair this warship." "Ah, yes," said Usopp. "Roger, come up with the plan," Sanji said. Luffy also said excitedly, "Okay, it's finally time to repair the ship." Rog holds 3 saplings, all of which have been specially modified by Rog's plant fruit ability. It's these 3 saplings, and I'll make them grow into huge trees to serve as masts. However, we still need to repair the damaged parts on the deck first. This requires everyone to work together. Can you do it now? Roger said. Okay. Now everyone is full of food and drink, and their mood is high. First of all, you need to repair the damaged part of the severely damaged deck of the Explorer. The crowd first used offensive means to destroy some sundries, dismantled them, and then threw them into the sea. 70% of the Explorer's deck was damaged in the previous battle. Groups of tattered wooden boards and some steel were thrown into the sea. Then Rog took out a bunch of saplings and used plant fruits to make them grow, and then Zoro and the Ninja King cut them into wooden boards. Usopp and Luffy and Sanji and Chopper and Roger all nailed the boards. It's a lot of work. The hull of the Explorer can be as long as 100 meters. This extensive repair on the deck alone took hours. Time flickered to noon. After the deck was repaired with new planks, everyone sat down to eat again. The table is filled with grilled seagull steak, fried seagull meat, crispy seagull meat with black pepper, and Yuhi grilled seagull meat. There are also seagull pasta, seagull rice bowl, and seagull pie. Drinks are arguably more plentiful. Strawberry juice, coconut juice, pineapple juice, watermelon juice, tomato juice, rum, ice water, iced coffee. These are enough for a big eater like Luffy to drink enough. It's delicious. Luffy devoured the meal. It's delicious, better than usual, said Usopp. Sweet juice, Chopper said. Finally there's a drink, Zoro said as he drank his rum. The King of Ninja said very moved, This is a rice bowl. The King of Ninja cherishes the seagull meat bowl placed in front of him. Is a very common food in his hometown Wano-kuni. However, in other places, donburi can be said to be difficult to eat. Chapter 402 Giant Wooden Mast. But now Sanji's delicious seagull rice bowl is in front of him. He also ate it in one bite. What's the matter? Such an exaggeration. Sanji was surprised to see the always calm King of Ninjas eating so much. The King of Ninja was moved and said, This is the first time in my life that I have eaten such a delicious seagull meat bowl. Sanji was also a little infected by the expression of the King of Ninjas. You like my rice bowl so much, good. You just have to let you eat it on the boat. Sanji said happily. Although people often praise Sanji's cooking skills, but exaggerated praise like the King of Ninjas also surprises Sanji. All chefs are happy when others exaggerate their cooking skills. Sanji is no exception. Of course, if the beauty praised him, he would be happier. Said to the King of Ninja, What kind of Wano-kuni food do you want to eat? Just tell me. I haven't been there, but I know some Wano-kuni recipes from Akatsuki. The Ninja King stood up respectfully, bowed and said, Sanji, thank you for your kindness. Sanji said, Where? This is what to do. Rog eats seagull pasta with relish. Now everyone is so happy to eat. That's because everyone is tired. After a lot of hard work, the food will be extra sweet. After a lot of delicacies, everyone was full of food and drink. After eating, Rog said to everyone, Okay, everyone. It's time to put our new mast and new sails on. Rog held in his hand 3 specially made saplings that had been transformed with plant fruit abilities. Rog led everyone to the middle deck of the Explorer. The deck of the Discovery was wide and flat again after previous repairs. On the deck, because the mast was deliberately inserted, there was still a huge hole at the bottom of the original 3 masts. Rog reached the empty position in the middle. Okay, everyone, please wait. Rog placed a special modified sapling in the hollow. Rog's whole body of plant fruit power began to activate. Green light wraps around this special sapling. Special saplings are infused with plant fruit power. The giant wooden mast. The special saplings grew rapidly, quickly turning everyone from looking down to looking up. Then the special saplings grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into huge trees 20 meters high. But this tree is different from the ordinary one. There is no many branches but a very thick trunk. But the top of the huge tree has two huge separate branches horizontally. On top of the two huge separate branches is a huge green leaf. This huge leaf is rolled up like a sail. Phew, everyone, it's all right. Roger gasped. Rog felt a little tired after spending a lot of plant fruit power just now. Everyone looked at the giant wooden mast and sighed. Usopp looked up at the top of the mast and said, "It's really a Hefeng sail made from a plant." "That's so cool," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Zoro also praised Rog this time. "You are really good." Luffy was already very excited, and quickly shot the top of the giant wooden mast with his rubber arm. "Go up and have a look." Luffy brought his body up. Luffy with his body up on top of the mast. At the top of the mast Luffy stood on it and looked around. "It's really spectacular," Luffy said happily. He suddenly saw thick vines on the troops attached to the sails near the top of the giant wooden mast. "What is this?" Luffy asked curiously. Rog also saw Luffy's action and said, "The sail needs the cable to go up. But the cable is down." Roger walked to the bottom of the giant wooden mast, where there was a knotted cable. Roger untied the cable, and the huge leaf sail that had been rolled up at the top of the mast began to be lowered. These huge leaf sails unfold quickly. Like a huge green sail unfolding in the middle of the Explorer. The huge sail is no different from the leaves of plants, but it can withstand the sea breeze smoothly. Sanji said, "Not bad. But how strong is the sail?" Rog said, "It's as strong as cowhide. It's okay even in a storm." Nami said, "It's great, we finally have a new mast Hefeng sail." Robin also admired Rog's transformation plant. Not only can it be used for combat, but it can also be used for other purposes. Of course, Robin's flowering fruit is also a fruit with extremely powerful comprehensive abilities. Luffy stood on top of the giant wooden mast, looking down at the sails. There is also some sea breeze now, and the sails are being blown forward. Luffy didn't use the rubber arms this time either, but slid directly off the sail. "Wow, that's fun," Luffy said. Usopp and Chopper cast envious glances. But they soon became honest again. After all, they don't have the rubber ability like Luffy, so what if the digital display has an accident when they slide down? Nami said to Roger, "The plants you have transformed are really good. But we are not enough with this mast." Rog nodded and said, "I know. Rog has 2 special saplings left, and 2 masts that need to be repaired." In the front and rear areas of the Discovery's hull, Roger completed the growth of 2 giant wooden masts. On the 100-meter hull of the Explorer, 3 giant wooden masts unfolded huge green sails and sailed on the sea. Everyone was very excited after seeing the new Exploratorium. Usopp at the helm, Luffy and Chopper dancing. "Aha! Exploration is reborn," Luffy said. "So happy," Chopper said. Rog and Zoro drink and celebrate, and Sanji is also very happy to talk to Nami. Everyone was very happy. Merry in the cabin of the Explorer. But the Discovery was given to you by Vers and the Drum Nation fleet. It symbolizes the good memories of fighting side by side in the past. Now that the Discovery is being repaired by Rog's ability to transform plants and fruits, everyone is also very happy. The Explorer carries Merry inside and everyone on the deck, sailing to the distant sea together. Go on a great adventure. After such a period of sailing and rest, it was afternoon again. The light of the sun has become very weak, and it is falling towards the west at the end of the sea. Everyone was resting and chatting on the deck. The Explorer is also much faster because of the 3 huge green sails on the giant wooden mast. Nami stood on the deck, but heard a familiar voice for a while. Nami looked up and saw that it was an albatross delivering the newspaper. Chapter 403 Wanted and Bounty. Seeing the albatross delivering the newspaper, Nami smiled happily. "Come down, we're going to buy newspapers," Nami called out, beckoning. The albatross who delivered the newspaper landed after hearing it. On East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the Great Line. These are specially trained albatrosses and other birds to deliver newspapers. Nami is in charge of buying newspapers. Because as a navigator, she not only needs to simply judge the natural environment, but also needs to always pay attention to the important news in the world, especially the great routes. The albatross also understands human language, wears a postman's hat, and carries a package full of newspapers. Nami ran a quick look at the newspapers in the package to decide which to buy. This information about the riots of the Revolutionary Army in the North Blue area. Bought it. This information about the reinforcement of the Marine headquarters is also useful. This is information about the quelling of the civil unrest in Alabasta and the country's peace building. This is not bad. Everyone wants to see it the most. Quote. Nami kept picking and choosing which newspapers to buy. But her eyes suddenly saw some pictures of special people. This is not a newspaper, but some pictures and information about people. One of them is Luffy's. But her eyes quickly fell below. Catch Straw Hat Luffy, life or death. The bounty is 120 million. Nami looked a little surprised. Luffy was offered such a high bounty, it must be related to the Alabasta Civil War. But she then saw several other drawings. It's also a bounty. But after watching her again and again, she took a breath. Because there is no her. Okay, I want these newspapers and a reward. I'll give you the money. Nami paid the newspaper delivery albatross. This time I bought a lot, and the albatross who delivered the newspaper let out a happy cry and flew away. Nami walked among the crowd and said, everyone has good news. Rog and Zoro looked at Nami with a strange expression and said, there must be something wrong. What's the matter? Usopp said. You'll know when you look at it. Nami put the wanted notice on the deck first. A total of 4 wanted notices were placed in front of them. Above are Luffy, Zoro, Rog, and Sanji. Wanted order. Usopp said in shock. Chopper shuddered with fright and said, am I wanted? Usopp patted his chest and said, Captain Usopp is wanted. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of everything. Because Captain Usopp is a brave sea warrior. Nami said helplessly, you look carefully. Luffy saw the wanted notice, the photo above is still the same, but the reward is 120 million Bailey. He said happily, the price has gone up. Hey, you're not a commodity. Why are you so happy? Zoro said. But Zoro also looks at his own wanted list. Zoro's wanted photo is resolute, obviously a battle-hardened swordsman. Marine also has a title, Zoro is known as a pirate hunter. The bounty is 80 million Baileys. Isn't it taller than I thought? Zoro said. Sanji said, the green algae head is not bad at this price. Let's take a look at the night Sanji. Sanji looked at his wanted notice narcissistically. Above is a picture of Sanji, like smoking while resting. But it appears to have been photographed by local reporters during the days when the Alabasta battle was resting. The photo also shows Sanji's indifference and dignity. Marine's text note. Chef Blackfoot, Sanji. The bounty is 65 million. It's not bad. I'm more elegant than Chlorella. But the price is less. How can I measure my worth after calculating money? Sanji said with satisfaction. Zoro and Sanji are bickering again. Rog looked at his bounty. Photo was taken during the days of rest after the Civil War in Alabasta. It shows him looking forward with a calm but calm expression. There is also a text note, Plant Warrior Rog, with a bounty of 95 million. Marine's bounty also gave Roger the name Plant Warrior. Brown hair and the ability to manipulate plants are also documented. For Rog, now he has become an important wanted criminal in Marine. The bounty is not too low. It's a pity I won't let anyone get it. Ha ha, Rog said. Usopp's expression was a little weird, but he became serious. Captain Usopp didn't make the list. It's weird, Usopp said. What's the reason for that? Chopper said. Usopp's eyes flashed and said, that must be because Captain Usopp's battles are too fast and hidden. It is naturally difficult for the world to know the identity of Akatsuki's marksman. After all, does Captain Usopp rely on his marksmanship to eat? Usopp's exaggerated and serious explanation. After listening to it, Chopper said with admiration, as expected of Captain Usopp. So it is. But Chopper was immediately surprised and said, then why am I not being offered a bounty? Usopp held his chin, and after thinking for a while, he said, that's because your practice, Chopper, is not enough. You need Captain Usopp to continue to lead you to a new realm. Chopper suddenly realized, that's it. Please enlighten me. Although there is no Usopp in the wanted list, Usopp seems to be a hidden master among everyone. Nami looked at these wanted orders, although they did not have her, but they also brought problems. Because the Straw Hat Pirates have suddenly become a pirate group with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys, the chances of being targeted like this are much higher. Robin looked at these wanted orders, and she was all too familiar with them. Because of the wanted list, a young girl who lost her hometown was offered a staggering sum of money. Thinking of this, Robin's face twitched. But she was back to normal. Nami said to Rog and Zoro, everyone is now a powerful pirate group with hundreds of millions of Baileys. I didn't expect it to be like this in such a short period of time. Sanji said to Nami, don't worry, there are gentlemen here. Everyone will be safe. Miss Nami can also rest assured. Rog asked, are there any other newspapers, other than the wanted notice, which is a surprise? Yes, here. Nami took out the newspaper. Rog and Zoro and Usopp and the others start reading the newspapers. Among them, of course, was the newspaper about the cessation of civil unrest in Alabasta. Wow, and Vivi's photo on it, Sanji said. There are also fast runners, Usopp said. I saw the photos in the newspapers about the reconstruction of the country after the Peace of Alabasta. The members of the royal family and ministers of Alabasta were all meeting together. Among them are Cobra, Vivi, and Fast Run. And Bell and Gaka's message on the side of the photo is, after the civil war in Alabasta, everything is in ruins. King Nefertiti Cobra led the people to rebuild the country together. Chapter 404 Follow-up. Saw Vivi's photo and said, okay, I'm going to cut it out. Nami immediately stopped and said, no, no one else has seen it yet. Rog also reads this newspaper about Alabasta. The above aside from the question of reconstruction after the end of the Civil War. There are also reasons for the Civil War in Alabasta and questions about Crocodile. The Alabasta Civil War has been investigated as a disaster created by the former King Shichibukai Shah. Crocodile in order to seize control of Alabasta. Under the heroic leadership of Colonel Smoker and Hina, Marine officers and soldiers smashed Crocodile's conspiracy. And killed Crocodile. Quote. This is the content above. After seeing these, Rog also felt that the lower limit of the world government really did not exist. It's enough to take the credit for itself, and even claim that Crocodile was killed by Marine. Crocodile was clearly destroyed in Pluto's self-destruction. But it was declared like that. In order to show the ability of the world government and Marine, they would not hesitate to create fake news like this. Usopp also saw the messages. It's so brazen, Usopp spat. Ah, there's more to come. It's actually said to reward Marine. That Smoky guy and Hina's sister were promoted. Sanji said. Luffy asked in a puzzled way, why is there nothing about me? Usopp said helplessly, of course not anymore. Rog said, after all, such a huge thing happened. And the other party will definitely not be able to disclose the facts. If the outside world knows that the Akatsuki pirates are involved in saving Alabasta, then the prestige of the world government must be a heavy blow. There are more. The important point is that Pluto didn't mention a word in it. These are all messages that need to be strictly blocked. Sanji remembered something. He said, by the way, that's CP3. They must have sent the most information to the world government. A brutal civil war took place in Alabasta, which resulted in numerous casualties and staggering property damage. More importantly, Pluto was actually resurrected, albeit destroyed. But it's also a very scary signal. The world government must hide the news to the extreme. Only in this way can a larger chain reaction around the world be avoided. The explorer continues to sail the seas. At this time on the land of Alabasta, Arubana was completely destroyed and turned into a huge bare cliff. And in the original location of the three ancient pyramids, that is, the place where Hades appeared before. A large number of people are in action near the huge desert crater created by the self-destruction of Hades. Here, the commander is Zantaomaru, who is wearing a Yuhi belly kabuto and carrying a huge battle axe on his shoulders. The progress is still good now, Zantaomaru said. On the side is another tall and thin man who is inspecting the scene with him. The tall, thin man was wearing a white scientist coat. It's really hard work to find so many disabled Mukuro at the scene, said the tall and thin man. Said, it's nothing, it's our duty. Vegapunk. Taomaru was Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the science unit. Vegapunk arrived after Zantaomaru first arrived here. The two continued to walk until they came to the side of Mukuro, a pile of giant mechanical cripples. These are machinery made of ferrous metal, as well as part of the housing. Taomaru said, okay, these are the Mukuro who have been collected so far. Vegapunk looked at these huge machines made of black metal and felt the advanced technology of the ancient times. Pluto's remnant Mukuro really makes people feel full of ancient and advanced. Vegapunk said with emotion. Seeing Pluto's crippled Mukuro shows Vegapunk's inner obsession with advanced technology. Zantaomaru on the side is always paying attention to his surroundings. He is not only the captain of the combat unit of the science unit, but also Vegapunk's bodyguard. Of course, in addition to Zantaomaru, there are also Marine elite guards led by the Mole Vice Admiral in the distance. Mole Vice Admiral led the Marine elite to block the surrounding area. Prevent accidents. Mole Vice Admiral was already in contact with Cobra, making Alabasta officials also help them in their operations. The remnants of these Hades Mukuro are also of amazing value. Vegapunk came here personally to do research. After research, Hades remnant Mukuro can play a huge role. The power that can destroy the world. Who doesn't want a master? On the towering Yuhi continent, a beautiful city surrounded by clouds and mists was built here. This beautiful and cloudy city is full of magnificent buildings made of white marble. Here is the sanctuary of Mariajoy, the capital of the world government. Among the magnificent buildings of Mariajoy, a gigantic palace, reaching hundreds of meters in height, sits in the center. This is exactly the administrative palace of the world government. This magnificent palace has been built for 800 years. Hundreds of millions of people in the allied countries all over the world are under the rule of its decree. The administrative palace is guarded by elite Marine Corps. No one can break into this iron wall. Deep in the administrative palace, in a large office hall, 5 old men are discussing political affairs here. One of them was wearing a black suit with curly white hair and a black hat. Another was wearing a dark blue suit, with exaggerated white hair and a white beard. Another was wearing a dark green suit, but was bald and had an exaggerated mustache. There is also a person wearing a white samurai uniform and holding a samurai sword, but his eyes are particularly sharp. In addition to these 4 people, there is one other person who is also the tallest and youngest with blonde hair and a dark Yuhi-colored suit. The 5 elders are the highest authority in the world government, Gorosei 5 elders. The Gorosei 5 elders are the most central power holders in the world government. Anyone who has some knowledge of the world government knows that these 5 big figures jointly hold the power of the world. The power of the world is controlled by them. 170 allied countries have to follow their orders. Even the admiral and the marshal of the marine headquarters need to show allegiance to the 5 of them. Since the establishment of the world government, all those who can serve as Gorosei, 5 elders have been selected from among the descendants of the major kingdom families who created the world government 800 years ago. 800 years ago, the kings of 20 great countries negotiated together and established a world government in order to maintain the progress of the world. One of them, the Nefertiti family, chose to remain in their own country because they could not give up Alabasta. The other 19 kings led their families to the holy place of Mariajoy. The descendants of these royal families are known as Tenryubito. Tenryubito is a world noble. The Gorosei, 5 elders, are the supreme power holders chosen by the elite among the Tenryubito. Chapter 405. The decision of Gorosei, 5 elders. The 5 elders were either sitting on the sofa or standing in the hall. Alabasta are laid out on the table. The long-haired elder in the dark blue suit looked at the documents. He shook his head and said, "Crocodile has caused such a big thing." The curly-haired elder in the black suit looked at the documents and said with a sigh, "It comes down to us being too indulgent with these kings, Shichibukai." The old man with the mustache in the dark green suit looked at the document and said, "But things have been settled. But it's shocking that Hades reappeared in the world again. Fortunately, it was quickly destroyed." The white warrior dressed as a bald elder said thoughtfully, "Everything is doomed. The resurrection of Hades is unstoppable. It just didn't cause more serious consequences." Dark Yuhi suit said, "However, in this incident, the so-called Straw Hat Pirates who suddenly appeared was really shocking. They actually acted as the backbone in defeating Crocodile and resolving the crisis." Jinchuriki, column Sun. Old man with the mustache in the dark blue suit looked at him and asked, "Then how do you think this will affect the world order? I mean the crocodile thing. A Shichibukai like this is bound to have an impact on the perception of people in the world." "Great impact." Quote. Dark Yuhi suit said, "Shichibukai actually turned a big country under the world government into a hell on earth. Many people will doubt the value of Shichibukai's existence. This matter will have to be dealt with sooner or later." The long-haired elder in the dark blue suit said, "But Shichibukai has a great influence on the balance of the world. And after all, it was Shichibukai that we set up. If it was up to us, then someone would accuse us." Elder in the white samurai outfit said, "It's really impossible to advance, and it's impossible to retreat." Curly-haired man in the black suit said, "This is not impossible, except for us. According to the power agreement between the world government and the allied countries. The World Conference in which all the allied countries can participate can try to abolish the system that we also think is problematic. And no one's responsibility is our responsibility. After all, it is the voice of all the member countries." Quote. Dark Yuhi suit said, "This is indeed feasible. But it would be better if the situation develops further. And we have to find a way to close the vacancy of Shichibukai." The 5 elders all nodded. Now Shichibukai has a vacancy, and it will take time to solve it. On the seas of the Great Route, the Discovery continued to sail. Several days have passed since the battle with Sky Pirate Leo. Luffy and Usopp were sitting alongside Chopper on the deck. They fish with very long rods and lines. Luffy waited a long time and couldn't help yawning. "What's the matter? So long without catching a fish?" Luffy complained. Usopp said very unhappily, "You are too embarrassed to say that it is not because you can eat so much seagull meat in a few days. We have no meat and can only find ways to fish. Sanji can serve for 2 weeks after cooking the king seagull." But Luffy was so edible that everyone ran out of meat for a few days. The fruits, vegetables and food produced by the ability of the Roger plant fruit can only survive. Usopp looked at the sky and said, "It's too bad, there are no seabirds in the sky. It is difficult to catch seabirds these days." What troubled Usopp and the others even more was that there were a lot fewer fish in the sea. It is much harder to catch fish these days. In normal sea areas, 7 or 8 fish can be caught at the same time, but only 1 fish can be caught here. Chopper was also fishing hard when suddenly his fishing rod shook for a while. Hooked, Chopper said in surprise. Really? Luffy and Usopp are happy. Anyway, fishing is mainly for leisure. Just when asking for merit, go to Sanji and talk about everyone's achievements. Sanji praised it, but at the end everyone had a share. So even if Chopper caught prey they were happy. Chopper was about to take up the fishing rod, but felt the weight of it. How can it be so heavy? Chopper said in shock. Chopper was forced to change form. From a small and cute human beast form to a human form. This way, the power of the chopper is greatly increased. But it still feels heavy. I'll help you too, Luffy said. He got to Chopper's back and hugged Chopper and pulled along. Captain Usopp is here too, Usopp said. Usopp also went behind Luffy to help pull. After a while of pulling, I felt a violent struggle for a while. Obviously this thing is definitely a living creature. Rog and Zoro also walked to the deck at this time. The two are chatting and walking. To find that Chopper and the others are struggling to fish. So hard. It must be a big prey. Go and help, Rog said. Zoro also had a happy expression on his face, and said, I haven't eaten meat and fish for a long time. Rog and Zoro went to Chopper to help them. The 3 of them had already exerted their strength to suckle. Rog's right arm wrapped around the stake of the hand of the giant wood. He injected the power of plant fruit into this stake. The stake grew a plant arm the size of a cannonball. The giant wooden hand can also adjust the size of the plant arm according to the power of the plant fruit used by Rog. Roger helped catch the fishing rod. With Rog's support, it is even more powerful. The 4 of them worked hard to pull the prey up. Zoro watched from the sidelines. Prey with such enormous power is certainly not a small thing. After a while of bubbling, several giant squid tentacles rushed out of the sea. These squid tentacles gripped the hull on the side of the explorer with suction cups. It's a giant squid. Everyone was surprised. Usopp said happily, I finally have something to eat. The giant squid no longer struggled, but simply climbed up on the explorer. Hooray! Usopp and Chopper and Luffy hug each other and cheer. But the giant squid was just pulled up, not subdued. The 3 of them forgot about that. The giant squid's eyes were full of fury, and it grabbed Chopper with its huge tentacles. Then he caught Usopp at once. Help! Shouted Usopp. Chopper also panicked for a while. But he quickly served a blue wave. Fur strengthening. Chopper quickly turned into a huge fluffy ball of fur. In this state, even the tentacle suction cup of the giant squid could not catch Chopper, and Chopper bounced off the giant squid tentacles and landed on the deck. Usopp isn't that powerful anymore. He struggled desperately, but the suction cups of the giant squid tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Chapter 406 Mysterious Giant Squid. Zoro quickly pulled out the ghost, aiming at the tentacle, and it was a blow. Usopp finally fell to the deck along with the severed giant squid tentacles. Rog quickly increased the power of the plant fruit, and the hand of the giant tree quickly grew larger. Now Rog's giant wooden hand grabbed the giant squid's head. Zoro took advantage of this time, and all 3 katana swords were drawn. Use 3 katana swords together. Kill this giant squid. The mortally wounded giant squid fell on the deck. After killing the giant squid, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, scared me to death, Usopp said staggeringly and in shock. Zoro said, who made you celebrate when you weren't sure the squid was completely dealt with? Chopper also returned to human beast form. Looking at the giant squid that was killed on the deck, he also had lingering fears. The things in the sea are really scary, Chopper exclaimed. Rog restored the hand of the giant tree to the stake. No matter what, there is finally a prey. There is meat and fishy, Rog said. Luffy jumped up happily and said, really good. I'm going to tell Sanji. Luffy quickly ran over to call Sanji. Sanji and others also came to check on the giant squid. Sanji checked the giant squid that had just been killed. Yes, very fresh squid. I'll make a seafood dinner for everyone later, Sanji said with satisfaction. Wait until Shimo Sanji starts carrying the giant squid with the others. Huh. Sanji suddenly looked strangely at the back of the giant squid. What's wrong? Roger said. Sanji said, come and see. Both Rog and Usopp came to the back of the giant squid. I saw a huge cut on the back of the giant squid that was bitten off. The wound is still fresh, and it doesn't seem to have been bitten off for a long time. Usopp looked at the shocking wound and said, what a terrifying sea creature that is so cruel. It's scary, Chopper said. Rog said, just now this giant squid came up with more than an abnormal rage. Could it be that it was attacked by some creature before? Usopp raised his chin and said, could it be some kind of whale? There are often giant whales and giant squid fighting in the sea. Luffy looked very angry at this time and said, you mean this giant squid was bitten by a whale? It's speculatively possible, Usopp said. Luffy bit Kiba gnashing his teeth and said, damn, the whale actually grabbed the meat from me to eat it. It bit down such a big piece. Then I will eat so much less. Rog and Usopp and Chopper were ashamed after hearing this. Luffy actually thought so for the first time. Usopp quickly complained, what a glutton. Zoro looked at the giant squid's wound. The wound is really not small. What the hell did it bite? Zoro said. Sanji said again, the green algae head, can you help me cut it? Zoro said, are you ordering me? Luffy said, Zoro, help cut it. Zoro said, okay. Zoro wielded a katana to help cut through the giant squid. Then Sanji and Rog removed the giant squid meat. In the sea below the explorer, a huge creature, or something resembling a creature, was swimming in the deep sea. Some of the fish that swam nearby encountered this behemoth and fled quickly. Just from the scary appearance of this big guy is enough to make ordinary creatures terrified. It's a whale-like thing, but it's a metal man-made object. Or rather, it's a special submarine. In the interior wheelhouse of a whale-like submarine. A burly man in a coat stood in the center. The strong man looked unhappy and said, what's going on? Will the prey run away? A person who was operating the submarine in front immediately explained, Captain Ahab, after the giant squid was bitten by the submarine's mechanical mouth, it broke free again. It floated to the top. The big, burly man named Captain Ahab was the captain of the submarine. Of course, this submarine does not belong to the official forces of Marine or any of the allied countries, but belongs to him Captain Ahab privately. And also carried a group of pirates. Captain Ahab is the captain of the pirates. He also has a pirate captain's skull pattern on his coat. Just now, Captain Ahab ordered the crew to control the submarine to open the mechanical mouth and bite the giant squid. Because this submarine needs to capture creatures from the ocean as supplies. Damn, even the mechanical mouth of our most powerful Moby Dick made the giant squid run away, said Captain Ahab. The crew member added, but, Captain Ahab, I have a new discovery. The giant squid that escaped just now floated up despite the pain and came across a huge ship. Captain Ahab's eyes lit up and said, really? Let me see. Captain Ahab looked up at the explorer through the observation device in front of the console. Still at the bottom of the sea, you can see the wide hull below the explorer. Captain Ahab said with admiration, such a huge ship. It is at least 100 meters long. There are very few marine warships running here. And such marine warships are usually escorted by quite ordinary marine general-purpose sailboats. Then it must be a ship. Large merchant ships or cruise ships. Okay, keep tracking. When I'm ready to go up, I'll use the periscope to observe in detail. Yes, Captain Ahab, said the crew. Captain Ahab is a little happy now. Although he let the giant squid run away, he accidentally discovered such a large ship. I ran a bait, but it led to a golden mountain. Ha ha ha. Captain Ahab said expectantly. The pirate group led by Captain Ahab took the Beluga bionic submarine and usually hid in the depths of the sea. Then they attacked passing merchant ships and pleasure boats. The Discovery is already the next target for Captain Ahab and the pirates. Moby Dick began to rise. On the deck of the Discovery, after some waiting. Finally, the long-awaited seafood dinner officially began. "Everyone, please enjoy my squid meal," Sanji said. The tables were filled with delicious squid feasts. "Wow, that's delicious," Luffy said. "So rich," Usopp said in shock. The table was filled with all kinds of squid delicacies. There are squid yakiniku smeared with delicious chan sauce, squid balls wrapped in butter, dry roasted black pepper squid, and delicious squid stew. There are also plenty of breads, cakes, and fruit and rum and juices. Sanji said very happily. "Miss Nami, Sister Robin, Goddess. Please enjoy. It's on." Luffy rushed to the table first, sat on a chair, and started gulps down the delicious squid balls. Chapter 407 Moby Dick and Captain Ahab. Usopp is also a mouthful of dry roasted black pepper squid. "Delicious," quote. Usopp and Chopper said in surprise. Rog used a knife and a fork to cut the squid roast meat. The rich meat aroma after the mouth was smeared with the delicious chan sauce. "It's not bad." Roger took a big bite. Zoro also eats squid and roast pork, and he also appreciates. The chef's dishes are very delicious today. The Ninja King picked up another bottle of rum and drank it with Zoro and Rog. Chopper eats cakes while eating delicious squid balls. Nami is enjoying the squid stew with Sanji's loving praise. Robin eats fruit and cakes, not meat. Izumi Water Goddess also tastes squid stew. Everyone was very happy to enjoy the squid meal. It was noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the surrounding sea was calm. However, behind the hull of the Discovery, a periscope sticking out from the sea is observing the huge warship. Below the surface, the submarine Beluga extended a periscope to observe the explorer. In the interior wheelhouse of the Beluga, Captain Ahab is using a periscope to observe the explorer on the sea. "I really didn't expect this ship to be a warship," said Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab looked through the periscope to see some of the heavy artillery on the side of the explorer's hull. Heavy artillery can be fired from side windows. This warship is entirely a heavy-fired warship. But Captain Ahab also discovered something. Hefeng sails of this warship. It looked like a huge tree with huge leaves. And it is still very strong like the real mast Hefeng sail, which maintains the sailing of the warship. "What's going on? It's really strange." Captain Ahab also felt incredible. The crew member in charge said, "Captain Ahab, how is the situation now?" Captain Ahab said, "There are very few people on this warship now. And the mast Hefeng sail is extremely strange." Said the crew, "Then can we release the frogmen for reconnaissance later?" Captain Ahab said, "Okay, send the frogmen to investigate. Wait until Moby Dick's huge underwater mouth opens again." This submarine bionic is very similar to a whale, but it is made of hard metal. The mouth can be opened like a whale's mouth. Inside the mouth of the open whale, two frogmen in black leather wetsuits, with diving breathing masks on their faces connected to the oxygen cylinders on their backs, began to swim out together. In addition to the breathing apparatus, the two frogmen also carried special weapons. They each stored weapons next to the oxygen cylinders on their backs and at their waists. The two frogmen swam together, and together they came to the left side of the explorer's hull. After getting to the side of the hull, the two frogmen quickly put special rubber suction cups on their feet and gloves. With this rubber suction cup, the two of them began to cling to the hull and began to climb up. Using their hands and feet alternately, the two frogmen gradually climbed to the windows on the side of the Discovery hull. That is, the rows of cannons are used to fire the windows. After careful observation, the two quickly entered inside together. Inside this deck is the fire room, and rows of heavy artillery are aimed at the sea outside. "No problem, continue to investigate," said a frogman. The two frogmen took off the rubber suction cups on their hands and feet. Then he took off the respirator. They took out the submachine guns they carried on their backs. Opening the tarp on the submachine gun, they picked up the submachine gun and began careful investigation. After careful investigation, it was determined that there was no one in the fire room on this floor. They then began to investigate the upper floors. On the upper floor are numerous rooms and corridors. Apparently there is no one else here either. The two of them went up one floor, and here are the kitchen and warehouse. The two continued to scout the warehouse. There was a warehouse for storing food. There are also warehouses for storing other sundries. But what caught the two of them most was a locked warehouse. There must be some more important things in it. You should be on guard first, and I will saw this lock. A frogman said. Another frogman was on guard, and he took out a dagger from a bag at his waist. This is not an ordinary dagger, it is a dagger made from the wapple alloy of the popular world. Normal locks can be sawed off. The frogman begins to saw through the lock with a wapple dagger. After a while of cutting, the lock was sawed off. The frogman opened the door of the warehouse and entered inside. I saw a group of neatly arranged wooden boxes inside. The frogman entered and first found a wooden box and opened it. I saw a group of ancient statues inside. He guessed for a while that these ancient statues were probably antiques. Otherwise, how could a ship put these somewhat broken statues in the warehouse? Antique. It's not a small gain, said the frogman. The frogman opened a wooden box beside him. A golden light shone before his eyes. This wooden box contains clusters of gold bars. He picked up the gold bar, observed and stroked hard. My God, this is a real gold bar, the frogman said with trembling hands. Going in such a box, at most it was a valuable cargo. The frogman put down the gold bar and then opened a wooden box. This time he was completely stunned. There were actually groups of gold bricks inside. Golden brick, how is it possible? The frogmen were all shocked. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief that the golden bricks in front of him were real. The frogman picked up a gold brick to examine. It is indeed a heavy gold brick. The frogman opened several wooden boxes one after another. Inside are all going items, which can be said to be invaluable. These goings are really amazing treasures. I didn't expect so many goings on this warship. And the box must be an antique. Otherwise, how could it be put together with such precious goings? Frogman said. It's already obvious now, since the box statue was placed with the group of goings. And there are some hieroglyphs on the statue. This can indicate that those statues are antiques. This can be said to be an amazing discovery, and I will contact Captain Ahab immediately, said the frogman. He took a phone bug out of the bag at his waist. Start communicating. Hey, Captain Ahab, we've now entered the interior of the warship. A surprising number of goings and antiques have been found in one of the warehouses on the first floor. Full cases of gold bars, bricks, goings, antiques. Frog People Communication Channel. Opposite side was surprised for a while, and said, going and antiques. Well, you continue to investigate. There may be relatively strong enemies on this warship. Chapter 408 Going and Temptation. Yes, said the frogman. Then hung up the call. The two frogmen left the warehouse and continued their investigation. From this deck to the next deck. The upper layer is very tattered. Except for the outside of the building, the structure inside was severely damaged. How can this happen? The frogman said in surprise. And the deck above them, the deck outside the hull, seemed to have been newly nailed with planks. The two frogmen took up their submachine guns very cautiously and continued to investigate, and went outside from a staircase. Onto the hull, the huge mast Hefung sail can be seen from here. Two frogmen saw these mast Hefung sails up close. The mast does not look like a machined mast, but like a thick tree trunk inserted directly here. Although the sails are huge, they are like huge plant leaves. When the two frogmen were using the masts and facilities on the deck very cautiously, they saw that there were people at the front of the deck having a meal together. Both of them were very cautious when they saw this situation. They didn't see anyone on the way. There was a group of people having dinner on the deck. One of them took a small telescope out of his belt bag for observation. I saw a group of young people eating happily together at the table. It seemed unsuspecting. Rog and Usopp were talking and laughing, eating and drinking. Usopp begins his powerful narration of glorious experiences. What is the giant squid caught today? I think I fought with whales in the deep sea. At that time, the whales ate everyone else, and only Captain Usopp was left. But Captain Usopp was not afraid. The man went into the deep sea with a harpoon in his hand and fought fiercely with the whale. Usopp said immersively. Chopper is looking forward to listening. Luffy listened to Usopp's story in a serious manner as he devoured it. As expected of Captain Usopp, Chopper said admiringly. Luffy asked, so is whale meat delicious? Usopp shook his head and said, Captain Usopp fought the whales in the sea. He fought to the death and finally killed the whales before he was able to escape. The whales all sank to the bottom of the sea. I couldn't get the whale meat. Quote. Luffy was a little curious, and swallowed all the squid roasted meat in his mouth. Luffy asked curiously, then I have a way. Let's catch a whale and eat whale meat. Let Sanji cook it. After listening to it, Chopper said expectantly, yeah. It's so cool. After hearing this, Rog also smiled and said, listen to what you said, I also want to eat whale meat. Well, next time I catch whales and eat meat. Okay, that's it. Captain Usopp will lead everyone to catch the whale, the king of the ocean. Usopp said. Zoro is having a drink with the king of ninjas. But at this time, the king of ninjas suddenly felt that something was wrong for a while. He swept his eyes to the distance on the deck. But there was nothing there. Zoro asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's my illusion, said the Ninja King. The Ninja King felt that someone was looking at him just now. Behind the mast on the deck. The frogman is hiding here nervously. The observation just now was also very careful. After all, they still don't know the strength of this group of people, so they are still very cautious. The two frogmen glanced at each other and quickly moved away from the front of the deck with great care. They were only careful when they reached a safer position aft of the deck. A frogman is on guard. Another frogman starts talking to Captain Ahab using the phone bug. Hey, Captain Ahab, now we have found a group of people on the outer deck of the warship. They are eating, but we can't judge their strength. Please give instructions, the frogman said. Like this, even if there are few people in such a warship, it should not be taken lightly. So I will send support troops later. You continue to observe from a safe distance. Captain Ahab said. Yes, said Captain Ahab. Then hung up the phone bug, and the two frogmen observed the Straw Hat Pirates from a distance. In the cab of the Beluga submarine trailing behind the Discovery. Captain Ahab was very happy. Gentlemen, we found this ship with amazing goings and antiques. And a very small group of people were members of this ship, said Captain Ahab. The other crew members were also very happy. That way you can make a fortune. Congratulations Captain Ahab, long live the Moby Dick. This warship has something of such great value. Captain Ahab added, wait and prepare all the frogmen of Squad 1 and Squad 2 to attack. After boarding this warship, surround and subdue the crew. Captain Ahab had a greedy look on his face. Swarms of goings and antiques are going to be his and Moby Dick's treasure. The submarine Moby Dick is about to capture the sea prey, the explorer. A crew member asked Captain Ahab, Captain Ahab, I have a question. Regarding the small number of opposing crews on this warship, do we need to spend so much time? Captain Ahab said, although there are not many members of the other party. But this ship is actually a warship, and there are so many goings and antiques. The other party cannot be a very simple person. So it is, said the crew. Captain Ahab's judgment was absolutely correct. Soon they will be even more surprised. The target of their attack would actually be a pirate group with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys. Moby Dick's mouth opened again. 40 fully armed frogmen came out in a row. These frogmen carried more heavy weapons than the previous two. The frogmen swam out of the submarine one after another. The frogmen quickly began to swim to the side of the explorer. The frogmen troops put rubber suction cups on their hands and feet. The group of frogmen quickly climbed up from the side of the hull of the Discovery, staggering hands and feet. The frogmen troops entered from the fire room where the cannons were placed. After reaching this fire room, the frogmen troops took off the rubber suction cups. After removing the rubber suction cups, the frogmen troops also took off the breathing masks. These frogmen troops numbered 40 in total. 30 of them were wearing leather diving suits, armed with submachine guns and grenades. 10 more advanced frogmen wore full-length steel diving suits. It looks like a fully enclosed armor. This is a steel wetsuit specially designed for use in deep-sea areas with high water pressure. The defense is also very strong in combat. The weapons they carry include shotguns, submachine guns, shoulder-mounted bazookas, and some heavy weapons for hand-to-hand combat. However, these weapons and equipment have the word, "made by Dressrosa," on them. Ordinary frogmen and advanced frogmen marched together inside the explorer. The two frogmen who infiltrated in advance kept communication with them. Chapter 409 Take the ship. The frogmen troops crossed the inner deck to the outer deck. Using the giant wooden mast and the facilities on the deck as cover, the frogmen troops were quickly deployed. On the front deck of the Discovery, everyone had a good meal. It is also finished. Well, it's delicious, Usopp said aftertaste. I can't eat it. Luffy's stomach swelled like a giant balloon. It's an infinite enjoyment, Roger said, also lying on the chair. Sanji said, okay, let's push the cutlery and table away. Sanji leaves with Rog and Usopp pushing the dining cart. The three of them went to the cabin entrance together. At this time, suddenly a figure came over from the side, and he swung a dagger to assassinate. Rog suddenly discovered this and quickly dodged. Then he swung his fist at the opponent and it was a blow. The opponent was knocked to the ground. Who is this? Usopp screamed when he saw it. The frogman wanted to continue to stand up and attack. He drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Rog and Usopp. First meet. Sanji hit the frogman with a flying kick, sending it flying to the ground. The sneak-attacked frogman was successfully killed. What's going on? Usopp said in surprise. Rog said, did someone board the explorer? Said, how is that possible? After leaving Alabasta, I didn't land on land. I checked in the cabin many times before. It's impossible for someone to hide here all the time. And this is the ship they gave us to Vers before. How could anyone be hiding here? Rog said, also, you see this guy in a wetsuit as a frogman. Looks like someone's following us. At this time, suddenly a grenade was thrown over. Be careful, Sanji quickly kicked the grenade away. The grenade exploded in midair. The situation is not good. Roger quickly took out 3 walnuts. Heavy walnut armor. Under the action of the power of the Rog plant fruit, the 3 modified walnuts changed rapidly. It became the upper body armor, the lower body armor, and the head armor, which were put on Rog's body respectively. Rog, who is now highly defensive, can act as cover. Rog stood in front of Sanji and Usopp, looking around. After the grenade attack, intensive gunshots sounded. Da 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 da. Quote. The dense bullets hit Rog's walnut armor. Sparks splashed everywhere, but they couldn't effectively damage the walnut armor. Rog saw several frogmen in wetsuits shooting here with submachine guns. The dense bullets hit Rog, and the walnut armor was hit so that sparks continued to sputter. These guys were with the guys who just attacked us. I don't know when they got on the Explorer, Roger said. Usopp looked at the fierce firepower of these frogmen, and said in fear, it's terrible. Are these frogmen trying to take our ship? Sanji said, it's really possible. But now that the enemy is attacking, we must deal with them. Rog used his heavy walnut armor as a shield. Usopp took the opportunity to attack. Usopp took out his slingshot and put a projectile on it. Death. Nail star. Usopp shot out a projectile. The projectile hit a frogman who was shooting with a submachine gun. The frogman body is hit by the nail star, and then explodes. After the explosion, a group of nails pierced through the frogman's wetsuit under the force of the explosion, stabbing into his flesh. Ah! The frogman fell down after screaming for a while. 2 more frogmen pulled the grenade fuse and threw it over. Sanji quickly seized the opportunity, intercepted with his feet and kicked the grenade back. After the grenade was kicked back, the 2 frogmen went to the west. The frogmen felt that it was difficult to annihilate, so they retreated first. They threw a few smoke grenades, swarms of smoke covered the surrounding area, and several frogmen quickly retreated. How did you get away? Usopp said. Anyway, let's meet everyone first. Rog said. Rog, Usopp, and Sanji marched towards the deck of the Discovery together. Quickly the trio rendezvoused with Luffy and Zoro. What happened? Zoro asked. Ah, someone got on the Explorer. Looks like someone's trying to take our ship, Roger said. Luffy said, someone attacked us. Where? Zoro and Luffy heard gunshots and explosions just now. Chopper also said nervously, someone has attacked here. Roger said, yes, a group of enemies dressed as frogmen have come aboard this ship. And their number is not known. Nami said, it's scary. Frogmen, you say, how could anyone be watching us? Sanji graciously said at this time, don't worry, the gentleman will protect the lady. Rog said, the enemy's purpose is probably to capture this warship. Then we have to fight. Although there is not much exchange of fire, but being able to find the enemy can be said to be well trained. Now the people in front of everyone are a group of enemies who have boarded the warship, and their combat effectiveness is not bad. But we have to break through. Let's find a way to fight, Luffy said. Okay, said the crowd. Now facing an unknown enemy, everyone still has to fight hard. Rog is wearing walnut armor, which is naturally strong in defense, so he can rush to the front. Nami and Chopper and Izumi Water Goddess and Usopp and Sanji Queen. Rog, Zoro, the King of Ninjas, and Luffy are going to blitz battles. Rog continued to going towards the middle and rear deck of the Discovery. Suddenly a rocket catapulted. It hit Rog, causing a rapid and violent explosion. Luffy, Zoro, and the Ninja King all stepped back in an emergency. After waiting for the smoke of the explosion to dissipate, Rog's walnut armor suffered some external damage, but it was only a minor scratch at the first level. There. The King of Ninjas throws a shuriken. Hit a figure hiding behind a mast. After the figure was hit by the shuriken, there was a metallic crashing sound for a while. The shuriken was deflected. How can it be like this? The Ninja King was shocked. The figure came out, and the 4 of them saw that it was an enemy in a metal protective gear. His whole body was wrapped in metal protective gear, like a knight. After seeing this figure, the Ninja King recognized that it was a steel diving suit. The enemy is an advanced frogman. The opponent is wearing a steel diving suit, which can be used as protective gear when diving into the deep sea. It can also be used as a protective gear for combat. Advanced frogmen carry a bazooka. He was a little surprised that Rog was not killed. The advanced frogman reloaded another one and continued to launch. Chapter 410 Fierce Battle on Deck. This time Luffy dashed forward. All come. Luffy wanted to rebound with rubber power. The rocket hit Luffy, but it immediately exploded. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and Luffy was enveloped in firelight. So strong. Roger said. The power of the rocket explosion was huge, covering the surrounding area. After the smoke cleared, Luffy lay on the deck. How can it be like this? Luffy groaned. The rockets fired by the advanced frogmen are actually fuses that explode immediately. So after being hit, it was killed by a rapid explosion. In addition to the senior frogmen, there are 5 frogmen wielding submachine guns and shooting here. The senior frogman took the opportunity to load a rocket into the rocket launcher again. The advanced frogman is about to launch rockets again. The King of Ninja suddenly threw an exploding shuriken at this time. The exploding shuriken hit the senior frogman. Boom! The violent explosion caused the senior frogman to be enveloped in fire. Taking this opportunity, the Ninja King moved quickly. He looks like a ghost. There were also 5 frogmen shooting with submachine guns. The King of Ninjas got behind one of them, and the ninja sword on the back was already drawn out. PFF'd. The frogman's neck was cut open. A man's head fell to the ground. The headless corpse of the frogman also collapsed to the ground. After the King of Ninja killed the frogman, he quickly went behind another frogman. Chunin knife in his hand as an assassination attempt. PFF'd. The frogman was pierced in the heart and fell to the ground dead. The remaining 3 frogmen saw the King of Ninjas and hurriedly shot in his direction. The Ninja King quickly dodged. A frogman threw a grenade. The Ninja King found the grenade that rolled to his feet, picked it up and threw it back. Boom! With a loud bang, a frogman fell to the ground and died. There are also 2 frogmen fighting. They fired violently with submachine guns. The King of Ninjas swooped in dodging. After a while of gunshots, they found that the Ninja King was gone. Just when they were wondering, suddenly a kunai shot into a frogman's eye socket. With great force, it penetrated the eyes and shot into the brain. The frogman fell to the ground quickly, blood gushing from the sockets of the eyes that had been hit by kunai. And the last frogman felt the terror of the Ninja King. This is a completely invisible enemy. He was about to retreat, but the King of Ninjas cut his throat with a ninja knife from the side. Blood spurted out of his throat, and the frogman also fell to the ground and died. All 5 frogmen were successfully killed by the Ninja King. Just at this moment, a rocket came flying all of a sudden. The King of Ninja hurriedly avoided. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Although the senior frogman just now was hit by the explosive shuriken from the King of Ninjas. But wearing a steel diving suit, like armor, was not killed. The senior frogman continued to load the rocket launcher with rockets. The King of Ninja quickly approached the senior frogman, wielding a ninja sword at the opponent's steel diving suit. Chong! For a while sparks flew, but the Ninja King's ninja sword did not cut through the steel diving suit of the advanced frogman. Advanced frogmen wield bazooka as a hand-to-hand combat weapon to smash the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King quickly ducked. The advanced frogman throws the bazooka away. Bastard, let me have a showdown. The senior frogman growled, and he took down a machete he was carrying on his back. This machete is made of stainless steel, and it can cut off a horse's head with one knife. The King of Ninjas dodged quickly, and the senior frogman swung his machete furiously. The King of Ninjas wields a ninja sword and hands over the opponent's machete. Chong! The 2 sharps are handed over together. The King of Ninjas stalemate with the advanced frogman. Although the advanced frogman wears a steel diving suit, he is also a burly man. But at this time, he felt that the power of the King of Ninjas was on par with him. The King of Ninjas wielded a ninja sword and actually blocked the advanced frogman abruptly. The senior frogman clenched his machete and killed the Ninja King again. The King of Ninjas dodged with agile skills. The Ninja King quickly jumped on top of the senior frogman. Aiming at the gap in the opponent's neck from here is a fierce assassination. After a while of the sound of golden iron, the steel diving suit on the opponent's neck was relatively weak, and was successfully pierced by the King of Ninjas. The mortally wounded senior frogman fell to the ground and died. So far, this enemy has been eliminated. Everyone is all right, said the Ninja King. I'm fine, Luffy said. Rog and Zoro are naturally fine. Rog, Zoro, Luffy and the Ninja King continue to fight and advance. There was another burst of submachine gun bullets ahead. This time there are more enemies. There are more than 30 enemies in total. The remaining frogmen who landed by the Moby Dick were all concentrated on the deck to fight with everyone. The first are 5 senior frogmen. Advanced frogmen wear steel wetsuits. A senior frogman charged with 2 submachine guns in both hands. The bullet dented in Luffy's body, but it bounced back quickly. But the advanced frogman wears a steel diving suit, which is extremely bulletproof. Luffy rushed to the senior frogman again. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy threw out more than 10 punches violently. The senior frogman was beaten continuously and retreated to the back. However, the protection of the steel diving suit was very strong, and Luffy's fist was swollen, but he still failed to knock down this advanced frogman. The senior frogman quickly took out a huge machete. He wielded a machete for hand-to-hand combat with Luffy. Luffy dodged hard. It's scary. Luffy is afraid of spikes and sharp weapons. But when the advanced frogman attack is also a mistake, Luffy finds an opportunity to hit his wrist and grabbed it violently. Then Luffy completely entangled the senior frogman. Rubber. Trebuchet. Luffy throws advanced frogman like a trebuchet tossing rocks. Advanced frogman was successfully dealt with by Luffy. Rog fights a high-level frogman with a fist fight. This advanced frogman carries a bazooka, but it doesn't do much for rogue attacks. Rog rushed to the senior frogman. Waving his fists, Rog violently attacked the senior frogman. The steel diving suit of the advanced frogman was hit hard, and many places were dented. Although the steel diving suit can avoid being killed by bullets and bombs, it seems to be lackluster in the face of such a force attack as Rog. Chang, chang, chang. The steel wetsuit was hit hard. The advanced frogman also quickly took out a large machete from his back to fight Rog. Rog's walnut armor endured several slashes. But there are some scratches and no damage. Rog aimed at the opponent's wrist and grabbed it suddenly, grabbing the large machete from the opponent's hand. Rog, wielding a large machete, aimed at the opponent's body and slashed for a while. After the high-level frogman was continuously beheaded, his body was severely damaged. The battered senior frogman was forced to retreat. Advanced frogmen wear steel wetsuits on their bodies. But not all damage can be avoided. Under Rog's attack, the armor of the high-level frogman's abdomen was cut open and he fell to the ground dead. Rog saw the bazooka thrown by the opponent again and began to pick it up and fight the enemy with the bazooka. Zoro slashes enemies with 3 katana swords. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Zoro holds a katana sword in his mouth and holds a katana sword with his arms crossed. His body swept past an advanced frogman. The advanced frogman was hit and fell, but was not killed. It still doesn't work. Zoro left only the word Hidao. He gripped the katana tightly in both arms. One knife flow. Ai. Lion song song. Zoro slashed with a deadly slash among the lightning bolts. This blow shattered the steel. The senior frogman was beheaded and fell. Chapter 411 Against the Frogman. Advanced frogman was beheaded by Zoro's severing steel. The corpse fell on the deck of the Discovery. One of the 5 advanced frogmen continued to fight. This high-level frogman is different from the previous high-level frogman. He wields a huge axe to fight. Rog, Zoro, the Ninja King and Luffy fight together. Rog rushed forward with the captured machete. The machete collided violently with the axe of the advanced frogman. Chang. With a harsh metal collision, the machete lost to the axe and was cut off. The axe slashed down at Rog. But this time Rog waved his hands to hold the sharp blade of the axe. Zoro, Luffy and the King of Ninjas took the opportunity to attack. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Rubber. Machine gun. Exploding shuriken. The powerful 3-in-1 attack unfolded while Rog was holding the opponent back. The high-level frogman was hit hard, got out and fell to the ground and never got up again. So far, all 5 senior frogmen have been eliminated. After successfully eliminating the 5 senior frogmen, Rog, Zoro, Luffy and the Ninja King continue to going. After a valiant battle, half of the enemies aboard the Discovery were wiped out. The remaining enemies found that the situation was not good, and hurried to the Moby Dick for help. In the wheelhouse of the submarine Moby Dick, Captain Ahab received an emergency communication. The crew in charge of communications said to Captain Ahab, "Captain Ahab, our landing frogman troops have been severely attacked by the enemy." Captain Ahab frowned and said, "As expected, there are not many crew members on a ship as huge as a warship. However, due to the numerous going antiques, the crew on this must be unusual. It should not be surprising to see a group of powerful people on such a warship carrying priceless goings and antiques." Captain Ahab thought for a while and said, "If this is the case, then we must also support." Crew continued to ask, "Then please order the other frogman troops to attack." Captain Ahab shook his head and said, "Forget it. Although our frogman troop is strong, the opponent has eliminated more than 20 people in such a short period of time. Then the opponent's strength is very strong. So the senior cadres and I have to personally strike." After listening to the crew, they were a little shocked but calmed down. "Okay, Captain Ahab, please then enter the bulkhead," the crew said. Captain Ahab glanced behind him and said, "Okay, get ready." "Yes, Captain Ahab," said the senior officers behind Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab left the wheelhouse with the senior officers. They went through the passage to a room. This room is full of leather wetsuits as well as steel wetsuits. Captain Ahab and several senior officers changed into steel diving suits and were fully armed. They were again in a smaller cabin ahead. Here is the water compartment. After closing the hatch inside, nearby pipes began to pour seawater in. The water barrier was quickly filled with seawater, and after it was full, there is also a hatch on the other side that starts to open automatically. This is the mouth of the Moby Dick. Moby Dick is a bionic submarine. At the mouth of the Moby Dick is the passage to the outside. After the Moby Dick opened its mouth, Captain Ahab and the senior officers swam out of here. They swam to the surface and were now able to visualize the hull of the USS Discovery more clearly. The Explorer, a 100-meter warship, sailed in the turbulent sea. "Okay, get ready to board this treasure ship that is about to belong to us," said Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab and the senior officers began to climb the warship. On the deck of the Discovery, Rogue and Zoro, along with Luffy and the King of Ninjas, continued their battle. The remaining enemies seemed to be more withdrawn. They frequently use firepower to suppress. To a certain extent, it actually weakened the speed of the 4 of them. More than a dozen frogmen were left to attack violently with firepower. Da 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 da. Submachine gun bullets shot at Rog and the others. Rog rushed to the front with his heavy walnut armor. Luffy and Zoro and the King of Ninjas are going with Rogue's cover. Boom! A rocket hit Rog. Rog was enveloped in a violent explosion. But with the protection of the heavy walnut armor, Rog was unscathed. In addition, the frogmen also threw hordes of grenades. Boom! 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 A violent explosion covered Rog. The frogmen troops also felt tired after the fierce battle. How can it be like this? How can such an attack be ineffective? Frog people are puzzled. Although the group of young people they fought against looked young, their fighting power was amazing. The smoke from the explosion has not yet dissipated. A body jumped out. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy's body flew over suddenly, knocking a frogman into the air with one blow. The frogman screamed and flew out of the deck of the Discovery. After the frogman was sent flying, Luffy quickly stretched out his rubber arm and grabbed another frogman. He did not attack the frogman, but wrapped his arms and legs around the frogman's body and limbs. What are you doing?" the frogman said in a terrified tone. "Rubber. Robot." Luffy manipulates the frogman like a robot. The frogman, under Luffy's control, started shooting at a nearby frogman with a submachine gun. Da 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 da. The frogman was shot and fell to the ground. Okay, keep firing. Luffy excitedly manipulated the frogman to continue shooting with the submachine gun. Frogman was controlled by Luffy and continued to shoot with the submachine gun. At this time, an advanced frogman simply aimed the bazooka at Luffy and the frogman. He fired rockets. The rocket hit the frogman and Luffy. Wow ah ah ah. Luffy was thrown away by the violent explosion. The frogman is blood and flesh. Luffy landed on the deck, bruised all over. Cough. Luffy sat up reluctantly and coughed. Rog and Zoro and the Ninja King continue to fight. The Ninja King continues to use his mighty footwork. He quietly got behind a frogman, and kunai pierced his heart. After killing the frogman, the position of the Ninja King was immediately covered by enemy bullets. The Ninja King quickly dodged. After the King of Ninja dodged the attack, he came to a frogman again. He swung the ninja sword at the frogman's neck and killed him. Ghost sword technique. Sea blood seal throat. The frogman's neck was cut with a huge bloody hole. Blood spurted out, and the frogman fell to the ground and died. After killing this frogman, the King of Ninja continued to fight like a ghost. Although the King of Ninjas is really good at assassinating and sneaking in the dark, the battle during the day is not bad at all. Chapter 412 New Enemy. These frogmen were shocked and terrified. The King of Ninjas can kill them like ghosts. It's terrible, we're not rivals at all. The frogmen said in horror. But they didn't expect a more terrifying attack waiting for them. The four frogmen used submachine guns and grenades to continuously suppress the fire. 3 Knife Flow. Tornado. The four frogmen still didn't realize what was going on. A powerful blade storm blew them up, and in addition to being blown up, they were also killed by the sword energy. Zoro's artificially created tornado was soon filled with bloodstains of the enemy. The four frogmen fell to the deck, unable to move. Another frogman shot Zoro with a submachine gun. Zoro's body floated like a willow leaf in the wind at this time. Successfully dodged the bullet from the submachine gun. 3 Swords Flow. Sword and Wolf Flow. Zoro's body danced in the wind like a willow leaf. The dense submachine gun bullets are also unable to help Zoro. Zoro approached the frogman and slashed with the blade. PFF'd. The frogman fell to the ground in blood and died. Zoro continued to slay the remaining frogmen. Luffy is back in the fight after being injured just now. The four continued to charge, and in the end only 3 senior frogmen remained. 3 advanced frogmen in steel wetsuits. 3 senior frogmen fought desperately. They all carried shotguns, and these shotguns were extremely powerful. Even Luffy dared to get close. Rog approached the 3 advanced frogmen with heavy walnut armor. Shoot! 3 senior frogmen shot Rogue violently with shotguns. Rog's body was beaten to the point of bursts of sparks. These shotguns were only able to make some slight scratches on the Rogue walnut armor. You must know that these shotguns can turn people into horrific firearms within 20 meters. Rog rushed to the front of the 3 senior frogmen and waved his fist in one blow. Boom! A senior frogman was knocked out at the front. He rolled aside. The 2 senior frogmen outside the 2 hurriedly drew out their machetes to fight. The 2 of them wielded machetes and kept attacking Rogue. Sparks were chopped off Rog's walnut armor. Rog continued to attack with his fists, knocking the 2 senior frogmen back. Although the 2 advanced frogmen were wearing steel diving suits, Rog had the upper hand in terms of strength. Rog was able to force them back with his fists. The senior frogman who was knocked down just now also stood up again. 3 advanced frogmen fight Rogue together. But Luffy and Zoro and the Ninja King didn't stop fighting. When Rog and the 3 senior frogmen fought fiercely, the 3 of them also used powerful tricks. Luffy jumped into the air and aimed his legs at an advanced frogman. Rubber. Spear. Luffy's legs fell like 2 spears. Luffy's legs hit the senior frogman. The senior frogman was struck and knocked to the ground. At this time, Zoro aimed at an advanced frogman with 3 katana swords. 3 swords. Tiger hunting. After the blade slashed, although the high-level frogman was not killed, he was knocked down under the powerful force of Zoro's attack. The King of Ninjas attacked the 3rd advanced frogman. Ghost sword technique. God-killing slash. The King of Ninjas aimed at the weaker part of the neck of the advanced frogman, which was a deadly beheading. This blow penetrated the steel at the neck of this advanced frogman, and cut off the neck. The senior frogman, who received the fatal blow, fell to the ground and died. King of Ninjas' God-killing slash is close to Zoro's steel-slicing move in terms of lethality. But compared to Zoro's severing steel, the range is smaller. There were still 2 senior frogmen fighting. Rog looked at them and said, "Everyone, wait a minute. Let me deal with them." Zoro and they are all temporarily suspended. Rog put the stake from the hand of the giant wood on his right arm. The power of the plant fruit that hit the body caused a huge plant arm to grow rapidly from the front end of the stake. The faces of the 2 senior frogmen changed when they saw it. They had never seen such a powerful move as Rog. Can actually control plants. Rog clenched his fist by manipulating the giant wooden hand that was enough to crush a horse. And pull the arm back like a right uppercut and prepare to punch. Hand of giant wood. Right hook. Rog manipulated the hand of the giant tree to hit him with a right uppercut. Boom. With a loud bang, the 2 senior frogmen were beaten out. The 2 high-level frogmen that were knocked into the air flew off the deck like baseballs and fell into the distant sea. Although they were wearing steel diving suits, the shock from the blow was enough to shatter their internal organs. Although the 2 senior frogmen returned to the sea, they never swam again. Rog retracted the fist of the giant wooden hand. So handsome. Luffy cheers. Zoro also looked at Rog and said, "What a powerful weapon." Now after a fierce battle, more than 40 frogmen who boarded the exploratorium have been wiped out. Rog looked around. The battle did not cause much damage, except for some damage to the deck. It didn't cause much damage to the explorer. At this moment, a sound suddenly sounded. Suddenly several bombs were dropped. Be careful. Rog urgently used the giant wooden hand to protect the others. Several bombs exploded violently. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. After a few violent explosions, the surroundings of the 4 were filled with thick smoke. After the smoke cleared, Rog raised his head. The explosion just now forced Rog to huddle into a ball. Rog looked at the hand of the giant tree that he manipulated. The hand of the giant wood was severely damaged by a lot of damage. But Rog was more concerned about other people. "Are you all right?" Roger asked. "We're all right," said the Ninja King. Rog moved the giant wooden hand away. "I saw that Zoro and Luffy and the King of Ninjas were all safe and sound." "Everyone is fine." Roger breathed a sigh of relief. Then Rog looked at his heavy walnut armor. Now the heavy walnut armor on Rog has suffered some damage from the bomb explosion just now. These bombs are more powerful than previous rockets and grenades. A group of fairly obvious cracks appeared in the heavy walnut armor on Rog's body. "Ha ha ha, you guys are really amazing. You actually killed 2 teams of elite frogmen under my command." A voice sounded, and the voice was so powerful that it made people think of a soldier who had been in Marine for a long time saying it for the first time. "It's amazing, it actually blocked my super explosive bomb." Another sinister voice sounded. Rog and Zoro, Luffy and the Ninja King looked at the deck together. "I saw a few new figures appeared on the deck. It seems the battle is not over yet." Chapter 413 Captain Ahab and Senior Officers. After the smoke cleared, I saw 6 people standing there. They were all wearing steel diving suits. It is very close to the previous high-level frogman dress. It seems that we have met a group of boys who are not weak. Well, let's take off this cumbersome costume and fight. The strong voice sounded again. Rog and Luffy looked at the 6 enemies. After a while of metal sound, they took off their steel diving suits. Captain Ahab and his senior officers showed their true colors. Rog and Luffy looked at the enemies. I saw a burly middle-aged man in the middle, wearing a suit and a captain's coat. At first glance, it is reminiscent of people like General Marine. But what makes people feel strange is that this middle-aged man only has a very long sword below the knee of his right leg. The sword supported his right leg like a crutch. On the left side of the middle-aged man is a tall, thin man with pointed-mouthed monkey cheeks. He was wearing a slim-fitting black shirt, a backpack, and some weird ball bombs in his hand. On the right side of the middle-aged man is a very burly man. Huge gills can be seen from his mouth. This is a strong fish man. There were also 3 short but stocky triplets-like people. The middle-aged man glanced at Rog and Zoro with sharp eyes. His face is very resolute. He doesn't look like a vicious pirate, but more like a resolute soldier. I see. You guys are really impressive, said Captain Ahab. Rog looked at the other party and asked solemnly, don't be so hypocritical when attacking us. Come on with your name. Captain Ahab said, my name is Captain Ahab. I'm the captain of the Moby Dick. Because I found your ship sailing in our hunting waters, I want to take this ship. Luffy, he said angrily, that's abominable. We're just going to keep sailing. And we're a pirate group, and I'm going to be a one-piece king of pirates. Captain Ahab and his senior officers looked at Luffy, his expression a little surprised. But then he laughed a little and said, what, you are pirates? Are you going to be one-piece king of pirates? Luffy yelled, yes, I'm going to be one-piece king of pirates. Captain Ahab said disdainfully, humph. I've seen too many big talkers like you. But I can tell you what you think, I don't care. But I'm going to order this ship. His voice was very sonorous and powerful, and although what he did was despised, he seemed to be carrying out justice. Captain Ahab looked at Luffy and Rog, and he felt that the 4 of them would never give up the warship so easily. However, Captain Ahab is also the captain of the pirates, so of course he will not be polite. Okay, let you taste our power. Captain Ahab said coldly. The senior officers beside Captain Ahab were also preparing to fight. Rog and Zoro are ready to attack. Captain Ahab drew out the 2 swords from his waist. Unlike many people who use a katana sword, Captain Ahab loves a powerful Western sword. Captain Ahab swung his sword in both arms and set up a fighting stance. Zoro saw this and went ahead of the others and said, okay, I'll be your opponent. Captain Ahab saw Zoro clench the katana sword in his arms at this time, and the katana sword in his mouth. 3 swordsmen. It's really rare, but I'm also a 3 swordsman. Captain Ahab clenched the Western sword in his arms. He rested his left leg on the ground on one leg and lifted his right leg up. His right leg was already mutilated below the knee, but a long Western sword was installed. Zoro said excitedly after seeing it, 3 swords versus 3 swords, then let's compete. Zoro like a drawn sword. Zoro was also slightly shocked, and he carefully observed the other person's figure. Scissors cut. Zoro's neck like scissors. Zoro swiftly waved the katana in both arms to resist. Chang. Zoro's hand blocked the opponent's 2 Western swords. At this time, Captain Ahab's right leg quickly lifted up. The Western sword inlaid in his leg stabbed towards Zoro's chest. The needle. The Western sword on Captain Ahab's right leg stabbed Zoro's chest. Zoro has a samurai sword in his mouth. His reaction ability is obviously not as good as the opponent's right leg. Zoro backed away sharply, dodging the opponent's attack with another somersault. Captain Ahab's left leg VV bent, and his entire body rushed over again. This time Captain Ahab's right leg was aimed at Zoro's body. The Western swords on his arms started to rotate together with his body. In this way, the Western sword on his right leg pierced through like a spinning drill. The spiral needle. The Western sword on Captain Ahab's right leg spun and stabbed Zoro. Zoro poses quickly. The two arms clenched the katana in coordination with the katana in the mouth. Ghost slash. Zoro's body quickly slashed forward. This is a head-to-head battle. Chang. The helical needle from Captain Ahab's right leg hit Zoro's crossed katana. The huge power of the ghost slash was actually offset by the sprint of the western sword that the opponent's right leg rotated. Even Zoro was pushed back slightly. So strong. Zoro said in shock. However, although ghost slash was offset, it also consumed most of the opponent's attack power. Soon Captain Ahab stopped fighting. He regained his footing and attacked Zoro again. The western swords on both arms complement each other and attack Zoro with ease. Even the western sword of the right leg is stabbed upwards from time to time. Zoro resisted desperately. The two sides continuously exchanged swords. A terrifying, piercing metal screeching sound. The Ninja King also saw that Zoro encountered a very powerful sword master this time. While Zoro and Captain Ahab were fighting swords fiercely. Suddenly, Captain Ahab's burly fish man rushed over. He clenched his fists, looked at Rog and said, "Okay, you can be my opponent." Rog looked at the opponent, and from the momentum, he felt that the opponent was a powerful enemy of strength. "Okay," said Roger. In the face of the opponent's challenge, Rog naturally accepted it. The fish man said, "Introduce myself first. My name is Shakro. It's Fish Man, the mighty shark." Shakro waved and opened his huge mouth to bite Rog. Rog hurriedly used the hand of the giant tree to resist. But the hand of the giant tree was bitten by Shakro's mouth. All of a sudden, the hand of the giant tree was bitten by Shakro and a large piece was broken. Chapter 414 Shakro and Boam. What a powerful bite! Roger said in shock. Shakro continued to attack, biting Rog's giant wooden hand again. One after another, 7 or 8 attacks in a row. Rog's giant wooden hand was basically all bitten by Shakro. Rog was so attacked that he was caught off guard. Shakro didn't give up. He rushed in front of Rog and punched Rog's body. Boom! This punch was so powerful that it hit Rog more than 10 meters away. Even in the protection of the heavy walnut armor, Rog still felt an incomparable sense of shock. Rog tried his best to stand up again after landing. But Shakro rushed in front of Roger again. He opened his mouth and aimed at Roger's right arm and bit it. The opponent's strong bite force bit Rog's right arm. The heavy walnut armor on Rog's right arm was as hard as steel, but Shakro couldn't break it for a while. However, the opponent's kiba teeth are not ordinary sharp and hard enough to cut steel. Rog heard a burst of cracking. The heavy walnut armor also began to crack. At this time, Rog was extremely nervous. If you continue, your right arm will be bitten off. However, Rog had an idea, and now there is a wooden stake in the front of his right arm. Most of the right arm is now bitten by Shakro into his mouth. Rog quickly concentrated the power of the plant fruit in his body. The hand of the giant tree quickly regrew. Shakro, who was biting on Rog's right arm, immediately felt his throat and mouth full of trees. Shakro quickly spat out Roger's right arm. The stake at the front of Rog's right arm has grown into a giant wooden hand. Shakro looked at Rog's giant wooden hand and said, "What a strange weapon. You got the upper hand just now. It's time for me to get serious." Rog implanted the power of plant fruit into the hand of the giant tree. The hand of the giant tree grew rapidly, and was clenched into a huge fist by Rog. "Come on, try the fist of the giant wood." Rog waved the clenched fist of the hand of the giant tree. A huge fist hit Shakro. Shakro resisted with both arms. As a result, the giant fist clenched by the giant tree's hand was forcibly blocked. What a powerful force! Rog and Shakro said at the same time. Shakro is the most infinite type among Fishman. Rog's giant wooden hand is powerful. Shakro's power is also enormous. The power of the two can compete with each other. Roger and Shakro began to roar in a fierce battle on the deck. The sound of a burst of attacks, the entire deck of the shaking can feel the tremor. Zoro and Captain Ahab, Rogue and Shikro after the battle. Other enemies are also in front of Luffy and the Ninja King. The tall, thin man walked up to Luffy. Haha, boy in straw hat. You actually want to be One Piece, King of Pirates. Then you should try my bomb first. I'm Boom the Blast Killer. The tall, thin man said in a shrill voice. Boom looked at Luffy, and the Straw Hat Boy in front of him was a test subject for his bomb. Luffy clenched his fists and said, "Okay, I'm going to beat you up." Boom grinned for a while. Luffy threw a fist at him. Rubber. Pistol. Boom's body quickly became like paper. Kami-e. Boom managed to dodge the attack. Luffy stepped up his attack quickly. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than a dozen times in a row. But Boom swayed lightly like a piece of paper, dodging the attack. Luffy's attack with ease. Luffy said angrily, "Strange, why can't you hit?" Boom said, "Well, it's my turn." He threw a bomb at random. The bomb exploded in midair. Then it shone brightly. The dazzling light forced Luffy to back away. Luffy waited for the light to pass, then looked forward again. There was no other person in front. Not left or right or even behind. How could it disappear? Luffy said inexplicably. Just when Luffy was at a loss. Suddenly Boom's figure appeared from behind him. "Give you a bomb." Luffy just turned to attack Boom. The other party disappeared again. Underfoot is a spherical bomb. Boom. The ball bomb exploded. Luffy was thrown away by the explosion. It flew out of the deck of the Discovery and was about to fall into the sea. Luffy stretched out his rubber arms and grabbed the Discovery's hull at this juncture. He returned to the deck with rubber arms. Back on the deck, Luffy gasped. "Huh, it's dangerous, I almost fed a shark." Luffy looked up to the deck and saw Boom still here. Boom looked at Luffy and said, "Since you are so tenacious. And you seem to be a rubber-like devil fruit." Luffy said, "This time you will die without a burial." Boom said with some disdain, "Okay, come on." Luffy quickly struck with both arms. Luffy's punches hit Boom. Shave. Boom dodged quickly. Bomb will know as Kami-e and shaved in Marine Rokushiki. These two fighting techniques allow Boom to avoid attacks and move to place bombs during combat. Boom's style is to use bombs. Combined with Rokushiki, you can successfully use his bomb attack. Boom approached Luffy again, dropping a spherical detonation bomb. Blast to heaven. Bomb quickly used shave to leave here. A violent explosion occurred, and Luffy grabbed the mast one step earlier and got to the mast. Boom looked up at Luffy from the deck below. It's too bad now that Boom can't moonstep. Boom couldn't reach the mast that high. Just when Boom got a headache, Luffy fell again. Very good. This is Boom's idea. Luffy landed on the deck again. "Okay, bombers, let's fight to the death." Luffy said. "You are definitely going to the west this time." Boom said grimly. Luffy said, "I'm going to knock you out." Luffy suddenly extended his foot this time. Only the right leg is extended, and the left leg is still supporting the ground. Luffy began to spin rapidly around himself. Like the hands of a clock revolving around the center of a circle. Boom dodged quickly, but was hit in the side by Luffy's leg. Boom. Boom's body was knocked flying. Boom's body was knocked flying and fell to the deck. The blow made Boom dizzy. When Boom stood up again, Luffy attacked again. Boom hurriedly used shaving to evade the attack. His feet stepped on the ground dozens of times in less than a second, and the reaction force caused his body to move. Boom's body moved to a nearby location more than 10 meters away. Rubber. Sickle. Luffy swept his arms this time. Boom was caught off guard and was sent flying. He fell heavily to the deck again. Chapter 415 Powerful Battle. Boom gritted Kiba's teeth and got back to his feet. He couldn't believe that Luffy had beaten him like that. Boom is After all, a master of Kami-e as well as a powerful burst killer shaved. It was unimaginable for him to be suppressed. Luffy rushed in front of Boehm and punched Boehm in the head. Kami-e. Boehm unloaded his entire body and shook like a piece of paper. Luffy's fist quickly. But this is when Luffy really attacks. Rubber. Rope. Luffy's arms rolled Boehm like a rope. Boehm's Kami-e is able to dodge bullets and swords though. But Luffy rolled his body directly, and Boehm couldn't break free. Luffy rolled up Boehm's body. Boehm struggled hard but couldn't get rid of it. Damn it, Boehm said in great pain. Luffy took the opportunity to pull his body over, and aimed another fist at Boehm's body. Rubber. Close-range gun. The punch hit Boehm in the head. Boehm's head was knocked out along with his body. Boehm fell to the deck. Luffy rushed over again this time. This time Luffy stretched out his legs and wrapped Boehm's body around him. Boehm's body was entangled again. He can't use Kami-e and shave like this. Rubber. Double fist cannon. Luffy's fists hit Boehm in the head in a row. After a while of beating, Boehm had already turned blue and swollen. Luffy threw Boehm off. Boehm, badly injured, lay on the deck. Luffy said, "Aren't you that invincible?" Boehm groaned for a while, then stood up again. "Bastard, actually beat me like this," Boehm said angrily. He took out the weapon again from the backpack on his back. The weapon this time was nothing but a submachine gun. Luffy looked at the submachine gun in Boehm's hand and said, "It turned out to be a submachine gun. I'm not afraid of this thing." Boehm said, I'll make you regret it in a minute." Boehm took out his submachine gun and aimed it at Luffy. He pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. Accompanied by the sound of dense bullet shots. A string of spikes shot at him before Luffy's eyes. Luffy scrambled to dodge, but several more hit him in the body. The sharp steel spikes pierced Luffy's body under the force of the submachine gun. Luffy's body ached for a while, and he jumped up immediately. "It hurts." Luffy howled in pain. Boehm just got slapped by Luffy. "Now that I have used the nail submachine gun, it can be said that I am proud of myself." "You're a rubber man, so you must be very afraid of needle weapons," Boehm said. Luffy is a rubber man. Although his body can bounce spherical bullets and shells, he is unable to resist against steel nails. Luffy struggled to pull the nails out. "I'm going to beat you up." Luffy growled angrily. After Luffy's growl, Boehm continued to shoot with the spiked submachine gun. The stud bullets hit Luffy in a frenzy. This time Luffy was hit with more than 10 steel nails in a row. "It hurts to death." Luffy howled in pain for a while. Boehm continued to fire with a spiked submachine gun. Luffy hurriedly left. "Ahahaha, I'm going to make you into a sieve," Boehm said sinisterly. Under Boehm's attack, Luffy fell into a passive state. While Luffy was fighting Boom the Blast Killer, the Ninja King battles 3 triplets of short, stocky people. The triplets came together in front of the Ninja King. "Our 3 brothers will deal with you together. Let me introduce you first, we are the 3 fighting brothers," the triplets said together. The 3 of them spoke in unison, as if they came out of one mouth. The King of Ninjas clenched the ninja sword tightly in his hand and said, "Okay, I am willing to accompany you." The 3 fighting brothers attacked the Ninja King together. All 3 brothers took out a wolf kiba stick. 3 wolf kiba sticks swung at the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King quickly ducked. With his ghostly footwork, the Ninja King can easily dodge these attacks. "What a fast speed," said the 3 fighting brothers. The King of Ninjas quickly swung the ninja sword to kill the 3 fighting brothers. Fighting 3 brothers fight together wielding a wolf kiba stick. The 3 brothers can support each other and rely on each other in battle. The King of Ninjas was also suppressed for a while. Fighting the 3 brothers continued to fight. The 3 brothers seemed to have a tacit understanding far beyond human beings, exaggerated cooperation in the battle. The King of Ninjas was actually passive for a while. Although the three fighting brothers are short and stocky, their movements are flexible and their coordination is even more incredible. Clang clang clang. Kiba stick in the hands of the three fighting brothers kept hitting the ninja sword of the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King evaded quickly, but the three fighting brothers kept attacking, making him exhausted. The King of Ninjas felt powerless in the battle, and still threw a projectile. After the projectile exploded, a cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings. Taking this opportunity, the Ninja King quickly fled. The three fighting brothers looked around urgently, but could not see the shadow of the King of Ninjas. Suddenly 3 exploding shuriken flew over. 3 exploding shuriken hit the fighting brothers. With the violent explosion, the 3 fighting brothers were enveloped in fire. After the explosion, the Ninja King jumped nearby. He looked at the thick smoke after the explosion. "Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured," said the Ninja King. But waiting for the smoke to dissipate, the King of Ninja was surprised to find the 3 fighting brothers standing still. And there was no harm to the body other than the clothes. The 3 fighting brothers then released their state and began to move their bodies. Fortunately, the iron block was used in time. The 3 fighting brothers said in unison. The 3 fighting brothers used the iron blocks in the Rokushiki. The body is as hard as iron, avoiding being hurt. After the 3 fighting brothers used iron blocks to resist the damage, they continued to swing the wolf Kiba stick to attack the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King quickly dodged. These 3 small and stocky enemies can be said to be difficult to deal with. "Is there really no way?" said the King of Ninjas. "The battle is now at a stalemate. Roger and Shikro fight fiercely. The shark-fish man has incredible strength and bite. Rog repeatedly used the hand of the giant wood to fight, but was constantly destroyed and then regrown by Rog using the power of the plant fruit. The hand of the giant tree is constantly growing, and Rog feels that he is caught in the consumption. Using plant fruit power requires a lot of stamina and energy. Despair, you can't beat me. Shikro growled. He bit again violently for a while, destroying Rog's giant wooden hand. Rog's fighting became more and more passive. Chapter 416 Unexpected Move. In addition to the violent mouth attack by Shikro, he also used ace martial arts. Okay, Fishman Karate. Shikro took a stance and charged at Roger. Rog looked at the other party, and it was already impossible to avoid it. Shikro approached Rog and hit Rog with one arm from the left. Rog was hit, and the whole person flew up. Rog flew out dozens of meters before landing heavily on the deck of the Discovery. "It's amazing." Roger stood up hard. Shikro rushed over again. This time, he kicked Roger's left crotch laterally with his right leg. With a harsh sound, Rog flew out to the right. Shikro is very flexible with his Fishman Karate. Another period of continuous attacks made Rog roll over and over again. Rog now urgently needs to give the opponent a powerful blow. Rog took out the Chenkin bamboo spear again, and began to inject the power of plant fruits into it. The bamboo grew rapidly and turned into a 3-meter-long bamboo spear. After the Chenkin bamboo spear was formed, Rog continued to fight with the Chenkin bamboo spear. "A bamboo spear is trying to block me," Shikro said sarcastically. "Okay, let's try it," Roger said. Shikro continued to approach. Rog clenched the Chenkin bamboo spear with both arms, which is to assassinate. PFF'd. Shaklo's body was stabbed by the Chenkin bamboo spear. Those hard as iron skins are also penetrated. "How come?" Shikro said in disbelief. Shikro's shark-fish man's skin is as hard as iron. But Rog's Chenkin bamboo spear is extremely sharp, and its hardness is higher than steel. Shikro was pierced in the ribs. But the burly shark-fish man continued to break free. The 2 hands changed their original attack stance. Shikro held the Chenkin bamboo spear in both hands. Shikro threw it abruptly, throwing both Rog and Chenkin bamboo spear flying. Rog fell heavily onto the deck of the Discovery. Rog then stood up again, and saw Shikro clenching his fists and rushing towards him. Rog swung the Chenkin bamboo spear and rushed up to assassinate him. Chenkin bamboo gun was about to stab Shaklo in the throat. This time, Shikro suddenly slapped both palms together towards the middle. He caught the Chenkin bamboo spear abruptly. Taking advantage of the momentum, Shikro suddenly raised his right leg and kicked Roger. Rog rolled out after being kicked. Shaklo threw the Chenkin bamboo spear into the air. Just as Rog stood up, he kicked again. This blow kicked Rog out more than 10 meters. Rog, who was in the heavy walnut armor, felt a sharp pain all over his body. The walnut armor took most of the blow just now. However, the amount of shock that came out also caused Rog to suffer a lot of damage. Bastard! It's not over yet. Shikro rushed in front of Rog. Rog dodged quickly, but how could he dodge the mighty Fish Man Karate Master? Fish Man Karate. Space Shatter. Shikro slapped Roger in the chest. This blow doesn't matter, the walnut armor didn't take much damage. But Roger felt a sharp pain in his chest for a while. The palm of his hand just now allowed the force to penetrate his body. Ah! Rog howled in pain, and his body rolled out again. After Rog rolled out, a happy expression appeared on Shikro's face. Ha ha ha, dare to stab me. This is the end. Shikro growled. Rog's body was severely injured, and he reluctantly tried to stand up. There was blood in the chest this time. You have to beat your opponent, Rog said. Now Shikro has terrifying power. If he continued to fight like this, Rog would not be able to hold on. Shikro attacked like this several times, and Rog was going to die. Shikro's teleportation shatter is capable of striking opponents with powerful force in the air. No matter how strong the heavy walnut armor on Rog's body was, it couldn't resist. Rog quickly took out the iron birch sapling. Do your best to inject all the power of plant fruits in your body into it. Iron birch saplings grow rapidly. Iron birch great sword. Rog clenched the iron birch greatsword in both hands to fight. Shikro looked at the iron birch greatsword in Rog's hand. Before, he caused his own defeat because he relaxed his vigilance against Rog's Chenkin bamboo spear. Even the ribs were stabbed. This time Shikro was ready to block Rog's iron birch greatsword. Go to hell! Shikro said frantically. His hands were already ready to catch the weapon. Shikro is a master of fishman karate practice. He can catch the opponent's weapon with both hands. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword in both arms. The iron birch greatsword slashed towards Shikro. Shikro's arms were already catching the blades of the iron birch greatsword. PFF'd. The iron birch greatsword was not caught by Shikro, but slashed his hand and slashed his body. Shikro screamed for a while. A sword mark was cut vertically through his chest and abdomen. Blood was flying, and the shark fish man suddenly fell to the ground. Rog looked at the iron birch greatsword stained with the enemy's blood. Iron birch was originally a wood that was harder than steel. After Rog has been transformed by the power of plant fruits, the iron birch sword is as hard as steel. Shikro's fishman karate can catch the iron birch greatsword, it can't handle its sharpness. Injuries to the hands and body. Damn, bastard. Shikro stood up again, and he wasn't killed. The shark fishman angrily used its huge mouth to bite Roger. Rog took advantage of the momentum and swung the iron birch sword at the opponent to kill. Shikro's mouth bit the iron birch greatsword. His kiba teeth are as hard as steel. At this time, Shikro's strength advantage was shown again. In this way, he was at a stalemate with Rog. At this time, Rog slammed his foot into Shikro's chin and kicked it. The kick produced tremendous power. Shikro's kiba teeth were already clenching the iron birch greatsword with astonishing force. It was at this time that Rog struck again, producing an amazing effect. Crack! Kiba tooth in Shikro's mouth shattered suddenly. Any hard object, even steel, after being pressed to a certain pressure at a special angle, will shatter. Shikro's kiba teeth shattered. he was unable to bite the iron birch greatsword. Good. Rog took advantage of the momentum to kill. Shikro's mouth was full of flesh. Ah! Shikro was in great pain and quickly stepped back. He was able to save his life by quickly retreating. Otherwise, the iron birch sword in Rog's hand has already been cut to a deeper place. Shikro was badly wounded, and his mouth was severely injured. Rog was also panting heavily, not expecting that he could kill the enemy like this. Now take advantage of the victory to pursue, is able to kill Shikro. Okay, remember it for me. Shikro hurriedly jumped off the deck of the Discovery. With a plop, Shikro fell into the sea. Rog looked towards the sea. Shikro knew that he was injured, and he could not continue the fight or save his strength first. No matter what, Rog defeated Shikro, the other's senior cadre. Chapter 417 Collective Rout. After Shikro was driven away, the fighting situation of the others on the deck of the Discovery also improved one after another. Luffy and Boom fight fiercely. Slammed Luffy with a spiked submachine gun. Luffy was beaten very badly. What he was most afraid of was the spiked weapon. After a fierce battle, Luffy was forced to hide behind the mast. Whoosh! It hurts. Luffy pulled the nails out of his body one by one. There are countless tiny blood holes in Luffy's blood. Boom's voice growled. Ha ha ha, rubber boy, you'll be beaten into a sieve later. Luffy now needs to find a way to deal with the enemy. His gaze saw the corpse of a previously killed high-level frogman on the deck. Suddenly Luffy had an idea. Yes, Luffy said. Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the corpse of the advanced frogman. Boom continued going, wanting to attack Luffy actively. Rubber boy, don't hide. Boom said as he walked. Suddenly a figure came out. Boom aimed at the other party, but was immediately stunned. This is. Boom saw the body of a standing high-level frogman moving. But he soon saw a shadow behind him. Luffy stuck his head out and said, I am here. Boom immediately looked ugly and said, it's like playing hide and seek with me. But he immediately pulled the trigger of the spiked submachine gun. Da 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 da. A string of steel nails shot out, hitting the senior frogman. However, no matter how sharp these steel nails are, they cannot penetrate the body of a senior frogman wearing a steel diving suit. Luffy threw the high-level frogman's body at Boom. Boom was knocked to the ground. Luffy dashed over quickly, swung his rubber fist at Boom and attacked. Rubber. Siege gun. Luffy's fist slammed into Boom's body, making Boom's nose bruised. Finally, the palms came together again and hit Boom's torso. Boom. Boom flew out after being hit. It flew several dozen meters away and landed heavily on the deck. Boom was successfully defeated by Luffy's attack. Wow, I finally knocked you out. Luffy said excitedly. Bomb Killer Boom was also defeated. The fierce battle between the King of Ninja and the three fighting brothers. The three fighting brothers constantly use the powerful Wolf Kiba stick to attack in unison. The King of Ninjas can't break defenses with weapons. Whenever the three fighting brothers were attacked, they used iron blocks to protect their bodies. Their repeated use of iron blocks made it impossible for the Ninja King to start. The King of Ninjas wielded the ninja sword and slashed continuously but could not hurt the three fighting brothers. It seems that I also need to use my own stunt, said the Ninja King. The Ninja King suddenly retracted the ninja sword into the scabbard on his back. The Ninja King quickly moves his muscles and blood internally. The three fighting brothers suddenly hit the King of Ninjas with three Wolf Kiba sticks. Chang! The Wolf Kiba stick hit the King of Ninjas in both arms. The Ninja King resisted the massive force attack of the three Wolf Kiba sticks with his arms. The black sleeves on the Ninja King's arm were torn, but the flesh inside him was intact. A Wolf Kiba stick full of spikes can't shake the King of Ninjas. How can it be like this? The three fighting brothers said in unison in shock. The King of Ninjas slammed his arms and threw the three Wolf Kiba sticks away. The king of ninja looked at the three with sharp eyes, and said, "This is the top secret martial art of Wano-kuni ninjas. King Kong is indestructible. After using King Kong's indestructible body, the body can be as hard as iron. Marine has a powerful fighting technique like Rokushiki, but there are many similar martial arts in the world. King Kong is not bad body is similar to the iron in Marine Rokushiki. Similar to the iron block, King Kong does not break the body by accelerating the blood movement of the muscles in the body to make the body's strength concentrate as hard as iron. Moreover, the King of Ninja's cultivation of the indestructible body of King Kong makes it harder than iron. It is higher than ordinary iron, and its hardness is comparable to steel." After the King of Ninja used King Kong's indestructible body, the three fighting brothers were so frightened that they were all in a cold sweat. They originally relied on highly coordinated attacks, but they were not very good at facing enemies with high physical hardness. "Don't be afraid of him, come on." The three fighting brothers attacked again with the wolf Kiba stick. 3 wolf Kiba sticks hit the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King waved his arms to resist. He just used the King Kong immortality on his arms now. But like 2 steel clubs, it can block the attack of the other wolf Kiba club. Clang clang clang. The Ninja King uses his arms to engage in a fierce battle with the 3 wolf Kiba sticks. Fighting, the 3 brothers fought fiercely, but they were unable to defeat the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninjas is more and more courageous. Even the legs and other parts of the body also use the Vajra body. What's more, the Ninja King is also very good at martial arts. Ninja Judo. The King of Ninja uses Ninja Judo in combination with King Kong's indestructible body. Strong and rigid limbs combined with Jonin's Judo are incomparably powerful. The 3 fighting brothers were knocked off one by one over the shoulder. This time, the Ninja King will not let them go after raising his eyebrows. The 3 fighting brothers were chased and beaten. The King of Ninjas beat the 3 fighting brothers into a mess. While Rog, Luffy, and the Ninja King are all winning or gaining the upper hand, Zoro has the most crucial battle with Captain Ahab. Zoro vs. Captain Ahab's 3 swords against 3 swords. Both are deadlocked. Between swords, lights, swords and shadows, the samurai swords and western swords on both sides collided with each other. Zoro was really surprised that the opponent was still so strong without a leg. Captain Ahab also praised Zoro's superb swordsmanship. "Boy, I didn't expect you to use your mouth to use such powerful swordsmanship." Captain Ahab praised. Zoro also praised, "I didn't expect that after you lost your right leg, you actually got another sword of your own." The 2 swords met, slashing horizontally and vertically, reflecting the light of the sun like lightning. During the battle of Captain Ahab, 3 western swords suddenly rushed around. Spiral ground meat. Captain Ahab stood on the deck with his left leg, spinning like a top. During the rotation, a powerful sword energy was generated around. Seeing this, Zoro immediately backed away. "If you get too close, you will be killed by the sword energy. I have a similar trick like this." Zoro posed. 3 knife flow, tornado. Zoro's 3 katana swords spun rapidly along with his body. The whole person forms a sword energy around him with himself as the center. Like a tornado. Zoro's tornado collided with Captain Ahab's spiral. The violent collision of the 2 ripped apart the surrounding air. The 2 powerful rotating sword chi are comparable. Chapter 418, Dangerous Torpedo. In offset, both stopped. Zoro stopped with Captain Ahab. The 2 looked directly at each other, and they had been fighting for so long. Captain Ahab looked at Zoro and said, "You are one of the most powerful swordsmen I have ever seen. Of course I have seen many of the world's top powerhouses." Zoro looked at Captain Ahab and said, "Thanks for the compliment, you are very strong too." Captain Ahab looked at Zoro, his right leg suddenly slashed upwards. Challenge. The sword energy from Captain Ahab slashed towards Zoro. Zoro swiftly swung the katana clenched in his arms. Eagle wave. Zoro cut out 2 sword chi. The 2 sword chi slashed at the opponent like flying eagles. Yingbo's sword chi collided fiercely with the slashing sword chi. Although there is only 1 sword chi for the slash, but the power is enough to compete with the 2 sword chi of Yingbo. Zoro and Captain Ahab both looked at each other, and it was fruitless to consume like this. Both sides fought for so long and it was a draw. Zoro decided to use powerful moves. It's also the newest move. Zoro was half knelt on the ground, his katana swords facing forward. Like horns. Captain Ahab felt an unprecedented murderous aura. He felt a little bit of danger. Zoro's right eye suddenly flashed a cold light. There seemed to be the head of a bull ghost behind him. 3 swords. Bull ghost. Brave claw. Zoro's body rushed out. His body turned into a light and shadow. Captain Ahab fought back immediately. 3-in-1 cut. Captain Ahab's arms and the western sword on his right leg are 3-in-1. Unleashed a powerful beheading. Captain Ahab's 3-in-1 slash is extremely powerful. But Zoro's bull ghost. Brave claw is faster. Zoro's swords merged into one, and together they turned into a sword light to avoid Captain Ahab's 3-in-1 slash. Captain Ahab was shocked that Zoro was able to change the direction of his attack at such a high speed. Zoro's 3 swords and body came to Captain Ahab. Chang, PFF'd. The western sword on Captain Ahab's right leg was shattered. The body was also beheaded with 2 bloody openings. Zoro got behind Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab's body fell. Zoro turned his head to look at Captain Ahab and said, "Finally won." Captain Ahab fell on the deck. After a fierce battle, Captain Ahab was finally defeated. At this moment, a sudden scream rang out. Zoro saw the King of Ninjas chasing the 3 fighting brothers who had been beaten so badly and fled here together. Help! The 3 fighting brothers ran as fast as they could. The King of Ninjas is chasing after him. The 3 fighting brothers rushed here. I saw Captain Ahab lying on the deck. Captain Ahab, how can this be? The 3 fighting brothers said in unison. The Ninja King also stopped and looked at Captain Ahab, who was lying on the ground. He glanced at Zoro again. The 2 sides exuded admiration for each other. Then there were footsteps for a while, and Rog also rushed over. I saw Captain Ahab collapsed on the deck. It looks like Zoro wins. I'm here. Luffy brings it here with his rubber abilities. When they looked at each other, they all won the battle. It's a pity that I couldn't see Zoro's swordsmanship, said the Ninja King. At this moment, Captain Ahab suddenly made a sound. Said Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab trembled and stood up again. Rog, Zoro, Luffy, the King of Ninjas all looked at Captain Ahab. The captain of the one-legged pirate group is not dead yet. Captain Ahab stood up and still spat out some blood. He looked at his chest, and there was a special cowhide brace on the inside of his chest, which greatly reduced the damage he suffered. Although the cowhide tendon protective gear was also beheaded, the remaining blade only cut through some flesh, and there was no fatal injury. However, Zoro's attack force caused some shock to his internal organs. The sword on the right leg of the injured Captain Ahab was also cut off. He supported it hard with the western sword in his right arm. Captain Ahab looked at Zoro and said, "How powerful. Young swordsman." Zoro also said respectfully, "Thanks for the compliment." Luffy looked at Captain Ahab and said, "Why isn't he dead?" Rog looked at the enemy. Although the opponent was seriously injured, he still had a way to deal with everyone. Captain Ahab looked at the 4 and said, "You'll regret it later. I could have just captured this warship and let you all survive. But now I'm going to sink this warship." When Captain Ahab said this, everyone was very surprised. Luffy said directly, "What are you talking about?" Captain Ahab glanced at the 3 fighting brothers around and said, "Okay, let's go down." Captain Ahab slammed his arms hard, and quickly flew to the side of the Discovery deck. He jumped into the sea below. The three fighting brothers also quickly rushed to the side of the deck and jumped down. Rog and Zoro hurried to the side of the explorer and looked down at the sea. I saw Captain Ahab and the three fighting brothers quickly dive into the sea below. Escaped, Luffy said. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Zoro said. Rog and the others looked back at the deck again. The deck is littered with enemy corpses. But there was another figure creeping. What's that? Roger said. By the way, I forgot to catch him. Luffy rushed over. Creeping is Boom the Blast Killer. Boom was not dead, but was wounded quite a bit. Luffy rushed over and quickly grabbed it. Rog and the others also went over, and Rog tied Boom with a cane whip. Take him away. Let's ask about the enemy together, Roger said. The four brought Boom to the bow of the Discovery. Here Usopp and Sanji and Chopper and Nami and Izumi water goddesses are here. Rog and the others began to narrate things. So it is, Usopp and the others said after listening to Rog's remarks. Rog looked at Boom again and said, okay, let's interrogate him. The crowd began to interrogate Boom. And in the sea, the three fighting brothers who were defeated before, Shikro, and Captain Ahab all returned to the submersible Moby Dick. Back in the wheelhouse, the ship's doctor quickly treated Captain Ahab and the others for their wounds. After a while of medicine and dressing, Captain Ahab was finally able to move normally. Damn, it has cost me so much. Well, now listen to the order, Captain Ahab said. The pilot of the submarine listened carefully to the order. Sink this warship with new deep-sea torpedoes, Captain Ahab ordered. As ordered. Submarine pilots began to maneuver, ready to launch powerful deep-sea torpedoes. Now Captain Ahab has changed his decision. After sinking the USS Discovery, the going and antiques inside can be salvaged. As for the hull, it doesn't have that much value. Chapter 419 Torpedo Attack. Moby Dick soon began preparing new weapons for deep-sea fish. This submarine has powerful weapons. On the deck of the Discovery, Roger and Sanji are interrogating the captured bomb killer Boom. Boom is no longer able to resist, but he is still full of blood and contempt on his face. Well, you will soon experience the horror of Captain Ahab, Boom said. Usopp interrogated him and asked, really? Then tell me what's going on with your group of pirates. Boom looked at Usopp disdainfully and said, I really want to hear it, then I'll tell you. Everyone, including Rog, listened carefully to Boom's story. Boom began to tell, we are the Beluga Pirates. But we were not pirates before, but the elite of the Marine headquarters. Hearing this, Usopp, Roger, Chopper and others frowned. Boom continued, Captain Ahab used to be an elite colonel of Marine's headquarters. Although he is a colonel, his strength is no less than that of some generals. The three fighting brothers and I are Captain Ahab's subordinates. But we like Captain Ahab, he has witnessed the corruption within Marine. Not to mention the vassal, he often colludes with local forces to condone evil deeds. This Marine is equivalent to a corrupt prison in Captain Ahab's eyes. Of course, in that environment if you stay in it for a long time, you will definitely get bad habits. Captain Ahab is also engaged in some business. But there are still some guys who think Marine should uphold justice and punish Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab, who was severely punished and downgraded in a fit of rage, he led us to leave the Marine with the officers and soldiers of the direct line. And he used the Master's advanced Marine technology and intelligence to form the White Whale Pirates. This is the origin of Captain Ahab and the Moby Dick. Captain Ahab is a former Marine elite colonel, but he left Marine because of internal problems and conflicts of interest, and became a pirate. This is why Captain Ahab and his men use Marine Rokushiki. After listening, both Rog and Usopp sighed for a while. I never thought that Captain Ahab and the Moby Dick would come from this way. Usopp sighed and said, it's really scary, to actually change from a Marine to a pirate. Chopper said with a serious face, it's horrible. Nami said, it seems that money can really make people change. Nami has a deep understanding of the power of money. She used to hate pirates the most in the past, but in the end she joined the pirates and became a navigator comparable to a full-fledged captain. Rog looked at Boehm and asked, "Since you are a pirate group, you must have a boat, right?" Boehm looked at Rog and smiled. "Of course there is, and it's still a submarine." After hearing this news, everyone can understand. Why did those frogmen troops suddenly appear before? Unlike most pirates who dare to swagger on the sea, the beluga pirates stay in the submarine waiting for their prey to appear and then attack. Sanji asked Boehm again and said, "Where's your submarine then?" Boehm said, "If it doesn't change, stay behind this warship." Hearing this, Usopp and Chopper were extremely nervous. "I thought it was all right, but the danger was still behind." Rog asked again, "The Captain Ahab said just now that he wants to destroy this warship. Could it be that your submarine has powerful weapons and can sink this 100-meter giant ship?" Boehm said, "Yes. Our submarine Moby Dick is equipped with very powerful deep-sea torpedoes. It can sink this huge warship." Usopp frowned and said, "Torpedoes. This is terrible." Chopper said, "What is a torpedo?" Usopp looked at Chopper and said with a gloomy expression, "An anti-ship bomb with a propeller that can travel in the sea. After hitting a warship, it can sink a warship." Chopper said in horror, "So scary." Nami also looked terrified for a while, and said, "Really? Then this warship is dangerous." Sanji quickly comforted, "Don't worry, the gentleman will protect the lady." Rog asked, "Well, then that Captain Ahab will sink this warship and salvage the treasure on it." "Exactly," said Boehm. Nami immediately got excited when she heard this, and said, "Really? Then we have to keep the treasure no matter what. We must retreat." When it came to Chien Nami, she quickly became full of fighting spirit. How could Nami let the money and treasure in her hand be taken away? "Then we need to hurry now. They will attack from behind the hull of the Discovery," Roger said. Sanji said, "Okay, ready to fight them." At this point, behind the hull of the Discovery, below the sea, the Moby Dick submarine is already about to attack. In the head area of the Beluga, 2 holes were opened. The deep-sea torpedoes inside are already loaded. In the wheelhouse, the crewman operating the weapon said, "The deep-sea torpedo has been loaded." "Shoot," Captain Ahab ordered. The crewman operating the weapon pressed the launch button. Launch port at the front end of Moby Dick. 2 deep-sea torpedoes were fired from inside. Deep-sea torpedoes cut through the water and slammed into the bottom of the Explorer. Zoro on the deck of the Discovery are preparing ideas for possible enemy attacks. Boom, boom. Suddenly 2 loud bangs came from the bottom of the hull. The hull and deck of the Discovery trembled violently. "What happened?" Usopp said in shock. "Is it coming?" Roger said. "No way," Nami said in frustration. Although it is said that Nami wants to go all out to protect the going and antiques on the Explorer. But she was terrified when the attack did come. After the violent explosion and tremor, the Explorer returned to normal again. However, everyone clearly felt that the warship was floating up and down. The Explorer's speed also seemed to slow down. Roger said, "Oops, check the bottom of the boat now." Rog and Sanji hurried through the passage of the cabin together. After reaching the bottom of the boat, Rog and Sanji saw that the cabin at the bottom of the boat was already full of seawater. "My God, there's seawater everywhere," Roger said. "Well, I have to block these cabins," Sanji said. "There's no other way, I can only do this," Rog said. Rog and Sanji hurried to the top of the cabin and closed the door completely. The interior of a large warship such as the Discovery has a waterproof hatch in the cabin. As long as the hatch door is closed, the seawater can be prevented from continuing to pour into other cabins. "Okay, Hachi." Roger and Sanji closed the hatch. Chapter 420 Destruction and Survival. There are now 5 cabins at the bottom of the Discovery that are flooded. But the Discovery can still sail on the sea. The warship continued to sail, but the speed was much lower than before. Rog and Sanji hurried back to the deck. Sanji hurried to take the helm with Nami. Rog and Zoro both arrived at the stern area of the Discovery. At the stern, Rog and Zoro and Luffy and others looked behind. I saw a sea of waves. Can't see anything. Under this sea is that terrifying submarine. Usopp said. They were waiting in the dark to attack us, Roger said. In the sea, what to do, Luffy said. Now the enemies facing everyone are hidden deep beneath the sea. It's really hard to deal with. A submarine can silently fire powerful torpedoes from the ocean. However, Sanji and Nami have already changed the direction of the hull of the Discovery. Now the Discovery is in constant irregular motion. This makes it more difficult to target the opponent's attack. In the cab of the Beluga submarine following the Discovery, Captain Ahab and the crew saw the explorer's movements get weird. Captain, it will be more difficult to hit this way, a crew member said. Captain Ahab did not appear to be in a hurry, and said, "Don't worry, we can wait. The other party always has a time when he is tired, and that's when we kill our prey." Moby Dick continued to track the explorer. On the deck of the Discovery, Rog and Zoro discussed how to deal with the enemy. This is absolutely not possible. If we want to survive, we may have to preemptively. Rog said. The current situation is very critical, and if it is delayed, there will be an even greater crisis. Zoro also said, it's a good idea. Chopper said in shock, are you really going to do this? Usopp said, I seem to have a sudden inability to go into the sea. Rog said, since you want to deal with the opponent, you must first dive into the sea to find out the opponent's location. Zoro said, leave this to me. The King of Ninja said immediately, I have to go down too. Zoro and the Ninja King are going down together. This is how they will be able to locate each other's submarines so they can fight. After listening to it, Rog said, then it's up to you. In this case, we need to destroy the opponent's submarine so that it can float to the sea as much as possible, then we can fight. Then Rog took out a transformed kelp from his clothes. This is super bound kelp. Since the other party is a submarine, then there must be something like a rudder or a propeller. You can wrap this on it. I'm already doing the transformation, just wrap it around for a while. It will trigger growth. In that case the opponent's submarine will be destroyed. Rog said. Usopp and Chopper looked at the kelp in Roger's hand and said, it's a good thing. Zoro took the super strong kelp and said, okay, you are ready too. After all, even if the opponent's submarine is damaged, there may be some unexpected weapons. Okay, thanks to you guys, Roger said. You're making Guy come back, shouted Usopp and Chopper. The King of Ninja suddenly took out a special breathing mask that could cover his mouth and nose. It can store dozens of minutes of air. Use this, said the Ninja King. Zoro took over the special breathing mask and put it on. Zoro jumped to the sea with the Ninja King. Rog and Usopp looked at the sea below. The two men dived under the sea. Rog said to Usopp, okay, let's prepare to. After all, this is a warship and it has some weapons. Usopp said, follow me, everyone, and you'll know what's going on later. Rog led Usopp and the others to the interior cabin of the Discovery. Zoro and the King of Ninjas dived under the sea. The two of them searched for targets in the sea together with special breathing masks. The light below the sea is darker, but you can still see many objects clearly. What is that? Said the Ninja King suddenly. What? Zoro saw the object too. I saw a whale-like object moving in the sea. Seeing the whale-like object from here, too, seems odd. Go and have a look. Zoro and the Ninja King swam over. After the two approached the whale-like object, they were surprised to find that it was actually a submarine made of metal. The submarine was continuing to sneak at this time. Zoro and the Ninja King continued to observe the submarine until near the stern of the submarine. But here we see the propeller and the rudder at the rear of the submarine. Submarines rely on these to provide power and steering. Just as Zoro and the Ninja King were about to wrap the super strong kelp around, suddenly a harpoon stabbed. Be careful. Zoro and the Ninja King swam away quickly. They saw that it was the previous shark, Fishman Shikro, who was attacking them with a sharp 2-meter harpoon. At the same time, there were more than a dozen frogmen with harpoons behind him. "Oh, you bastards. Still trying to sneak up on our Moby Dick. Luckily I saw it," Shikro roared in the water. Zoro and the Ninja King looked at Shikro and the frogmen. Now if they want to successfully destroy the submarine, they must deal with Shikro and these frogmen. "Okay, let's go," Zoro said. "No problem, but give me this guy, you can just kill the others," said the Ninja King. Zoro and the Ninja King quickly start fighting. "I'm going to kill you all," Shikro growled. After Shikro was injured by Rog, he quickly fled back to the sea. After receiving treatment inside Moby Dick, he led frogman troops to patrol around Moby Dick just in case. Now just happened to meet Zoro and the King of Ninjas. He was trying to take this opportunity to relieve the hatred in his heart. Zoro deals with those frogmen. These frogmen pursue Zoro with shark harpoons. Zoro is very strong in swordsmanship, he is not very strong in fighting in the sea. Although these frogmen are small in number, they are very grand masters in underwater combat. Zoro also needs to figure them out before he can fight. Double blade flow, eagle wave. Zoro pulled out the 2 katana swords from his waist and beheaded out 2 powerful sword chi. Zoro wears a special breathing mask in the sea, he can only use 2 swords at most. Yingbo's 2 sword energies were greatly weakened by the resistance of the sea water, but they still hit the 2 frogmen. The 2 frogmen were hit and threw some distance away. Chapter 421 Battle in the Sea. But they came back to their senses. "What is this? The impact of sword energy," said the frogman. Zoro saw that the opponent didn't take much damage, and also understood how much the attack was affected in this sea. The same eagle wave sword energy is enough to kill a group of enemies on land. It can only cause some shocks and minor injuries here. The frogmen started attacking Zoro. They swim very fast, although they are not like Shikro and Fishman race, but they have been trained for a long time in special seawater combat, both swimming and attacking speed are very fast. Zoro swung the katana in his hand to block the opponent's harpoon. But the other side's harpoon attack was fast, making Zoro feel very stressed. The frogmen continued to stab Zoro with harpoons. Clang clang. Zoro's hands constantly alternated with the sharp harpoons in the hands of the frogmen. The fierce battle, Zoro felt that the group of people in the sea were truly experts. If it was replaced on the deck, the group of frogmen would be obediently eliminated if there were 10 times more. However, Zoro is a super powerful swordsman after all, and he can still deal with them. Even if these frogmen are fighting in the sea, their strength is improved, but Zoro can't fight them as elite enemies. PFF'd. A frogman was slashed in the chest, and blood quickly flooded the surrounding seawater. He struggled for a few times before he was completely killed. Another frogman stabbed Zoro with a harpoon. Zoro dodged fiercely, and the samurai sword in his right arm pierced the opponent's throat. The frogman is also dead. 2 more frogmen attacked at the same time. 2 sharp harpoons stabbed at the same time from front and back. Zoro quickly dodged a harpoon ahead. The harpoon in the back continued to stab him in the back. Zoro slammed into each other's harpoons with 2 katana swords. Then the samurai sword continued to slide down the harpoon and came to the opponent. PFF'd. Zoro slashed with 2 katana swords crossed. The frogman's chest was cut with 2 bloody cuts. He struggled in the sea. However, the strength of Zoro's final beheading was weakened, and he did not completely kill him. But the blood in the opponent's body kept pouring out from the wound. Just as the frogman was struggling, a shadow approached from behind him. When he turned his head, he was shocked to see each other. "Shark," the frogman said in shock. Sharks have a very keen sense of smell for blood. The blood flowing from the bodies of the frogmen who died before attracted them. The shark bit the frogman's upper body in one bite. The lower body that stayed outside struggled for a while and then stopped. Not only this shark, but more than a dozen sharks came over. This is a group of sharks. The remaining frogmen were forced to deal with the sharks too. A frogman is being targeted by a shark, which rushes towards him. Kill. The frogman wielded a sharp harpoon and aimed it at the gills of the shark. The shark's gills were badly injured, and he struggled hard. PFF'd. The frogman took out his harpoon and swam under the shark again, aiming at the shark's heart and killing it. The shark's heart is located under the body behind the shark's head. Frogmen are very knowledgeable about marine torpedoes such as sharks, so they can kill sharks in one hit. The frogmen fought against the sharks. These frogmen were so good at stabbing the sharks one by one with their harpoons. Zoro took the opportunity to attack. A shark is fighting a frogman. Zoro swam over with a pair of knives. Two swords stream. C/. Zoro killed both the frogman and the shark. This way, Zoro killed the remaining frogmen and sharks one after another. The king of ninja and the shark-fish man Shikro battle fiercely. He really had to admit that Fish Man's ability to fight in the sea was unimaginable. Shikro is actually different from the fighting brothers and Boehm, he is not from marine. But after Captain Ahab became a pirate, he was discovered by Captain Ahab and invited to join the pirate group. Shikro is powerful and unstoppable. He wielded a harpoon with a swift and flexible assassination. Bastard, you can't beat me. Shikro growled while fighting. Shikro's fighting like this made the Ninja King feel unstoppable. The King of Ninja himself uses the ninja sword martial arts high strength. But in the face of Shikro's powerful harpoon attack, it seems very lackluster. Mainly here is the seawater, and Shikro's own advantages as a shark-fish man have been maximized. Shikro wielded a sharp harpoon and beat the Ninja King back and forth. The King of Ninjas was also forced to distance themselves as soon as possible. Shikro was chasing after him. Shikro's fierce attack made the King of Ninjas have to use a more powerful fighting method. The Ninja King took out several explosive shuriken and threw them at Shikro. Boom, boom, boom. With several loud explosions, the explosive shuriken exploded around Shikro. But these explosions were greatly weakened by the seawater. But even this has more or less affected Shikro. Shikro's vision around him is now affected. At this time, another kunai flew from the back. But to the shock of the Ninja King, the kunai hit Shikro in the body but failed to pierce. Shark-fish man's skin is so strong. Shikro turned and swam quickly towards the Ninja King. Shikro swam near the body of the Ninja King. Go to hell, Shikro stabbed with his harpoon. The Ninja King tried hard to avoid the attack, and also took out a pocket steel needle and threw it quickly at Shikro. The steel needle didn't hit anywhere else, but in Shikro's mouth. The Ninja King swam away quickly. Shikro wanted to chase, but felt a pain in his mouth. He quickly pulled the needle out. But it has also been stabbed in the mouth. Also caused some bleeding. This little trick can still hurt me, Shikro said disdainfully. Shikro quickly clenched his harpoon with both arms and stabbed the King of Ninjas. But when Shikro was about to assassinate the Ninja King, suddenly his body became sluggish. The Ninja King easily dodged the attack. Shikro looked surprised and said, "How can this happen? I feel a little numb all over my body." The King of Ninjas said, "The steel needle just now is a blood-seeing needle. Once it pierces the body of a living creature, even if it touches the blood in the slightest, it can paralyze the body of the living creature." The King of Ninjas used a poisonous hidden weapon just now. Shikro felt his whole body slow down quickly and his consciousness became blurred. Chapter 422 Moby Dick breaks through the sea. Ordinary human beings would have been killed or paralyzed. Shikro, as a very strong shark-fish man, has a very strong body resistance. But it still became quickly paralyzed. Although it was barely able to move, it was no longer able to sustain the battle. Shikro looked at the Ninja King. The King of Ninjas drew the ninja's sword again. Dynasty of Ninja Shaklo rushed over. He swung the ninja sword and chopped off Shikro's arm holding the harpoon. After cutting off Shikro's arm holding the harpoon, the Ninja King wielded a ninja knife and violently beheaded Shikro's body for a while. After this beheading, Shikro's body, chest, abdomen and neck were opened. Together with the dissipation of the blood and the paralyzing effect of the poison, Shikro gradually lost consciousness. Shikro eventually perished by the sword of the Ninja King. After successfully killing Shikro, the Ninja King rendezvoused with Zoro. Now the two of them were finally able to use the super strong kelp to destroy the propeller and rudder of the submarine beluga. Zoro wrapped the super strength kelp around the submarine's propellers and rudders. After dozens of seconds, the super strong kelp began to grow rapidly. Wind up the propeller and rudder. The badly damaged propeller and rudder stopped working. In the cab of the Moby Dick, Captain Ahab asked, "What's the matter? Why isn't the Moby Dick moving?" The crew of the Moby Dick said, "It seems that the propeller and rudder have been damaged by something." Captain Ahab frowned. "Okay, get up now," said Captain Ahab. "Yes," said the driver. The pilot quickly manipulated the Moby Dick and began to ascend. The submarine beluga begins to surface. The mighty submarine began to drain the water from its storage tanks and floated. The interior of the submarine is empty, so it is buoyant. But the water storage tank was filled with seawater so that the submarine was sunk into the sea. The submarine can float or sink by adjusting the amount of seawater in the tank. Now Moby Dick has made the submarine more buoyant by draining the water from its internal storage tanks. Zoro and the King of Ninjas saw this too. I saw that the beluga submarine had already begun to rise. The beluga submarine quickly surfaced. On the sea surface a huge submarine broke through the sea. In the lower deck of the Explorer at this time. This layer is the firepower cabin full of heavy artillery. Rog and Usopp and Chopper are on this floor. Just now, Rog has loaded these heavy artillery with heavy shells. At this moment, the three of them saw the waves churning on the sea in the distance for a while. Then a huge object emerged from the churning waves. "What is this?" Chopper said in surprise. "Could it be?" Usopp said in shock. "Submarine," Roger said in shock. "Didn't expect this submarine to be so huge." The Explorer has a length of 100 meters, which is already a heavy warship. But the beluga that broke through the sea was a full 80 meters. Although the Moby Dick can't keep up with the size of the Explorer, it's still inseparable. After the Moby Dick floated to the surface, Rog said to Usopp, "Okay, hurry up and prepare for the bombardment." Only then did Usopp react from the shock and said, "By the way." The three of them prepared these heavy artillery to bombard the Moby Dick submarine. The top of the beluga submarine was opened with a cover at this time. Inside came the fighting brothers, some frogmen, and finally Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab looked towards the Moby Dick. He looked towards the rear of the Moby Dick. "I saw something wrapped around the propeller and the rudder." Captain Ahab said, "It looks like those guys are doing it." Captain Ahab and his men rushed to the rear of the submarine. They saw the submarine's tail propeller and rudder covered with huge kelp. At this time, Captain Ahab and his men were to remove the kelp. In the firepower compartment of the Discovery at this time, Usopp helped with the calibration. Rog used a cane whip to string together the drawstrings of all the heavy artillery pieces. "Okay, fire," said Usopp. Rog grabbed the cane whip suddenly, and a row of heavy artillery opened fire together. A row of heavy artillery shells fired. The row of heavy shells flew towards the stern of the Moby Dick. Captain Ahab and the others saw the flying shells and hurriedly avoided. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The dense shells hit the stern area of the submarine. With the violent explosion, the stern of the submarine was blown into a mess, and thick smoke billowed. Captain Ahab looked aft full of trembling. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Is a submarine that Captain Ahab stole from Marine, and spent his astonishing money and energy to transform it. Now the vital stern of the Moby Dick was partially blown up. Captain Ahab looked at the explorer with hatred. Usopp and Chopper were delighted in the explorer's fire compartment. Great, hit. Usopp dances with Chopper. Rog looked at the Moby Dick on the sea. Although Moby Dick was damaged, there is no guarantee that this huge submarine will not have other weapons. Captain Ahab on the Moby Dick looked towards the explorer. Now the stern of the Moby Dick has been blown up. In this case, the Moby Dick is difficult to repair for the time being. The crew looked at Captain Ahab, then at the Discovery. They also showed expressions of hatred. Captain Ahab gave the order, saying, "Use the rockets to attack the warship." Captain Ahab's order was quickly communicated. The back of the Moby Dick. Suddenly a huge hatch opened. After the huge hatch was opened, more than 10 rows of rocket launchers were revealed. There are also revolving turrets below these rockets, which can be adjusted in direction. A crew member reported to Captain Ahab, "Captain Ahab, the rocket launchers are ready." Captain Ahab said, "Okay. Then let's attack. Target, destroy that warship." The rockets on Moby Dick's back were aimed at the explorer. These rockets were observed by the crew of Moby Dick using artillery observation machinery. Shoot! The rocket launchers on the back of the Moby Dick fired together. The dense rockets lifted off and flew towards the Discovery. On the deck of the Discovery, Luffy saw the rockets. "Wow, that's so cool," Luffy said happily. The rockets looked spectacular, and Luffy felt like fireworks. Rog and Usopp and Chopper were still in the fire compartment at this time. The crowd is ready to reload these heavy artillery. But before it was fully loaded, swarms of rockets were seen rising from the back of the Moby Dick. The rockets stretched their trajectory towards the explorer. Chapter 423 Rocket Attack. The rockets hit the explorer like a meteor shower. Suddenly, the earth-shattering explosion sounded. The deck and hull of the Discovery were concentrated by rockets and numerous explosions occurred. These explosions made the explorer continue to shake violently. It was even worse on the deck of the Discovery. Luffy inhaled sharply. Rubber. Balloons. Luffy inflated himself into a balloon after inhaling. Luffy inflated into a balloon, a rocket hit him. Luffy's body slammed the rocket into the air. The rocket exploded in midair. But there were too many rockets coming, and Luffy's efforts to bounce them off were also limited. After all, there were too many rockets. Dense rockets hit the Discovery. The entire deck of the Discovery was hit by a mass of rockets and quickly turned into a sea of fire. Sanji and Nami, who were on the front deck of the Discovery, were severely disturbed by such destructive force. My God! Nami was terrified. Sanji bravely stood in front of Nami. "Miss Nami, leave it to the gentleman," Sanji said. A rocket was ejected. Sanji jumped up and kicked it away, and the rocket that was kicked exploded in the distance. The rockets flew over again one after another, and Sanji used his powerful foot skills to keep kicking the incoming rockets into the air. A total of more than 100 rockets hit the explorer before and after. The dense rockets made Discovery look like it was hit by a meteor shower. Not only was the deck badly damaged, but the side hull was also badly damaged. Of course, the Explorer is a 100-meter warship after all, and it will not sink. In the fire compartment on the expedition level, Usopp was lying on the ground as if he had fainted. Chopper shook Usopp aside and said, "Cheer up, Usopp." Usopp dazed and barely stood up. "It's terrible, we survived," Usopp said in horror. Rog looked around, and this firepower cabin also suffered some damage. The fire compartment was hit by some rockets. The rockets hit the fire bay and then destroyed some of the heavy artillery. "We have to prepare, the enemy may attack again," Rog said. "Now Captain Ahab's Moby Dick may be able to attack again." Chopper said, "What to do?" Rog said, "We must quickly bombard these remaining heavy artillery pieces and destroy the opponent's submarines as quickly as possible." Chopper said, "Okay." Usopp also got motivated and said, "Okay, I'll refuel too." Captain Usopp must do his best. Because the submarine may attack again, Usopp is naturally afraid of this. The situation of the rocket group attack just now was terrible. Usopp didn't want to be attacked like that again anyway. Roger, Chopper and Usopp worked together to reload the remaining heavy guns. On the back of the Moby Dick, Captain Ahab and some of the crew also felt relieved for a while after seeing the Discovery being attacked by rockets. Haha, they were beaten like that too, said the three fighting brothers. Captain Ahab said fiercely, "This is the fate of going against me." One of the crew members said quickly, "Captain Ahab, I'm afraid the enemy will fight back." Captain Ahab glanced again at the stern which had been destroyed in the previous shelling. "Okay, get the rockets ready to attack again," Captain Ahab ordered. As ordered. The crew hurried to execute the order. Moby Dick's rockets quickly reloaded. On the deck of the Discovery, Nami was near the bow with Sanji and Luffy and Izumi, the water goddess. The rocket attack just now caused great damage to the deck. Even the original intact giant wooden mast Hefeng sail was badly damaged. "It's scary," Nami said with lingering fears. "Don't worry, there are gentlemen protecting the ladies," Sanji said. "It was too much just now, our warships have become like this," Luffy said. "Okay, we need to continue fighting later. I'm afraid the opponent won't give up," Izumi Water Goddess said. Sanji looked at the Moby Dick in the distance and said, "Now we need to move some warships." Now the bottom of the Explorer has been blown through before, and now the giant wooden mast Hefeng sail has been damaged again. In this case, you still need to move in order to avoid continued damage to the Explorer as much as possible. "Okay, let's go," Nami said. Sanji hurriedly steered the rudder to continue going. Although the Explorer was badly damaged, it was still barely able to sail. The Explorer continued to sail, while Zoro and the Ninja King swam out of the ocean to the side of the Explorer. The Ninja King took out special climbing props to help him and Zoro climb up together. The Ninja King and Zoro are back on the deck of the Discovery. The two of them sighed when they saw the messy deck. "I didn't expect this much damage to happen here," Zoro said. "Are the others okay?" said the Ninja King. The two quickly searched for the others. Finally, they rendezvous with Sanji and the others at the bow of the boat. Now the Discovery is sailing hard. In the fire bay of the Discovery, Roger, Chopper and Usopp reloaded the heavy shells. After loading the heavy artillery shells, the three were ready to attack. "It's all ready," Roger said. Roger used a cane whip to string together the remaining heavy cannon's drawstrings. "Okay, start aiming," Usopp said. Usopp began to take aim. Although these heavy artillery pieces are lined up, Usopp can use the hull of the Explorer to aim. "Come on, be sure to hit," Chopper said encouragingly. Right now, on the Moby Dick. Crew reported to Captain Ahab. "Captain Ahab, the rocket launcher is ready again." Captain Ahab said, "Okay, the bombardment begins." The rocket launchers on the Moby Dick were aimed at the Explorer. Boom! For a while, a deafening bombardment resounded through the sea and the sky. Hundreds of rockets soared toward the Explorer. At the same time, in the firepower compartment of the Discovery. After seeing the Moby Dick launching a rocket, Rog used the cane whip to pull the ropes of the swarms of heavy artillery. Rows of heavy artillery fired heavy artillery shells with enormous power. In the sea between Moby Dick and Explorer, cannonballs and rockets danced at each other. On the deck of the Discovery, swarms of rockets catapulted. Zoro wields 3 katana swords. Crow, Demon Hunter. Zoro quickly slashed and chopped off more than a dozen rockets that flew over in a row. These chopped rockets flew to the surroundings under the force of the sword energy and finally exploded. The King of Ninja threw an explosive shuriken at the incoming rocket. After a while of explosion, several rockets were detonated by the exploding shuriken. Chapter 424 Sinking of the Moby Dick. Izumi whispered a spell in her mouth and raised an iron axe in her hand. Howl of the Wind. The force formed by dozens of winds slashed at the rockets. After a while of roaring, the rockets were detonated by the wind. Robin's arms are crossed, and the arms that grow out of the city are stacked on top of each other and used to block the shells. Rubber. Balloons. Luffy inhaled sharply and turned himself into a balloon and then bounced off several incoming rockets. Sanji kicked the rockets away with his feet. However, there was a shocking explosion on the deck and hull of the Discovery, which was a mess. Discovery's already severely damaged hull was now even more damaged by a rocket explosion. The entire huge warship began to vibrate violently. At the same time, the hull of the Moby Dick was hit by more than a dozen heavy shells. Although the number of these heavy artillery shells is small, each one is comparable to the power of several rockets. Boom, 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 boom. After the hull of the submarine Moby Dick was bombarded by heavy artillery shells, a violent explosion began. Even Captain Ahab, who was on the back of the Moby Dick, jumped into the sea quickly. But the fighting brothers and some frogmen were not so lucky. They were bloodied in the explosion. The submarine Beluga was badly damaged by this round of shells. After this round of shelling, the rocket launchers on the back of the Moby Dick were also severely destroyed. After this wave of shells, the rocket launcher on Moby Dick's back was severely damaged. Moby Dick is now arguably badly damaged. It was almost impossible to perform another round of rocket attacks effectively. Because Moby Dick's rockets are located inside the open rear hatch, so being hit by shells will be destructive. The Explorer, because the heavy artillery is placed in the cabin on the side of the hull, is placed like a platoon of artillery. In this way, most of the heavy artillery of the Explorer are well preserved. Of course, the Explorer also suffered a lot of damage in the previous attack. Inside the Exploratorium's firepower compartment, which has survived this round of rocket attacks, Usopp and Chopper, Rog prepares the remaining heavy artillery for an attack. The remaining heavy artillery was aimed at Moby Dick. Okay, reload it again, Chopper said. Aiming is over, too, Usopp said. Shoot. Roger manipulated the cane whip to pull away the swarms of pull ropes. The remaining dozen or so heavy artillery fired simultaneously. After a while, the sound of artillery shelling sounded. More than a dozen heavy artillery shells were fired. The heavy shells pierced the sky and flew towards the Moby Dick. The Moby Dick exploded violently after being hit. This time, the already damaged hull was further damaged. The hull of the Moby Dick exploded violently. This time, Moby Dick was not able to carry out a powerful rocket attack like before. The Moby Dick hull trembled violently and exploded violently. So Rog and Usopp and Chopper continued to refill their shells and bombard them. Bombarded 3 times in a row. On the 5th time, Moby Dick's hull exploded violently. Even the internal ammunition depot was detonated. After a while of amazing explosions, it sank into the rolling waves. After sinking into the rolling waves, only a small Uzumaki was left and then disappeared. After Moby Dick sank, Rog, Usopp, Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Izumi, the Ninja King and Luffy all saw the sight. Great! Quote. Everyone cheered. Moby Dick, the submarine that was enough to pose a lethal threat to the Discovery, was finally sunk. The enemy also sank into the rolling waves. Rog, Usopp and Chopper made their way to the deck. The crowd hugged and cheered excitedly. We won, Chopper shouted happily. Under the leadership of Captain Usopp, everyone has won, Usopp said excitedly. Zoro and the King of Ninjas have made a great contribution, Rog praised. Overwhelmed, said the Ninja King. Sanji, I want to eat meat to celebrate, Luffy said happily. Great, the treasure is saved, Nami said happily. Everyone on the deck was cheering. The sinking of Moby Dick was a good result for everyone. Finally, there is no need to estimate that terrifying deep-sea killer. After cheering for a while, Sanji said, Okay, to celebrate. Let's have a banquet. I'll cook for everyone. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. You're too happy too soon. When the crowd looked, they saw Captain Ahab standing on the deck. He didn't die, he was still here. Just now, Captain Ahab kicked in time and accidentally swam in the sea to spread the distance. After finding that the Moby Dick was destroyed, he swam to the side of the Discovery and climbed up with his own climbing skills. He's still alive, Chopper and Usopp said in shock. Rog and Luffy and Sanji all looked at each other seriously. The captain of the pirate group with superb swordsmanship actually survived. Captain Ahab looked at everyone with hatred and said, "My Moby Dick has already been destroyed by you. Then I will kill you and take over this warship completely." Zoro grabbed the scabbard at his waist. "Okay, let's continue our duel." Zoro stepped forward and said. Captain Ahab looked at Zoro and said, "Okay." Captain Ahab also grabbed the hilt of the western sword at his waist and quickly pulled out the two western swords. Zoro noticed that Captain Ahab had a new western sword on his right leg. It was broken before and now it's replaced with a new one. The confrontation between the three swords and the three swords is still going on. Zoro took the hood off his arms and wrapped it around his head. He quickly pulled out the three samurai swords from his waist, held them in his mouth, and held them in both hands. "Come on," Zoro said. "Really? Then I'm welcome," said Captain Ahab. Everyone else was watching the battle with their full attention. The opponent is the last enemy and the most powerful enemy. Spiral minced meat. Captain Ahab rested his left leg on the ground, and his right leg was placed flat with the western sword in his arms. The three swords rotated like a spiral meat grinder. The surrounding sword energy is flying, enough to kill any enemy. Three swords. Tornado. Zoro's three samurai swords swung with great force, forming a huge tornado-like rotating sword chi storm around them. The sword chi of the two people is spinning and colliding violently. A lot of sawdust was flying horizontally on the deck. The figures of the two men then exchanged. After a while, the sound of sharp swords handing over rang out. Clang clang. The swords, lights, swords and shadows of the two sides are intertwined, making people dazzled. Except for the King of Ninjas, no one else could understand who was attacking and who was defending when both sides fell to the ground. Chapter 425 Zoro's Victory. Zoro and Captain Ahab fight fiercely. You come and go with swords and swords on both sides. Ghost slash. Zoro crossed his arms and dashed forward. The three samurai swords are all beheading the enemy. Captain Ahab attacked with three western swords at the same time. The samurai sword and the western sword are handed over, and the attacks of both sides cancel each other out. Rhino back. Zoro just used the katana sword clenched in both arms, which was the western sword that killed Captain Ahab. Zoro's attacks every time during the battle. Zoro's attacks were frequently blocked, making the duel a protracted battle. Super Scissors Cut. Captain Ahab wielded his western sword and slashed as fast as scissors. Zoro desperately swung his katana to resist. The opponent not only formed a scissors-like posture with western swords, and it also formed a huge scissors-like sword energy attacking forward. This sword energy slashed towards Zoro. Zoro hurriedly raised his head and avoided the sword energy. But then Captain Ahab's body followed suit. The western sword on his right leg was aimed at Zoro's stomach. PFF'd. Zoro was pierced in the abdomen. Everyone was shocked when Zoro was stabbed in the abdomen. Zoro. Usopp and Rog shouted in shock. Zoro got stabbed and flew out. Finally, after a few somersaults, I used a katana sword to make the ground and stand firm. Zoro glanced at the wound in his abdomen. There was a bloody hole in the abdomen. Zoro's abdomen was bleeding profusely. He bit Kiba and looked at Captain Ahab again. Captain Ahab saw a happy look on Zoro's injured face. Bastard, keep fighting, said Captain Ahab. No problem, Zoro said, getting up again. Zoro charged again with three katana swords. Captain Ahab swung three western swords to attack. 3 Swords Profound Truth. 3000 Worlds. Zoro's 3 katana swords were spun like windmills. The sword chi formed a swirling sword chi storm without any omission. Captain Ahab wielded 3 western swords, and his whole body twirled. Whirlwind. In this fierce confrontation, both sides used their full strength. Zoro turned into a ball of sword energy and passed through Captain Ahab directly behind him. Were several more wounds on Zoro's body and blood splattered. But after Captain Ahab was beheaded in the chest, blood splattered. He fell down on his back. Usopp and Rog, along with the others, witnessed the entire battle. Captain Ahab was beheaded. Zoro wins. Zoro, you win. Chopper and Usopp and others all cheered together. Zoro also trembled for a while after winning. He then fell too. Zoro. The crowd rushed over. Chopper hurried to heal Zoro. After a while, Zoro gradually woke up. Okay, Zoro, you're finally awake, Chopper said with relief. Zoro looked at his stomach and arms and chest were bandaged. After being wounded in the battle just now, Chopper applied medicine to Zoro, stitched up the wound, and wrapped a bandage. Zoro looked around and saw Captain Ahab's body. Captain Ahab was already dead on the deck. Zoro was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw Captain Ahab's body. I didn't expect to beat you so quickly, Zoro said. Captain Ahab is a decent swordsman, but not Zoro's opponent. Next Zoro and the others wrapped Captain Ahab's body in a blanket. From the heavily damaged deck, they found the body of Boom the Blast Killer. Boom was killed in a previous rocket attack. Boom's body was also wrapped in blankets. Zoro and Rog threw their bodies into the sea. Sea burials were held for 2 former enemies. After seeing the 2 corpses sinking into the sea, everyone moved their gaze back to the deck. Just now, because of the intensive bombardment of the rockets, the deck of the Discovery was in a mess. Okay, I'm afraid we have to repair this warship again, Rog said. Usopp said, it's all up to you. Luffy said, after a hard fight, we can celebrate. Sanji said, yeah, the lady was frightened. I was about to have a dinner party. Now everyone is working very hard, and they need to enjoy it. The dinner party, it's great. Usopp said, looking at the sunset in the sky. Okay, hurry up and get some ingredients. Sanji said. Good. The crowd shouted together. Although the Discovery was severely damaged, after all, there are still some intact areas around the front deck of the warship. However, after this battle today, everyone felt tired. Now everyone wants a good rest. The crowd began to prepare the food. This time, everyone was bolder in order to get the ingredients. Rog used a rattan whip to create a huge rattan net and threw it into the sea to start fishing for sea fish. Usopp and Luffy are mainly responsible for helping with fishing. They even kill fish and throw their blood into the sea as bait to attract advanced predators such as sharks. In addition to ordinary marine fish, many sharks have been caught. The King of Ninja even went to sea to catch scallops and conch himself. Rog used the ability of plant fruits to transform plants and produced a lot of fruits and vegetables. Sanji was constantly busy in the kitchen. Robin and Na went to help themselves. Izumi Water Goddess uses Silver Axe to combine magic to create a large number of ice blocks. Chopper and Zoro are also helping. There was laughter and laughter aboard the Discovery. On the west side where the sea meets the sky, the sun finally sets completely. After the sun went down, a grand dinner began on the deck of the Discovery. The tables were brightly lit and filled with delicious food. Grilled scallops, grilled conch, shark fins, yuhi grilled shark nuggets, all kinds of seafood are readily available. Strawberries, bananas, apples, pears, oranges and all kinds of fruits are readily available. Enjoy yourselves, ladies, and let others eat too. Sanji said happily. The crowd started the feast. On the sea at night, the sea breeze is cool, and everyone enjoys this delicious seafood dinner and drinks rum and juice. Delicious, delicious. Luffy is still gobbling up delicious seafood. Rog ate the shark fin and said with admiration, "It's really good." Chopper eats delicious strawberry cake and talks and laughs with Usopp. Usopp trumpeted his glorious deeds. Izumi, the water goddess, and Robin and Nami chat together. Zoro and the King of Ninjas eat seared scallops and drink ice water. Because Zoro was injured and couldn't drink rum, the two of them drank ice water. The Ninja King said to Zoro, "Zoro, your swordsmanship is amazing." Zoro said, "I still need to strengthen. After all, my goal is the world's largest swordsman." Chapter 426 Repair the Explorer. The Ninja King said, "Then you need to keep trying." For Zoro, it is precisely because he always has in his heart the unsurpassed and powerful person standing at the top of Kendo that allows him to continue to work hard to improve himself. Kendo is endless. Even if one day one can gain the strength to defeat all opponents, it still requires continuous practice. Zoro's hard work day after day has made himself constantly improve. The fact that he was able to defeat Captain Ahab in the battle today was the result of Zoro's unremitting practice. Zoro is constantly going forward. The King of Ninjas said, "The goal you set is to defeat the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, right?" Zoro said, "Yeah, it's a pity that I fought him once and lost badly. But next time I will definitely win." The Ninja King looked at the scar on Zoro's chest, which Zoro once said was the scar that was wounded by Hawkeye. The King of Ninjas said with approval, "Okay. But in my hometown Wano Kuni there are countless great swordsmen. Many of them have fought against Hawkeye. But all of them were defeated. Of course some of them won the Hawkeye. The recognition of the eye. It is also honorable to lose. When you get to Wano Kuni and fight against those swordsmen who are close to Eagle Eye, maybe you can really approach and surpass him." Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard it, and said, "Okay, sure. I will definitely go to Wano Kuni to learn from those master swordsmen." Wano Kuni is the home of the world's samurai and ninjas. There are countless famous and hidden masters there. Even if it is not so advocated by the King of Ninjas, Zoro will go to Wano Kuni sooner or later to experience it. Sanji was courting the three ladies. At this dinner, everyone relaxed for a while. After this relaxation, everyone who felt tired all returned to the cabin below to rest. Although some of the cabins below were bombarded by rockets, they were basically well preserved. The night became calm again. After a night, it was time for the next day. The sun is still hanging high in the sky. After everyone had breakfast together, the restoration of the explorer began. But now the difficulty lies in repairing the bottom of the boat. The delivery section of the explorer was badly damaged after being hit by a deep-sea torpedo. Fortunately, the use of the hatch to separate the cabin filled with seawater allowed the warship to avoid continuing to sink. Now is the time to find a way to make up the bottom of the boat and drain the water. Rog, Izumi, the water goddess, Sanji and the Ninja King went to the bottom of the boat. Izumi water goddess used magic. The power of space. Without needing 3 axes, Izumi, the water goddess, used the powerful magic she learned on the magic island to squeeze the seawater out of the cabins that had been poured into the sea. Taking this opportunity, Rog and Sanji and the Ninja King hurried into action. Rog remodeled the hand of the giant tree, and this time countless numbers grew from the front end of the stake on the arm, plugging the gap in the bottom of the boat. After plugging it, Sanji and the Ninja King helped seal the gap with planks and glue. After all these are done, the bottom of the exploratorium can be used again for the time being. A series of reinforcements were then carried out. Finally, there is no problem with the basically large part of the warship. The next step is to repair the deck of the Explorer. The repair work began on the deck of the Discovery. Rog uses the power of plant fruit to create a cluster of trees, which Zoro then cuts into planks. Everyone worked together to lay the planks on the deck with hammers and nails. The deck was severely damaged by the intensive rocket attack before, and now it is almost equivalent to relaying the entire deck of the Discovery. The restored deck has a new look. because the giant wooden mast Hefeng sail was also damaged. Rog went to the giant wooden mast and used the incomparably powerful plant fruit power to hug the giant wooden mast with his arms. The power of the fruit of the plant is infused into the giant wooden mast. The giant wooden mast was regrown, and the original damaged part of the huge sail like the leaves of the plant was restored. The giant wooden mast is different from ordinary masts. It has been in a living state because it was transformed by Roger with living plants. So Rog is still able to repair the giant wooden mast Hefeng sail. Huh, it's finally done, Rog said after repairing the giant wooden mast. After a lot of hard work, the ship, the Discovery, was finally restored. After the restoration, everyone stood near the bow of the Discovery, drinking coconut milk and enjoying the sea breeze. Now the explorer continues to sail into the distance. See this vast sea and sky. Izumi was a little emotional again, and asked the King of Ninjas, once we reach that transit port, we need to separate from everyone, right? The Ninja King nodded and said, yes. Although it is a bit regretful, the two must return to their respective belongings. After all, the two are not members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Izumi is going back to the Enchanted Island, and the King of Ninjas is going back to Wano-kuni. The King of Ninja looked at Nami and asked, well, Nami, how long until we reach the transit port? After listening to this, Nami took out the nautical chart and said after reading, it will take 5 days at the current speed. After 5 days, you will reach the island called Jaya Island. It is a famous place on the Great Route. Transit port. Quote. Then Nami showed the nautical chart to everyone. There are relevant areas of Jaya Island above. Once at the transit port of Jaya Island, the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess will be separated from everyone. Thinking of this, everyone sighed for a while. Chopper looked at the King of Ninjas and the Water Goddess Izumi and said, I really hope you stay. Usopp said, join us. Captain Usopp can lead you all around the world's seas. Sanji was even more regretful, and said with a face full of frustration, Goddess, don't leave. Of course, Miss Robin and Miss Nami are on the boat. Of course, no matter who knows, everyone has their own belonging. It's like Vivi has to stay in Alabasta. Izumi Water Goddess and Ninja King also have their own places. Rog said, okay, everyone will be happy for the next few days. Hold more banquets. Sanji immediately got motivated and said, yes, I will work hard to cook food. Let the goddess eat more of my food. It's almost noon. It was almost time for lunch. The Discovery is still sailing on the sea. Just when everyone was hungry and ready to work on lunch. Suddenly Usopp looked up at the sky in surprise. What's wrong? Roger looked at Usopp strangely. Usopp's face was very strange. It was as if he had seen something terrifying and surprising. The others also looked up one after another, only to see a huge ship smashed down. Chapter 427 Huge Ship Falling from the Sky. Everyone saw a huge ship descending from the sky. OMG! Everyone on the Discovery shouted in shock. This gigantic ship fell from the sky and was about to hit the explorer. Sanji reacted quickly in an emergency. Hurry to the right and full rudder. Sanji rushed to the rudder quickly and turned to the right. The hull of the Discovery began to turn to the right. But it wasn't just this gigantic ship that fell from the sky. A large amount of sawdust and wood blocks also fell. Crackling hordes of sawdust and blocks fell. Oops, it's like a storm, Zoro said. Wow! Usopp and Chopper shouted together. The two ran up and down the deck together. Suddenly Usopp calmed down and stopped running. By the way, this wouldn't be a dream, would it? Usopp said. Dreaming, Chopper said in shock. Usopp looked at the sky and said, yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, according to the logic of ordinary people, how could a huge ship suddenly fall from the sky? Chopper looked up at the sky and said, yeah, how could it possibly fall off the boat? The two of them sat on the deck calmly. It must be a dream. Usopp and Chopper said calmly. However, Large and small pieces of wood continued to fall from the sky, and the huge ship was also constantly descending. The heads of Usopp and Chopper. After a while of pain, Usopp said reluctantly, "This must be the illusion of being too nervous." Chopper was a little puzzled and said, "How does it feel like the real thing?" Another huge block comparable to a house smashed into the two of them. At the last moment, Usopp and Chopper suddenly jumped up. It's true. The two quickly left their previous positions. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge block of wood smashed into the deck where the two were just now. Usopp and Chopper couldn't believe it was an illusion anyway. As the huge ships approached, the falling blocks of wood grew larger and larger. Zoro was also forced to pull out his katana and cut some open. Rog used the hand of the giant wood to block some huge wooden blocks. Luffy is constantly attacking with his fists to resist the falling huge blocks. But the huge ship was getting closer. It is about to hit the explorer where everyone is. Usopp and Chopper are still very scared to avoid. God, it's really scary. Will not even the dead fall? Usopp said in fear. Chopper looked at the sky in horror and said, "Usopp, look." Usopp and Chopper turned their heads to the sky. I saw the sky above the two, and a human skull fell down. The dead man really fell down. Usopp and Chopper shouted in horror. In addition to the wooden blocks, there were also broken canvases, and some iron utensils and boxes were also smashed down. Apparently it was something from a huge ship that was falling. The huge ship is getting closer. In the end, only a few hundred meters were left from the Discovery on the sea below. From here, the fallen ship was even bigger than the Discovery. The Explorer is a huge warship that is 100 meters long, but this ship is 200 meters long. The volume is even bigger. Even now everyone can see that the bow of the fallen ship is a strange black ***** shape. The dilapidated sail and hull do not know how much wind and rain have been destroyed. The huge ship that fell can be said to be an antique-like ship. The huge ship that fell down fell further. However, the Explorer also turned the hull to the right. The huge ship that fell finally passed by the left side of the hull of the Discovery. Finally, the huge ship fell into the sea. Splash! The huge ship crashed into the sea and set off an amazing wave. The Explorer on the side was also violently turbulent. So scary. Everyone on the deck said in fear. Huge waves crashed on the deck. Usopp and Chopper were swept away by the waves. Rog quickly grabbed the two of them with the hand of the giant tree. Sanji struggled to steady the rudder. The Discovery was barely overturned under the impact of the huge waves. Fortunately, this warship is huge after all, and can withstand the impact of these waves. But the rest of the waves kept the Explorer rocking repeatedly for a long time. It took a while for the sea to return to normal. The sun was shining brightly on the deck, and everyone lay on the deck, tiredly waiting for the sun to dry their clothes. What a nightmare, Nami said with a tired face. It's like walking back from hell, Usopp gasped. Chopper looked at Roger and his giant wooden hand and said, "Roger, thank you." Roger said, "It's all right." Sanji looked around and was relieved to see that Nami, Robin and Izumi were all fine. "It's really dangerous. Fortunately, I turned the rudder in time," Sanji said. If Sanji hadn't turned the rudder in time, the huge ship would have smashed onto the Discovery, and everyone would have sunk into the seabed long ago. Luffy looked at some struggling fish in surprise on the deck. Just now, because of the huge waves, these sea fish were washed to the deck. It's like the waves wash the fish and shrimp in the sea onto the beach. Luffy grabbed a fish in each hand, and said happily, "Look, there are so many fresh sea fish. This is really unexpected. This accident actually made everyone have some sea fish delivered to their door." Zoro looked at the various scraps of Mukuro on the deck, and the sea beside the Discovery. Mukuro, the mast and hull of the huge ship that had just fallen. The huge ship that fell just now was completely disintegrated when it plunged into the sea. Many parts of the hull are submerged in the depths of the sea, and some Mukuro are still floating on the sea. Zoro looked at the giant Mukuro and said, "What the hell is going on here?" Robin came over and looked at the giant Mukuro. "These remnants of Mukuro combined with the huge ship that just fell," she said. "Could it be that the legendary Sky Island fell down?" Sky Island. Everyone was surprised when they heard this word. Robin looked at everyone and said, "Yes. According to legend, there are a group of islands floating in the sky above this sea, and the sea in the sky can allow ships to sail." After hearing this, everyone's faces were very strange. Soon Luffy, Usopp and Chopper turned excited. "Wonderful. Go to Sky Island." Quote. The three cheered together. Luffy, Chopper and Usopp dance and cheer. Their favorite is adventure, especially when I heard about Sky Island. Chapter 428 Sky Island. Zoro said calmly, "It's a trick to deceive children no matter what." So cold water was poured on it. Luffy and Chopper and Usopp all looked bleak. It was as if he had been hit hard. The three had frustrated faces. They looked at Robin together, waiting for the other to continue to say something. Robin looked at the Mukuro on the deck, especially the dead man's skull. "I'm not sure whether Sky Island exists. But there are indeed some ancient documents that recorded that mysterious existence. And more importantly, everyone just saw the fall of this huge ship." Robin said calmly. Hearing Robin's calm and objective statement and judgment, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy quickly turned pale. "Go to Sky Island." Quote. Luffy cheered with Usopp and Chopper. The three cheered enthusiastically. Nami walked to the side of the boat with a serious look and looked at Mukuro, the wreckage of those huge boats. "There are still a lot of huge ships floating in the sea, Mukuro." Luffy walked up to Nami and said, "Okay, let's go to Sky Island." Nami remained silent, first looking at the magnetic pointer on her wrist. "I saw that the magnetic pointer pointed to the sky. There seems to be a geomagnetic force generated by islands in the sky." Nami and the others all looked up at the sky. Only some clouds that are not known how high can be seen. "Will there really be the legendary Sky Island there?" Nami said to Luffy, "Don't get excited. But it's really weird. Could it be that my magnetic needle is broken?" Robin said, "No, since there is a direction, then there is the geomagnetic force of the island." Hearing this, Luffy said, "Go to Sky Island." Nami punched the annoying Luffy in the head and said, "Think before you decide." Nami turned her gaze to Mukuro, the remnant of those huge ships on the sea. Nami said, "Since this huge ship has descended from the sky, maybe we can get some information after salvaging it later." At this moment, there was a sudden shout from the sea. "Help!" Everyone saw Luffy struggling on the sea. "That idiot," Nami said regretfully. "Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? It's not salvaging, is it? Don't forget you can't go into the sea," Usopp said. Luffy struggled and said, "I'm just going to the sea to salvage." Luffy's tragic appearance. Rog also took out the vine whip. "Catch, Luffy." Luffy threw out the vine whip. The vine whip grew rapidly and flew to Luffy's side. The vine whip entangled Luffy. Luffy was finally pulled back to the deck by Rog's vine whip. Chopper helps Luffy spit out the water in his stomach. Luffy finally calmed down. Luffy came over and sat on the deck, his expression immediately became spirited. "You know what I got?" Luffy quickly pulled out a map. "This is a map made of sheepskin kami-e. In terms of time, I don't know how many years have passed." Everyone looked at the parchment map. It shows a large disc-like landmass surrounded by clouds. It reads, "Sky Island." Sky Island. Everyone was surprised. The map of Sky Island was actually found among Mukuro, a huge ship that had just fallen from the sky. Everyone looked at the Mukuro, the huge ship still floating in the sea. Reconnecting with the previous series of events, it can almost be inferred that Sky Island really exists. It is impossible for such a strange thing to happen for no reason. Wow, Sky Island really exists. Luffy danced and cheered happily with Usopp and Chopper. Now no one can be too insistent against the existence of Sky Island. Zoro also looked at the parchment map a little more carefully. If only this map was obtained from a normal ship, Mukuro. Mukuro, a huge ship that had just fallen from the sky before everyone's eyes. Nami walked over to Luffy and examined the parchment map carefully. Robin also looked at the map carefully. The map is still very well drawn. Although it has been eroded by an unknown number of years, it is still basically intact. Nami said, "Okay, that's it. We still need to salvage more Mukuro about this huge ship. Maybe we can get more information about this legendary Sky Island." Luffy and Usopp and Chopper happily said, "Okay." The three of them were very happy. Now that the information about Sky Island has become clear, everyone is interested in trying to go to Sky Island. Suddenly Luffy's stomach rumbled for a while. "Sanji, I'm hungry," Luffy said. "Listen to you, so do I." Usopp also felt his stomach growl. Sanji looked at the two of them and said, "I wanted to prepare lunch. It was destroyed by this huge ship that fell from the sky. I'm afraid I need to wait a little longer." Nami said, "Sanji, let's get everyone lunch. It's going to be a good job later." Sanji immediately became full of joy and said, "Okay, Miss Nami." On the deck there were fish from the previous waves, and Sanji worked with the others. Soon, everyone began to enjoy a delicious seafood lunch at the table on the deck. After being frightened and exhausted, everyone ate happily. Luffy and Usopp and Chopper were wondering what Sky Island would look like. "Sky Island really floats on the sea of clouds," Usopp said with a sigh. "Are there any scary creatures there?" Chopper asked, both excited and puzzled. "Is there any meat there? Other delicious food is fine." Luffy, the big eater, has always fantasized about food. Rog and Robin talked all the time. Robin recounts the ancient books from which she learned about the existence of Sky Island. Rog really felt Robin's profound knowledge of ancient books and archaeology. The lunch finally came to an end after everyone had a great time. Mukuro on the deck who have fallen from the huge ship. Mukuro on the deck first. "I want to examine that corpse." Robin mainly examines a pair of fallen bones. The corpse was placed in a coffin, and the clothes on his body were already tattered. And when it fell, the bones inside also fell out. The dead man's skull falling from the sky that Usopp and Chopper saw before is the Mukuro, the corpse's owner. Robin found the broken skull and put together the broken bones of the broken parts of the skull very carefully. "Okay." Robin put the spliced skull on the deck. Everyone looked at the skull and saw several holes through it. Chapter 429 Dive into the sea to salvage. "What's going on?" "It's the killing of each other," Zoro asked. "No, this man is a patient. It's the result of a previous head piercing." "Right, Chopper?" Robin asked. Chopper was afraid that the dead man's skull was far away, the psychological shadow just now had not disappeared. Chopper walked in to observe and said, "Indeed, it's a head piercing. It's used to treat brain tumors. It's just a medical technique from a long time ago." Robin examined some more marks on the skull and said, "It has tar on it. It is a burial custom in the South Blue area. This crew member died of illness during the voyage and was temporarily buried." Then Robin brought another ancient book. She kept flipping through. Finally stopped on a page. On this page there is a drawing and a large paragraph of text. Robin read it and said, 208 years ago, the Kingdom of Bliss in South Blue sent the large ocean-going expedition ship Saint lost information, disappeared for no reason. Look at the pictures of the Saint Bliss. Everyone gathered to look at the pictures. Only the picture shows a turtle-shaped bow with a sail pattern combined with a circle and 4 triangles. Everyone recalled what it looked like when the huge ship fell. Indeed, the Hefeng sail on the bow of the ship just now is very similar to this one, Sanji said. Rog said, "My God, this ship has been floating in the air for more than 200 years. Robin looked at the bones in the coffin again and placed the assembled skull on the bones. According to the Kiba teeth of the bones, the deceased was about 30 years old. And that kind of medical treatment was popular more than 200 years ago. Robin said. There is no doubt that there is a huge question in front of everyone now. If it is solved, then the way to the legendary Sky Island can be found. Luffy said. Okay, then let's get ready to salvage. Usopp also said excitedly. Okay, prepare to salvage. Captain Usopp must take the lead. Everyone swept their eyes to the remnant Mukuro of the huge ships that had fallen on the sea. Mukuro floating on the sea are only a part, and those remnants that sink to the bottom of the sea may obtain more information. At this time, there was a sudden surging on the sea. A huge sea snake that can swallow a yak burst out of the sea. The behemoth glanced at the people on the deck and returned to the sea. Usopp's face changed immediately, and he said, "Ah." Because he was worried about everyone's safety after diving, Captain Usopp decided to serve as a guard on the sea. Seeing the huge sea snake, Usopp immediately retreated in fright. Rog looked at the sea and said, "If you want to salvage it, then I have to prepare a plant weapon seriously." "All up to you," Luffy said happily. "If you really want to dive, you need plant weapons that can be used to dive into the sea." Then everyone started to prepare. Rog is responsible for making plant weapons. Usopp is making some auxiliary tools. Sanji hurriedly threw the corpse that both Nami and Chopper feared into the sea. Above the sea, many people were buried at sea after they died on the boat. But others were put in coffins to be taken back to their hometowns. The deceased died on the ocean-going expedition ship St. Bliss more than 200 years ago, and originally wanted to transport the bones back to the hometown of South Blue for burial. As a result, the St. Bliss arrived at the legendary Sky Island for some reason. Just like this, it has been floating in the sky for more than 200 years. There were some other scraps of Mukuro and pieces of wood on the deck, and everyone also cleaned the deck and threw the scraps of Mukuro into the sea. After a few more hours, it was afternoon. Rog finally completed the transformation of the plant weapon. "Okay, here's my modified plant weapon for diving. Breathing bulbs." Roger took out 5 bulbs. These 5 bulbs have been transformed into the size of wooden barrels after being transformed by the power of plant fruits. The bulb also has one end that resembles a trachea. Rog picked up a breathing bulb filled with air and introduced. It is filled with air, and this organ is caught in the mouth to breathe. The air inside can be used for 3 hours under normal exercise conditions. Luffy looked at it and said, "That's it. I see. 3 hours must be enough." Rog added, "Also, don't forget that people with devil fruit abilities can't go into the sea. It's not just the problem of photorespiration, but also the inability to contact the sea." Usopp said at this time, "Okay, it's my turn." Everyone saw that Usopp brought a wooden helmet made by him. There is also a jumpsuit modified with a sheepskin bag. Usopp said, "This is a helmet, this is a coverall. Connect the trachea on Rog's breathing bulb to the helmet. This way you can dive into the sea for salvage operations." Luffy looked at it and said, "It looks like a great build." "Does it look easy?" Zoro groaned. "But there is nothing else to use now." "Okay, if you want to go into the sea, put on your diving equipment," Rog said. Rog, Zoro, King of Ninja, Sanji, Luffy decided to go to sea to salvage. The 5 put on coveralls and helmets attached to breathing bulbs. After the preparations, the 5 of them went to the deck together and prepared to jump off. Usopp said, "Everyone, don't worry after you go down. Captain Usopp is here to escort everyone, and no one will disturb you." Luffy was already wearing diving equipment and looked at Usopp and said, "I'm still talking here without going into the sea." Usopp said with an ugly face as if he had been stabbed in the soft underbelly, "I'm just to beware of someone coming to snatch and salvage this ship with us." Then the 5 began to jump into the sea one after another. Chopper are waiting on the deck of the Discovery. Of course, some nets and ropes are also prepared. Once Rog and the others have salvaged the objects below, they can continue to salvage them. Usopp said while watching the sea, "It's really hard to wait for this. How many treasures and important items are there on the bottom of the sea?" Chopper said, "Have you ever salvaged a sunken ship before?" Usopp immediately regained his spirits and said, "Of course." Captain Usopp dived into the bottom of the sea by himself and defeated a huge sea king, and salvaged the whole sunken ship. Chopper said in surprise, "Really?" Usopp began to speak and said, "I tell you, at that time." While Usopp was there to rant about his great experience with Chopper, Nami turned her gaze from the sea to the sky. Chapter 430 Wreck. Could there really be those strange seas and islands in the sky that kept this huge ship afloat for over 200 years? It's unbelievable. There are oceans and islands in the sky, Nami muttered to herself. Robin is looking at the sea, and there are countless mysteries under the sea. A shipwreck has countless stories waiting to be told. At this moment, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly sounded. Usopp and Robin looked into the distance and saw the shadow of a ship constantly approaching. In the sea, Rog and Sanji continued to dive after the five of them went down. Luffy looked around curiously. "It's below the surface. It's rare to swim like this," Luffy said excitedly. Luffy has hardly dived into the bottom of the sea, and even if he did, he was knocked into the sea by the enemy. "This is the first time I can swim so happily in the sea." However, diving into the sea will also encounter a lot of marine life. Some sea fish swam past the five. "It's so much fun to swim with so many fish," Luffy said excitedly. Zoro's diving suit was absorbed by a squid. Zoro worked hard to get the squid down and throw it away. Also took the opportunity to complain about Zoro, saying, "The green algae head is really popular with squid. It thinks you are seaweed." Zoro looked at Sanji in disdain, and said, "There will be a sea fish that eats the curly eyebrows later." Rog looked around. Diving in the sea really gave people a feeling of floating and wandering. But Rog's eyes were quickly attracted by the huge shadow below. "What's that?" Roger said. All five looked down. "I saw a group of huge shadows swimming below." As they kept getting closer, they discovered that these were a group of long-bodied giant sea snakes that had eaten yaks in one bite. One of them saw the five people sneaking in, and was the first to open his mouth and roar. Sanji looked at them and said, "This guy must be the sea snake that appeared on the sea just now. This one has seen prey and called more companions." Zoro said, "I said, they're here to eat you with curly eyebrows." Said in disgust, "What are you kidding now?" Luffy looked at the giant sea snakes and said, "Wow, that looks scary." Of course Luffy was more excited. The King of Ninja is also ready to fight. Zoro clenched the three katana at his waist. Unlike others, Zoro put his katana outside his diving suit. The King of Ninja also put the ninja sword on the outside of the diving suit. Rog and Sanji are also inconvenient to play. Zoro went to fight with the Ninja King. There are 6 huge sea snakes below. One of them was also the giant sea snake that had appeared on the sea before and charged towards Zoro first. The huge sea snake opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Zoro. Zoro swung his katana at the sea snake's mouth. After the huge slash, the mouth of this huge sea snake was cut in half. But it didn't kill immediately. Just as this behemoth roared in horror, Zoro slashed to death again. This beheading completely ended the life of this huge sea snake. The corpse of the giant sea snake sank to the depths of the sea below. 2 more huge sea snakes attacked. Zoro swung his samurai sword and continued beheading. Although it is said to be beheading, Zoro's beheading power is also huge. These 2 huge sea snakes were also beheaded. At the same time, 2 huge sea snakes attacked the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King swam flexibly, and wielded a ninja knife to successfully kill the 2 giant sea snakes. There was one last giant sea snake left, which was so frightened that it ran away. After dealing with 5 huge sea snakes, the 5 continued to dive. With continuous diving, I finally got close to the wrecked Mukuro below. Most of the wrecked Mukuro sank to the bottom of the sea here. The 5 of them swam together to this huge wreck, Mukuro. At this gigantic moment, I looked closer and saw that the gigantic ship, Mukuro, was riddled with holes. In addition to the 200 years of corrosion, there is also the damage caused by the fall from the sky just now. The 5 set out to find something of value on the ship's wreckage, the Mukuro. Rog came to a gap in the cracked piercing shot. The gap here is huge enough for people to pass through. After entering the huge gap, Rog kept exploring inside. Finally got to a room. This seems to be a captain's room. I saw a skeleton lying behind a desk. He was wearing a coat that looked very much like a captain's coat. There are globes, nautical charts, and ink and pens on the desk. The room is full of books. Roger took a copy from the shelf. This book is already quite old. However, because the ship had been floating in the sky for more than 200 years before, it makes the books here better preserved. If you stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time, it will definitely rot. The book appears to be a logbook. Rog glanced a few times and kept turning back. The last few pages are what surprised me. We have traveled an unexpected journey and finally reached the legendary Sky Island. The content after that is also very surprising. However, in order to prevent the book from being soaked in water too much, Rog hurriedly put it into the sheepskin bag that he carried with him. There are still a lot of books here, and Rog continued to pack some books. Rog found important information and items here. At the same time, Sanji is also searching inside the wreck. He entered through another crack in the hull. Finally, Sanji entered a corridor. This seems to be the crew's room. The doors on both sides of the surrounding are mostly broken due to the age and the shock of the fall just now. Sanji entered one of the rooms. On the floor of this room, there are piles of mukuro with daily necessities. However, among the piles of daily necessities, there is a portrait. There is a beautiful woman in the portrait. Sanji walked over and picked up the portrait. In the portrait, a wooden stick was stabbed in the position of the beautiful woman's head. Sanji looked at the portrait of this beautiful woman for a long time and then inadvertently swept his gaze to a corner of the room. There is a corpse there. The skeleton lay on the ground, pierced by a harpoon in the head. It seems to be a coincidence that the position where the beautiful woman's head was pierced in the portrait is almost exactly the same as that of the corpse. Sanji suddenly felt that this seemed to be a feeling of right and wrong. The utensils in the room belong to the male crew. That beautiful woman could be a relative of the dead crew member or something. But no one can tell. Chapter 431 Salvage the King Orangutan. Sanji left this room and searched some other rooms. Of course, some quirky items were found and put into sheepskin bags. Zoro went to a warehouse in the wreck by himself. There is a lot of iron and firearms in it. Appears to be a munitions warehouse. There are cannons and rifles and pistols and swords. Zoro is not interested in Western swords. However, there are actually quite a few katana swords here. Zoro came to these samurai to the front. He looked at the katana swords, some of which were still in good condition despite the age. At least that's how it looks from the scabbard. Zoro picked up one of the katana swords. He pulled out his samurai sword with great effort. Zoro struggled to grasp the hilt and scabbard of the katana. After a while of hard work, a harsh metal shattering sound rang out. Zoro pulled the handle out, but only a badly rusted blade was pulled out, and the rest was broken. Zoro put the katana down. I don't want to try those katana swords anymore. There is such a weapon in the scabbard. You must know that this ship has been floating in the sky for more than 200 years before, and these samurai swords have been kept in their scabbards and have not been weathered. Some weapons have been preserved for thousands of years. However, these beautifully scabbard samurai swords were destroyed after only 200 years. It can be seen that it is a weapon used for decoration. A truly powerful weapon, even if it is the word, harmony, on Zoro's waist, it will still be intact even after staying in the sea or in the desert for more than 200 years. A truly powerful weapon, like a swordsman, is not afraid of 1,000 trials and hardships. Luffy entered a galley-like room through a crack in the hull. Luffy saw quite a few tableware here. Most of these tableware are still in good condition after a long period of time. There are iron stoves and some fine china tableware. But Luffy didn't care. Here Luffy also found several open cans. Of course it's a long time ago. Luffy found some more quirky shells here. He saw these things he had never seen before and put them in a sheepskin bag. The King of Ninjas entered a huge cabin. It's huge here, and there's the rudder. There are also many nautical instruments around. Apparently this is the cab. The huge ships of the past were sailed by the crew here. Just as the 5 people inspected the wreck under the sea, Usopp and Robin on the deck of the Discovery on the sea saw the ship approaching constantly. At the same time, the sound of gongs and drums is also more obvious. In addition to the sound of gongs and drums, there is also the sound of singing. Salvage, salvage, salvage. For a while there was singing accompanied by gongs and drums by the crew. As the ship drew nearer, the crew on top sang a salvage song in high spirits. The ship kept approaching, and finally sailed to the side of the explorer. Now Usopp and the others can clearly see what the ship looks like. The volume of the ship can reach 100 meters, which is not a small ship. At the front of the boat is a toy figure that resembles a gong-banging monkey. Just huge in size. A giant banana-shaped machine hangs down from the left and right sides of the boat. The deck of the boat is planted with tropical trees. On the sail of that huge mast was a monkey's head, and a banana on each side. Although the layout is very similar to the common skull and crossbones, Usopp felt a little funny when he saw the strange sail logo. Suddenly a harsh whistle sounded. Stop the boat. It was followed by a loud command. The ship's crew quickly brought the ship to a halt. The loud voice continued, "Is this where the wreck is located?" The crew of the ship shouted in unison, "Yes. Salvage King." Suddenly a big, burly man jumped out. He stood on the side of the hull and looked around like a group of heroes. Usopp and Nami looked at them and saw that this was a burly big man. But he was dressed in a funny, yellow suspender like a toy boy. The head looks like an ape. Seeing this appearance, Usopp and Nami felt awkward for a while. The big man who looked like a monkey shouted to the crew, "The king of salvage is my ape. This area is my territory. Salvage the sunken ship, Gigi." "Yes, Chi-Chi," his crew members shouted in unison. The big man claiming to salvage the king orangutan poses, and the crew behind him are also dancing with knives and guns. Nami, who was on the Discovery deck, saw the other party and said, "What happened?" Such a group of troublemakers came out. Rog and Sanji, who had just been the core force among the crowd, signed into the sea to salvage the sunken ship together. The Salvage King and his crew came out of nowhere to salvage the sunken ship. Usopp also complained, "Looks like a pushy guy." The Salvage King orangutan turned his head to the deck of the Discovery. Usopp and Nami and Chopper were all stared at uncomfortable ly on the Discovery deck. Salvage King orangutan asked, "This is my territory, we want to salvage the sunken ship. You didn't intervene, right?" Usopp swallowed after hearing this. The Salvage King's personnel were also eyeing the sunken ship on the seabed. And also suspicious of them. Nami looked at the Salvage King orangutan and asked, "Are you guys the crew of the salvage fleet?" The Salvage King orangutan was suddenly stunned, and his face soon became full of narcissism again. Then he took out a mirror and looked at himself narcissistically and said, "Am I that much like an ape? Is it a handsome orangutan?" The Salvage King orangutan mistook the crew member Nami said was a boat ape. See the narcissism of the Salvage King orangutan. Usopp and Nami and Chopper are all ashamed. Usopp asked again, "Do you specialize in salvaging ships?" The Salvage King orangutan said narcissistically, "Ah, yes. We are the men who salvage the sunken ships in the world, find the rare treasures in them, and then sink them into the sea. Are men who salvage sunken ships." The salvage king orangutan actually danced. This orangutan is extremely narcissistic and proud of being the king of salvage. Salvage king orangutan looked at Usopp and the others again, and said, "Are you here waiting for the people from Salvage King Orangutan and the orangutan pirates to come and salvage? Okay, I'll give you an eye-opener. Don't thank me." The Salvage King spoke very narcissistically. Nami and Usopp blinked and looked at the Salvage King Orangutan. Usopp and Nami looked at each other and said, "Fortunately, his IQ is not good." Chapter 432 Powerful Salvage Tool. Now the ROG-5 are salvaging the sunken ship under the sea, and it would be very bad to salvage the King Orangutan. The Salvage King staff continued to whistle and gave orders. Now everyone pay attention, and quickly carry out the salvage operation. The crew of the Salvage King Orangutan began to prepare to dive for salvage. Crowds of crew members in steel wetsuits began to go into the water. Their steel diving suits are different from those of the beluga pirates they encountered before. Each of the steel diving suits they use has a tube connected to the ship. Not only can it continuously transmit air, but also sound. In this case, it can continue to operate in the sea. The Salvage King Orangutan saw his crewmen enter the sea one after another, and said excitedly in a loud voice, "Everyone must be careful, the sea is full of darkness and danger. But we are brave salvage warriors. We are not afraid of everything to salvage the treasures from the bottom of the sea." Quote. On the deck of the Discovery, Usopp saw the crew go to sea one by one. Whispered, "I wish there would be no conflict." Nami said, "Do they like to salvage this kind of thing? They like to show it off in front of us." Salvage King staff ordered, "Okay, put the salvage basket down." A huge iron clip was put down. This huge iron clip is the salvage basket. Aided by a crew of crew members in steel wetsuits, the giant salvage basket continues to dive deeper into the water. In the end, the huge salvage basket was lowered over the sunken ship on the bottom of the sea. In the wreck at this time, Rog and Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and the Ninja King are all rendezvous. The five of them went to a huge conference room inside the ship together. This conference room is full of chairs. There is also a huge table in front. Apparently the whole ship is where the meeting takes place. There is enough room for hundreds of people in this conference room. However, some corpses can still be seen here. There are more skeletons here than anywhere else, dozens of skeletons. The five people's previous exploration of the wreck found a total of hundreds of skeletons. See these dead people in this conference room from many years ago. Don't know what happened to the ship's last hours. At this time, suddenly the sunken ship shook for a while. "What's going on?" Sanji said. "Undersea earthquake," Zoro said. "Impossible," said the Ninja King. "Strange, I heard some mechanical sounds just now," Rog said. "Wow, what's wrong with this ship?" Luffy said. At this time, outside the wreck, the huge salvage basket clamped the hull like a clip. After fixing is done, it's time for the final work. On the sea, the Salvage King Orangutan and the crew received the information below. "Okay, the salvage basket is already equipped," said the Salvage King Orangutan. At this time, Usopp and Nami on the deck of the Discovery looked worriedly at the sea below and at the salvage of the King Orangutan. The Salvage King Orangutan also looked at Usopp and the others. "Hey, your expressions are so weird. Do you want to see some really exciting places?" The Salvage King Orangutan said happily. Usopp and Nami quickly showed up. Usopp said, "Yes." Nami said, "Of course, I want to see your salvage." Usopp looked very seriously at the bow of the ship that salvaged the King Orangutan. At the bow of the boat is a giant monkey sculpture beating a gong. The Salvage King Orangutan looked at the sculpture of the huge monkey and said, "Ah. That's how it looks. You are really insightful. This sculpture is not an ordinary sculpture, but a very important one for salvage tool." Salvage King Orangutan ordered. The hull hunters are dispatched. The crew began manipulating the bow machinery to lift the gong monkey device. Monkey, monkey, monkey. The gong-knocking monkey's mechanism was lifted up in a chorus of shouts. The gong monkey-like mechanism is the hull hunter. The hull hunter dives continuously after being put into the sea. Finally the hull hunters got to the bottom where they were clipping the wreck's salvage basket. On top of the salvage basket is a giant banana-like air pocket. The hull hunter caught the banana between two giant gongs. The two giant gongs in the hull hunter's hand can be connected to the banana airbag. That's what the hull hunter and salvage basket do. Inflate and float the giant banana airbag by infusing air. And in addition to the banana bladders, those huge clips that hold the hull in the salvage basket can also feed air into the hull. On the surface, the salvage king orangutan got news from the diving crew below. "Oh, it's time to inject air down there," Salvage the king orangutan said. He brought a thick trachea to the edge of his mouth. Nami said after seeing it, "Huh. He doesn't want to inject air into it, does he?" Usopp said, "I'm afraid so." Salvage king orangutan took a deep breath. He then exhaled an extremely powerful breath of air into his trachea. The lung capacity of orangutans is huge, comparable to many machines that transport air. The huge air enters the hull hunter on the bottom of the sea through the gas pipeline, and is input from the junction of the two ends of the hull hunter's two huge gongs and the banana airbag. After this huge air delivery, the banana airbag begins to bulge. After salvaging the king orangutan on the deck several times in a row, the gas pipeline was given to the crew to control. The crew brought huge gas transmission equipment. In fact, it is a huge spring-loaded pedal gas device. The two people above jumped together, and it was possible to use this device to generate a huge amount of air into the gas pipeline just by weight. These two are like jumping on a spring bed. Huge air flows continuously to the bottom of the sea through the gas pipeline. Efforts to refuel and dry, not only to float the banana airbags. It also floated the hull below, the salvage king said. After such a constant supply of air on the bottom of the sea there, the banana balloon inflates rapidly. In addition to this huge banana airbag, the part of the salvage basket that was clipped to the hull below was also inserted into the hull and began to blow air. The huge air pushed the sea water away hugely. Although the hull was severely damaged, the air was transported at an astonishing speed above, and many parts of the hull were filled with air. A lot of foam poured out of the hull. Inside the cabin of this sinking ship, Rog and Sanji also found that the surrounding sea water was squeezed out of the air. "How can this be?" Sanji said in disbelief. "The ship is going up," Roger said. Luffy felt the boat sway up and said, "Wow, we got picked up." "I always have a bad feeling," said the Ninja King. Zoro looked at the cabin, which was already full of air, and said, "Someone is really salvaging us." Chapter 433 Giant Sea Turtle. The wreck kept floating upwards. The sunken ship kept floating up and down, and Rog and the others felt that they had to do something. "I'm afraid it's very bad here. Go out quickly," Rog said. The five hurried out of here with some valuables. The five people went to the cockpit of the ship together. At this time, the air in the cockpit had already squeezed out the sea water, but there were also a group of people wearing steel diving suits. The divers were a little surprised to see the five, and they quickly threw their fists at Luffy and Roger. Rog and the others responded quickly. "Where are these divers?" a five-man opponent. Although it was inconvenient for Rog and the others to wear diving suits, they still had the upper hand. At this time on the sea, the salvage king orangutan heard the voices of the divers below. "Ah! We are attacked. There's someone in the wreck." After salvaging the king orangutan and the others, they were shocked when they heard this evil. They had never encountered such a situation before. Encountered an enemy in the sunken ship. "Could it be that you have encountered the legendary deep-sea ghost?" a crew member said in fear. "How is that possible? But there are enemies there," said another crew member. There was a lot of discussion. The salvage king orangutan looked at everyone, his expression was very angry. Salvage king said, "Anyway, these enemies attacked my little brothers. Unforgivable. Crew quickly joined him and said, "Yes, inexcusable." The Salvage King Orangutan stood on the side of the boat and shouted loudly, "If someone dares to bully our orangutan pirates, then he will surely die." Crew shouted together, "Yes, sure to die." The Salvage King Orangutan said with high morale, "The big brother is going to stand up for the younger brothers." The crew behind him also brought a huge oil painting of flames as a background for salvaging the King Orangutan. The Salvage King Orangutan looked like a powerful hero, and he looked at Usopp and the others on the deck of the Explorer. "Hey, don't you guys take pictures?" Salvage King Orangutan said narcissistically. Usopp and Nami had strange expressions after hearing this. The Salvage King Orangutan in front of him really likes to show off. Usopp said, "Ah, we don't have cameras." The Salvage King Orangutan said with some disappointment, "It's such a pity. But my heroic gesture will always remain in your hearts." The Salvage King Orangutan then jumped into the sea below. "Little brothers, here I come!" The Salvage King Orangutan shouted. With a plop, the Salvage King Orangutan fell into the sea below. The crew of the Orang Osli pirates and Usopp and Nami on the Discovery were all looking at the sea below. The sea below was choppy for a while. Salvage the King Orangutan keeps diving. As he continued to dive, the huge sea snake that had survived before stared at him again. The previous 5 companions of the giant sea snake were killed, but it did not know how powerful this orangutan was. The giant sea snake swam towards the salvage of the King Orangutan. The huge sea snake approached to salvage the King Orangutan and opened its bloody mouth to eat each other. Salvage King Orangutans saw the attacking giant sea snake. "What? You want to eat me, but there's no way." The Salvage King Orangutan clenched his fists. Ape Force Fist. The Salvage King Orangutan punched the giant sea snake in the head. The huge sea snake wailed for a while, but after struggling a few times, it sank to the bottom of the sea. After the huge sea snake sank, the Salvage King Orangutan continued to dive to the vicinity of the wreck Mukuro. At this time, the ROG 5 defeated each other's divers in the cab. Just when the 5 wanted to leave here, the Salvage King Orangutan rushed in. The Salvage King Orangutan waved his fist and glanced at the crowd. "Ape!" Luffy exclaimed in surprise. The Salvage King Orangutan who was about to fight immediately became happy when he heard it. "Huh, am I that ape-like?" Salvage King Orangutan said narcissistically. Luffy said, "Of course, you're too ape-like." As a result, the two sides who were preparing to fight actually chatted happily. On the sea, whether it was the Orang Osli pirates or Usopp, they were all waiting for the people below to return. Chopper looked cautiously at the sea below and said, "Are Rogers all right?" After Usopp thought carefully, he said, "It should be fine, all 5 of them are great." Just when the situation is getting worse. Mukuro, the ship being salvaged, was approached by a huge shadow. The huge shadow opened its astonishingly huge mouth. The already huge shipwrecked Mukuro in his mouth. Shipwrecked Mukuro was bitten in the mouth by one bite. Huge shadows kept floating up. On the sea, Usopp and the others and everyone in the ape pirates saw a huge shadow floating up below. What is this? Usopp said. "Too huge," Nami said in shock. The crew of the Orang Osli pirates also saw a huge shadow floating up below. For a while a huge wave bulged. Beside the 2 ships, a sea turtle as huge as an island floated to the surface. "Whoever it is." Usopp and Nami and Chopper all widened their eyes and widened their mouths. Even the Izumi Water Goddess and Robin were shocked. Some of the crew on the ape pirates fell to their knees on the deck in fright. This is an island-like sea king. Just a huge sea turtle. The eyes on the turtle's head are big enough to exceed the size of many houses. That mouth can swallow 2 ships together. This giant sea turtle also had something in its mouth. There are also some gas pipelines that haven't been bitten. That's what connects the ape pirates' ships. And some of the wooden blocks of the sunken ship are exposed. The people of the ape pirates were the first to react. "Boss is trapped inside." The personnel pirates are in chaos. It is certain that the salvage king and some divers were bitten by the wreck in the mouth of the giant turtle. In the mouth of the giant sea turtle is the salvage of the king orangutan and the divers. At this time, Usopp also reacted. Could it be that Rog and the others were swallowed by this giant turtle along with the wrecked shipwreck Mukuro? Usopp said with great fear. Nami covered her mouth in fright and said, "Oh my god. It's terrible." Chopper couldn't believe it and said, "Roger and the others are in this turtle's mouth." Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, also looked grim. If swallowed by this giant sea turtle, it can be said that it is almost impossible to survive. At this time, the originally bright sky suddenly became very dark. As if it were night. Of course there is still some residual light. Chapter 434 Huge Shadow. But Usopp's attention was not here. The giant sea turtle's mouth actually loosened. Usopp shouted from the deck of the Discovery at this time, "Rog, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, the king of ninjas. You must go to heaven." Nami said anxiously, "What do you mean by that?" Usopp said, "Do you mean going to hell?" At this moment, a figure was suddenly thrown up. The opponent landed heavily on the deck. It was Luffy. Then Rog, Sanji, Zoro and the Ninja King also returned to the deck one after another. There is also the previous salvage of the king orangutan. Everyone gasped quickly, and Rog and the others threw away their diving suits. Zoro said, "Huh, finally back." Sanji put down a sheepskin bag and said, "We finally got something this time." Rog said, "It's really scary. I didn't expect someone to attack us. And that ape-like guy." Then it was suddenly swallowed by something. Luffy also woke up and said, "Ah. Everyone is fine. Something was attacked just now." Seeing that everyone was fine, Usopp took a breath and said, "Look at that thing." Roger and Sanji both looked at the giant turtle. "I saw the giant sea turtle open its mouth." "What is this?" Roger and Sanji and Zoro and Luffy shouted in shock together. "A sea turtle as huge as an island, a ship is like a shrimp compared to it. We wouldn't be in the mouth of this thing just now," Roger said in shock. "How can this happen?" Zoro said in shock. "It was almost a life and death situation just now." Luffy was shocked when he saw the giant turtle, but he quickly turned happy. "Wow, we were eaten," Luffy said excitedly. Looking at him, Usopp could hardly wait to enter the giant sea turtle's mouth again. Luffy suddenly turned his head to the sky and said, "Huh. Why is it so late? I saw that the sky became very dark. And there aren't any stars or moons yet." But soon he found that Nami, Robin and Usopp's expressions were all dumbfounded. Even Rog and Sanji looked into the distance in shock. Luffy also looked into the distance. At this time, Rog, Usopp, Luffy, and others from the Orang Asli pirates, and even the giant sea turtle were looking into the distance. In the distance, under the dim light, a huge shadow stood there. The shadow was human-like, but held a huge spear. Its size is enough to surpass this giant sea turtle thousands of times. There are 3 more shadows. The huge sense of fear shocked everyone present and the giant sea turtle. "Run away." Everyone quickly and desperately turned the hull and began to speed up to escape for their lives. The giant sea turtle was so frightened that it hurriedly dived into the sea to escape. On the Discovery deck, Rog, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Ninja King, Chopper, Nami, Robin, and Izumi, the water goddess, all tried their best to escape in the opposite direction. Everyone used all the skills they could use, and after trying desperately for an unknown amount of time, they finally left the dark sea and arrived at the sea under the sun. The crowd on the sun-drenched explorer was exhausted. The people on the deck who had recovered from their composure in front of them began to comfort each other. "What was that just now?" Luffy said. "Is it some kind of monster?" Usopp said. Rog said, "Such a huge monster. There are such huge creatures in this world." Zoro said, "They're all equal to the sky." Chopper said with a trembling body, "The Great Root is scary." Sanji looked at Nami, who was now hugging her body. It seems that he has not been freed from the fear just now. Nami said coldly, "What the hell is this?" Sanji quickly walked to Nami's side, comforted him and said, "Miss Nami, don't worry. Even if something like that comes, I will kill them." Nami punched Sanji and said angrily, "How can something like that be knocked down?" Robin's expression has returned to calm. She said, "It doesn't matter what we see. The important thing is that we should find an island to rest as soon as possible." Rog and Zoro all agreed after listening to it. "Okay," Roger said. "Well, sailing on the sea for so long. I met the seagull man and the one-legged captain again, and this time I met those guys who salvaged the sunken ship, the giant sea turtle, and that huge monster. I should find a place. Take a break," Zoro said. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. "It's really scary." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. "I saw the salvage of the king orangutan on the deck of the Discovery." Rog and Sanji rushed over quickly, and the two of them kicked over together. "When did you get on the boat?" The two kicked the salvage king's ass and let him fly into the sky. Then everyone drove the explorer to continue sailing. The Discovery continued to sail. After a series of adventures, everyone wanted to find an island to rest. Finally, everyone found an atoll and began to rest here. There is still a lot of sand on the atoll, as well as some coconut trees. Here the crowd began to pitch their tents. The sky has gradually reached the sunset. Sanji starts building a fire. Rog and Usopp and Luffy and Zoro set out to find marine fish and shellfish. "Aha, so many crabs here," Luffy said excitedly. From time to time the beach here is filled with huge crabs like pumpkins. The crowd began to catch, and a large number of crabs were knocked down. In addition, the waves washed a large number of shellfish onto the sandy beaches of the atoll. These shellfish are also good materials for nothing. Sea fish are also constantly swimming around. Especially after the explorer docked, many ferocious sharks swam over. These sharks had been waiting for an opportunity to attack the crowd. But they didn't expect that it would become someone else's food. 3-knife flow, tornado. Zoro's 3-katana sword slashed out the swirling tornado sword energy, blowing away the sharks in the sea. The sharks landed on the beach and began to struggle desperately. But Luffy knocked them all down with a fist. Luffy looked at the sharks happily and said, "Ah, I miss Sanji's shark kebab so much." "I prefer shark fins," Zoro said. Usopp said, "Okay, hurry up and give these ingredients to Sanji." At this time at one end of this atoll. Walks here with the Ninja King and Chopper. I saw a raised dune-like thing here. Suddenly the dune began to shake. The three stopped and saw the sand dunes swaying constantly. Chapter 435 Atoll. The sand on the dunes kept falling. To be precise, it was not sand but a huge shell. "Is this a giant shellfish?" Chopper said. "It's not just like that," Roger said. "The hand of the giant tree in his hand can attack at any time." The King of Ninja also found something wrong. "I saw that the huge shell shook off the sand on it and started to move again. Shellfish live in sea water and die on the beach. This shellfish is unlikely to survive long. I saw the shell turned around, and several huge crab-like things appeared below. Then a crab head with eyes as large as 2 footballs poked out of the shell." "Hermit crab," said Roger. "Unexpectedly, there is a huge hermit crab inside this huge shell." "Hermit crab?" Chopper asked suspiciously. Rog said, "There is such a species among crabs. They are not the hardest carapace themselves, but live by using the shells of other shell creatures as dwellings. Not only can they strengthen their defenses, they can also confuse enemies and prey." Chopper said in shock, "There is such a creature." Rog looked at the huge hermit crab and said, "But such a huge hermit crab is extremely rare." The giant hermit crab looked at the three with 2 eyes as large as a football. Chopper hides behind Roger in horror when he sees it. The giant hermit crab saw the 3 of them and found the prey. It wielded giant pincers that were strong enough to clamp a horse and attacked the three of Rogue. At this time, the giant wooden hand on Rogue's right arm grew rapidly. Hand of the giant tree. Rogue's fast-growing giant wooden hand blocked the pincers of the giant hermit crab with one punch. After the claws of the giant hermit crab were blocked, Rogue turned the fist of the giant wooden hand into a palm to grab the opponent's claws. After grabbing the giant hermit crab's claws with the giant wooden hand, Rogue lifted the giant hermit crab and threw it heavily into the distance. Boom! The giant hermit crab hit the beach heavily. Of course, the giant hermit crab was not killed by these injuries, and it started crawling on the sand again. The giant hermit crab charged towards the three again. This time, the king of ninja took out a few explosive shuriken from the bag on his waist. He swung them all out with an explosive shuriken. The exploding shuriken hit the giant hermit crab with a violent explosion. The giant hermit crab was disturbed by the exploding shuriken, and the king of ninja took the opportunity to pull out the ninja and rush over. The king of ninjas came to the side of the giant hermit crab and started beheading with a ninja sword. Puff, puff. The king of ninja was the first to cut off the two eyeballs of the giant hermit crab. The two eyeballs of the giant hermit crab originally protruded high, but now after being cut off, the giant hermit crab has become blind. The giant hermit crab now has no eyes and keeps running rampant. All crabs always walk sideways, and so do giant hermit crabs. The giant hermit crab was in great pain because its eyes were cut off, and it ran wild here. Rogue and the Ninja King looked at each other. Go on. The two fought side by side. Rogue's giant wooden hand found an opportunity to punch the giant hermit crab on the head. Taking this opportunity, the king of ninjas approached the giant hermit crab. The king of ninja wielded his ninja sword and concentrated his strength to unleash the most powerful beheading. God slaying. The ninja of the king of ninjas slashed. With a harsh cracking sound, the shell of the giant hermit crab was also cracked. This slash not only cut open the shell of the giant hermit crab, but also destroyed and killed the brain of the giant hermit crab. The giant hermit crab that received the fatal blow stopped walking. Rogue and the Ninja King were both relieved, and finally killed the giant hermit crab. Giant hermit crab was killed, Chopper said in shock, "You guys are amazing." Rogue said, "Okay, give the ingredients to Sanji." Rogue continued to use the giant wooden hand to drag the giant hermit crab from walking. Sanji was quite satisfied when he saw that everyone brought a lot of ingredients. "It's really hard for you," Sanji said. Giant hermit crabs, sharks, shellfish. Sanji could totally cook a super seafood meal. The sun is setting lower. Soon it completely disappeared under the sea. The sky also became starry, and the moon was also exposed. Above the atoll under the night sky. People are having a banquet together. Wow, so rich. Luffy's voice sounded. Around the bright fire, Sanji cooks a delicious pile of seafood. Buttered shark meat was grilled around a campfire and came out in hordes of oil. And the giant hermit crab being grilled. Countless shellfish are simmered on the stove. In addition to these delicious seafood, there are some toasts to accompany the meal. Sanji said happily, "Okay, grilled shark steak, grilled shark fin, grilled hermit crab meat, stewed shellfish. Ladies, please enjoy these delicious seafood meals first. Others will also eat some by the way." After hearing this, Usopp said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean by other people?" Luffy didn't care and said, "It's on." Luffy quickly put a plate of grilled shark meat into his mouth. "Yummy," quote. Luffy said in shock. Zoro started eating grilled shark fins. This delicacy allows Zoro to enjoy while drinking rum. The Ninja King also likes to eat grilled shark fins and toasts with Zoro. "I didn't expect you to like shark fins so much," Zoro said. The Ninja King took a sip of rum and said, "On Wano Kuni, only celebrities can eat shark fins. It can be said to be a luxury food. I didn't expect you to be able to eat these delicacies often." Zoro said, I want to eat the appetizers from Wanokuni. I'll have to try it carefully then. Roger is the favorite grilled hermit crab meat. The meat of this hermit crab is very delicious. It's addicting to eat. It's delicious, so much crab meat can't be eaten. Rog said. Chopper also eats these crab meat, and he is shocked by the deliciousness of the crab meat. Hermit crab meat is so delicious. Chopper exclaimed. Usopp is also eating a giant leg of a hermit crab. Just the crab meat in one leg is enough to make one die. Usopp shouted as he ate, it's so delicious. Sanji is devoted to Nami, Robin and Izumi, the water goddess. The crowd enjoyed this delicious seafood meal by the bonfire. Because the atoll is very flat, the sea breeze blows in groups, making everyone feel very comfortable. After such a period of enjoyment, everyone was lying on the beach and looking at the stars in the sky. Chapter 436 Logbook of the Saint Bliss. In the afternoon not long ago, everyone experienced a thrill. Salvage the sunken ship on the seabed, meet the Orang Asli pirates, meet the giant turtle, and see the unbelievably huge shadow. Usopp looked at the night sky and said, it's like a dream. It was an unforgettable adventure, Chopper said. Luffy said, eating well. At this time, Rog said, let's check the items salvaged from the sunken ship before. Okay, time to take a look, Sanji said. Rog took the lead in taking out the logbook and some important books. I'll read this logbook first. I got it from the captain's room, Roger said. Robin also came over and sat aside after listening to it and said, I want to hear it too. Nami also listened carefully to Roger reading these logbooks while drinking. Rog began to read the logbook. Sea Circle Calendar, the 27th of May 1307. We departed from the Kingdom of Bliss in the South Blue, with anticipation of the whole kingdom on our expedition to the Great Route. The expedition ship Saint Bliss carried a great deal of food and weapons and expeditions the tools used. There are also 800 crew members on this huge ocean-going expedition ship. The crew and I are very happy and hope to be able to explore the greatest seas in the world. This is the pride of the Kingdom of Bliss. Quote. Sea Circle Calendar, March 15, 1308. We entered the Great Route. The weather here is changeable and even chaotic. The compass has no effect at all. In addition to using the recording hand, we have spent a lot of money on the permanent hand of some merchants. We according to need, go to the island you need to reach. Quote. Sea Circle Calendar, October 12, 1310. We sailed the Great Route for over 2 years. Passed through many islands and encountered some dangers. Engaged with some pirates. Originally more than 800 crew members, lost 300, there are still 500 left. However, according to the tradition of the Kingdom of Bliss, even if they go to sea, the accident of these crew members must be transported back to their hometown for burial. We will put the deceased who can be recovered into coffins and temporarily bury them in Saint Bliss. The bottom of the ship. Sea Circle Calendar, April 14, 1311. After we arrived at Jaya Island on the Great Route, we went to replenish. This is a fast-growing port city. Here we inquired about the news that we could go to the legendary Sky Island. After passing through after some investigation, we finally got a route to Sky Island. Quote. Sea Circle Calendar, April 26, 1311. We made a difficult journey to reach the legendary Sky Island. It is an island floating in the sky. And there are ocean-like clouds around that allow ships to travel. It's unbelievable. The crew that has survived to this day is unbelievably excited. It just takes a long time to get used to because of the difficulty of breathing at high altitude. And there are so many amazing Sky Island creatures. Those huge Sky Island fish, the class was able to wander through the clouds of Sky Island. Quote. Sea Circle Calendar, April 27, 1311. We began to formally contact people in the Sky Island area. These people then have wings on their backs. They look like angels in mythology. They also sold us some special seashells. We exchanged the special products we carried. Both sides were very happy. Quote. Sea Circle Calendar, April 29, 1311. We spent a few days at Sky Island, but found something unbelievable here. Two powerful forces are constantly at war here. And Sky Island is inexplicably called itself the God's Rule. See Circle Calendar May 2, 1311. For some reason our crew clashed with self-proclaimed priests on Sky Island. The other party was aggressive and threatened to impose maximum punishment on us. The crew of the Saint Bliss was on alert. Status: this ocean-going expedition ship is also equipped with powerful artillery and other weapons. The crew is also strong and fighting. If there is an accident, then we must defend ourselves. See Circle Calendar May 3, 1311, a terrible day. On this day, the priests of Sky Island led the magician to attack the Saint Bliss. Although there was no damage to the hull, I reported that the crew suffered heavy casualties. They were able to fly and use those the shells attacked as a weapon. The opponent was nimble and powerful. We couldn't resist. In the end, the Saint Bliss was controlled by the opponent. Our weapons were disarmed, but instead of killing us, they announced that we would be sentenced to the most brutal Luoyuan punishment. Quote: see Circle Calendar May 4, 1311. We were moved with the Saint Bliss to a small floating Luoyuan. There was no way to move here. Just wait. The crew panicked at first. But I work with the cadres on the ship to appease everyone. Let everyone feel at ease and find a way to escape. Quote: see Circle Calendar May 14, 1311. We have been exiled on this Luoyuan with the Saint Bliss for 10 days. There is no way to escape at all. And only empty water and food. Start a new one among the crew. There's a commotion. See Circle Calendar May 27, 1311, the most tragic day ever. The surviving crew of the ship suffered a tragic internal massacre over the limited water and food. The surviving people were only a few dozen on the side of me and the senior cadres. People. Of course the limited water and food left are enough for a while. Quote: see Circle Calendar June 7, 1311. And now our water and food are completely consumed. For the first time we have done something disgraceful. We ate the bodies of the crew members who had died in the internal slaughter. This is only for the sake of live longer. See Circle Calendar June 14, 1311. There are only 5 people on board. I am writing this last logbook here. Because this is the last of my strength. This logbook may not be able to be read, others saw. But we strayed into a legendary and magical Sky Island. And died so tragically. I hope the people of Bliss will not forget us. We also hope that the horror that happened on the Saint Bliss will not be known to them as Akatsuki. Captain Kuro Once of the Saint Bliss. Quote: Rog also read out the key logbooks. Of course these logbooks, which recorded the horrific truths of the past, were read. Let the people around you have heavy expressions, even fear. Nami said in surprise. It's really scary. Usopp knew that the Sky Island that he managed to go to was so terrifying, and even retreated a little, saying, there are still people in Sky Island. And there are so many terrible secrets. Robin asked for the logbook from Rog and checked it more carefully. Rog looked at everyone and said, there are so many secrets in this legendary Sky Island. You can feel those mysteries just from this logbook. Mystery is also dangerous. Exploring any mystery also requires exposure to danger. Sky Island is extremely mysterious and contains many unimaginable secrets and dangers. Chapter 437 Jaya Island. But that piqued Luffy's interest even more. Sounds great. We must go to Sky Island. Luffy said excitedly. Nami looked at Luffy with some embarrassment and said, it's dangerous there, and it's still a question of whether it can be reached. Rog said, there may be going treasures in Sky Island. Usually mysterious areas have that kind of thing. Nami's face changed immediately after hearing this, and she said, let's go. After all, there is treasure. Once Nami is linked to money, her eyes will light up immediately. Usopp said, well, going to Sky Island requires careful planning anyway. Chopper said timidly, it's really dangerous there. Usopp was still willing to go, albeit dangerously. But he is also more adventurous like Luffy. Don't worry, Captain Usopp will protect everyone. Usopp said with a thumbs up to himself. Really? Chopper said. Rog brought back the logbook and some books, and Robin checked it very carefully. Then Luffy also opened his sheepskin bag and took out the weird shells inside. Let's see, here's my baby, Luffy said happily. Most of these shells are spiral shells and very flat. Sanji picked up one and looked at it. But quickly the shell shattered. Sanji, you broke it, Luffy said in surprise. Sanji said, I just squeezed it lightly. Who made it so weak? I checked a few more shells, all of which were quickly damaged. These shells have obviously suffered a lot of erosion and are already very dilapidated. And Zoro also took the items they brought from the wreck out of the sheepskin bag. Of course, all they brought back were some crew supplies and weapons from the wreck. Robin then helped analyze it. These are the specialty weapons and tools in the South Blue area. But the years are long gone. It seems that this logbook is the most valuable, Sanji said. Robin looked at the logbook and said, now we can be sure that Sky Island does exist. And there are mysterious forces that rule there. Luffy said, go on an adventure, go to Sky Island. Luffy's character loves all kinds of adventures the most. Usopp also looked serious and said, everyone, although Sky Island is full of danger. But Captain Usopp will still lead everyone to adventure. Chopper also cheered Usopp on, saying, go on an adventure to Sky Island and follow Captain Usopp. Roger said, then let's get ready. There seems to be a reference to Jaya Island in there, doesn't it? Robin said, yes, it mentioned that they found the way to Sky Island from Jaya Island in the first place. Nami looked at the King of Ninjas and the water goddess Izumi again, and said, we were going to Jaya Island. The King of Ninja and the water goddess Izumi arrive at the port of Jaya Island. They will each return to the place where they need to return. Luffy said, okay, go to Jaya Island first. After a series of discussions and decisions, everyone was tired. Soon the bonfire on the beach of the atoll was extinguished, and the sound of purring echoed. After this day's encounter, the crowd continued to sail for 4 more days. On the 5th day, I finally reached the vicinity of Jaya Island. This morning, the sun is shining brightly. Everyone was gathered on the deck, and Luffy and Usopp were at the top of the giant wooden mast. Here at the very top, Luffy and Usopp look into the distance. Wait, Luffy, I seem to see something, said Usopp, looking into the distance through a telescope. In Usopp's telescope, an island appeared in the distance. Luffy said excitedly after hearing this, really? Show me. Luffy snatched Usopp's telescope. Huh, what's wrong? I can't see clearly. Luffy said. Idiot, you turned the telescope upside down. Usopp hurriedly helped Luffy correct the telescope. Luffy now looks into the distance with a telescope. In the telescope, only an island loomed. Really? There's an island, Luffy said. Luffy shouted to the deck below, we're here, there's an island. Everyone on deck heard Luffy's voice. Rog and Nami were looking at a nautical chart at this time. Oh, it's really here, Roger said. Nami pointed to the nautical chart and said, it is indeed the location of Jaya Island. Nami then commanded, okay, everyone is ready to land. Our destination is about to arrive. Zoro said, it's finally here. Sanji was at the helm and said, Miss Nami, please rest assured. There is absolutely no problem with my steering. Continued its voyage towards Jaya Island. The huge warship is gradually approaching Jaya Island. With the approach, the port of Jaya Island is also revealed. It is a huge port with hundreds of ships of various sizes moored. Usopp and Luffy also descended from the top of the mast. On the deck of the Discovery, everyone observed the port. There are huge commercial cargo ships, cruise ships, and even pirate ships in the port. Pirate ship, Nami said in surprise. This port actually allows pirate ships to park. Usopp said in shock. The port of Jaya Island so upright and bright. It's unbelievable. Sanji looked at the various ships in the port and said, isn't there any business here? Rog looked at the port and saw a huge sign that read, Jaya Island Magic Valley City Port. This city is Magic Valley City, Rog said. Magic Valley City is the only and largest city on Jaya Island. The scale is very large, even if it is not inferior to the Rapeseed Flowers and Kingdom Newport of Alabasta before. Merchant ships from all over the world park here for supplies, and this is the famous transit port for the Great Route. After the Discovery sailed near the port, several single-mast speedboats quickly drove around, and these single-mast speedboats were only the size of Mary. It carried a group of uniformed guards. "Everyone, please stop. This is the Jaya Island Magic Valley City Port Management Office. Please stop the warship, and report your identity and purpose," the person on a sloop used a loudspeaker to say. Rog and Usopp on the Discovery deck looked around after listening. 4 sloops surrounded the Discovery. "Indeed, we were too ostentatious," Usopp said. "No way, stop the boat. Make it clear to them," Nami said. The Discovery was stopped, and the guards boarded the ship. Chapter 438 Landing on Jaya Island. After all, when Vers separated from everyone, he gave a warship, which actually made everyone very conspicuous. The guards negotiated with the Straw Hat Pirates on this warship. A burly chief of the guard force said, "Everyone, please explain your origins." "We." At this point Luffy tried to speak out, but Usopp and Rogrima stopped him. Usopp said, "Be quiet. Everyone knows Luffy's big mouth. If he says any bad information, he will be caught by the other party." Nami stepped forward and said, "We are an expedition fleet from the Drum Country. After many days of sailing, we arrived at Jaya Island. We hope to be able to supply supplies here. We will continue to sail on the Great Route to explore." Nami lied without even blinking her eyes, as if it were real. However, both Rog and Sanji praised Nami in their hearts. The officer looked at Nami and then at the others. Hefeng sail on the deck of the Discovery. The giant wooden mast Hefeng sails created by Roger are trees and green leaves. "It looks very strange," the officer said. "Is this warship really used for exploration? Then as long as you ensure that you respect the law in Magic Valley City and Jaya Island, you can berth after paying enough money." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nami asked again, "Okay, so how much will it cost?" The officer ordered to the side, "Tell them how much they need to pay." A guard in charge of statistics stepped forward, opened a notebook, and began to read. According to the Magic Valley City Port Management Law, ships with a size of 100 meters need to pay a basic berthing fee of 100,000 baileys. If they are warships, they need to add 500,000 baileys. Safety management costs 50,000 baileys. A total of 650,000 baileys. And it's the cost per day, the guard read. Nami's face became very shocked, and said with Usopp and the others, 650,000 bailey. Usopp said, "Isn't that too expensive?" Sanji said, "Why do you charge so much?" Rog and Zoro also felt the expense was high. Nami lowered her head and said nothing, her face became gloomy. It was like a dark cloud before the thunder and lightning. "It's too expensive," Nami said suddenly. Nami raised her head and looked at the officer resentfully, even the officer was shocked by Nami's expression. Nami said sternly, "You are charging too much. It costs so much to park for one day." "Sorry, ma'am, this is the law here. Please pay or you will be expelled," said the chief of the guard. Rog hurriedly stood in front of Nami and said, "Okay, we'll just pay. Now that I have just arrived at Jaya Island, I still need to inquire about information and supplies. There can be absolutely no conflict at this juncture." The commander of the guard said, "Okay, that's enough. Now due to the constraints of people have to pay enough money." Although Nami was angry, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, getting the Discovery to berth is what matters. Luffy was a little bit eager to knock the captain of the guard unit away. Nami said, "Okay, we'll pay. But we don't have enough cash. We need some valuables to pay." Commander of the guard unit was silent for a moment and said, "Okay." Nami and Sanji went to the cabin first. After a while, Nami and Sanji returned to the deck. This time Nami and Sanji put a pile of gold bars in front of the guards. Okay, take it. That's enough, Nami said. The guards were shocked when they saw these gold bars. Especially this officer, his face twitched. But he quickly regained his composure and said, okay. The guards took the gold bars and disembarked from the warship. The explorer was then guided to a berthing location. The behemoth explorer is docked. Everyone on the deck got off the warship one after another. Everyone set foot on the land of the island again. After leaving the port, everyone walked on the street. Luffy was still very excited to see that he had finally arrived in a relatively large port city. Wow, would like to eat a lot, Luffy said. Luffy arrives on an island, he wants to taste the local food. Sanji said, it's time to prepare some ingredients. Zoro said, buy more wine, I've had enough rum. Usopp said, I need to get some more tools. Roger said, I'm going to get some more plants. I need to get some medicines and medical supplies and medical books, Chopper said. Nami said to everyone, save some money. Although Nami's tone was flat, everyone understood how powerful Nami was. Okay, we'll pay attention, all said. The King of Ninja and the water goddess Izumi will be separated here. Arriving at the transit port on Jaya Island, everyone has to go their separate ways. The Ninja King said, it's finally here. We're about to part too. Izumi said, it's a pleasure to be with you all these days. Hearing this, Rog and the others are a little sorry. Sanji looked the most frustrated and said, Goddess, don't you leave us. When people are destined to be different, just like Vivi is different from everyone. The Ninja King then said, but don't worry, we will stay here for a few days. And we may have a chance to meet in the future. Usopp said, okay, Wano Kuni and Enchanted Island are going. The Ninja King said, I will wait for everyone. Izumi Water Goddess said, me too. Although it took a lot of hard work to get to Jaya Island, but I have to face sad things. Even partners have to be separated. Forget it, why think so much? Let's have some fun together, Luffy said happily. Yes, let's have fun walking around the city, Usopp said. Everyone began to walk on the streets of Magic Valley City. Check out this bustling port city. At the port of Magic Valley City. In front of the berth where the Discovery is parked, the chief of the guard unit in charge is talking on a phone bug. It's like this, we found a warship here in the port. There were not many people on board, but it had going. The chief of the guard force reported in a report. Going. That's great. You still send people to infiltrate as usual. If you can find more goings to further investigate their identities. Maybe we can make a lot of money, said an old voice on the opposite side. Chief of the guard said, okay, Mayor Grandit. He then hung up the phone bug. The chief of the guards waved, and several heavily armed guards began to infiltrate the Discovery. He looked at the Explorer, a strange warship that seemed to hold great wealth. Chapter 439 Hidden Crisis. If you find the wealth in the Explorer, you will make a lot of money. And because the Explorer was very suspicious, the chief of the guard force personally contacted the mayor of Magic Valley City and obtained a secret authorization. It may not be easy to offend the fleets of some big businessmen who come and go, but for the wealth that the young crew members on the Discovery do not know how to obtain, they can find opportunities or even unscrupulous means to take their wealth as their own. The guards that infiltrated the Explorer quickly infiltrated the lower deck. In the deck with the warehouse, the locked warehouse was found. These guards, also equipped with daggers made of wapple, broke the lock on the warehouse door and entered. Spotting the group of goings, they immediately reported to the chief of the guard force who was waiting outside. Really, it's a whole lot of boxes of going. The commander of the security force said opposite the phone bug. Exactly, Sir Rezel, replied the guards. Rezel, the commander of the security force, looked surprised now. Okay, you retreat first. Chief Rezel said. Chief Razor hung up the phone bug. He was secretly delighted for a while now, such a group of goings was within easy reach. At this moment, a security force rushed over. Sir Razel, a major discovery. A guard unit hurried over with a few pieces of paper in their hands. The guard saluted in front of Chief Razel and said, "Sir, those people are important pirates. They are rewarded with a lot of money. Among them, there are more than 100 million rewards." What? Chief Razor was shocked. Razel received 4 bounties. He couldn't believe it as he looked closely. Straw Hat, Monkey, D. Luffy, 120 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa, Zoro, 80 million Baileys. Blackfoot Chef, Sanji, 65 million Baileys. Plant Warrior, Rog, with a bounty of 95 million Bailey. Seeing the 4 reward orders and the exaggerated amount, Razel's face twitched. The bounty of the 4 has reached more than 300 million, which can be said to be a very powerful pirate group. Even the powerful pirate behind the scenes on Jaya Island offered a bounty of only 150 million Bailey. Razel looked at the explorer again and said, "It turns out that they must have obtained going through robbery or salvage." The guards on the side were all terrified when they found out. It's incredible how these young men could be such powerful pirates. Their bounty is so high, but no one has ever heard of what they did. Are these bounties confirmed to be true? Exactly, officially obtained from the world government. This is only 4 of them, and there may be experts in the rest. They have a huge number of goings as well. For a time, the guards were surprised and worried. This can explain why Rog and Sanji have so many goings. But it also proved that they are not easy to deal with. A guard unit questioned Chief Razel. "Sir Razel, should we move on?" Chief Razel was silent for a while, then said, "If this is the case, then I will contact the mayor of Grandit." Razor dialed the phone bug. Soon there was communication. "Sir Razel, how are things going?" The old voice on the opposite side sounded. "Mayor Grandit, we found more than 10 boxes of going in that warship, which are priceless." Chief Razel said. "Oh, more than 10 boxes of going. It's very rare." The voice on the other side suddenly became full of interest. "But Mayor Grandit, we have a new discovery," Razel said in a serious tone. "Tell me," said the opposite. "This group of people are pirates. The total reward is more than 300 million Bailey. There are even more than 100 million reward. This also means that their going is obtained through pirate behavior. And their strength is not bad," Razel said. After hearing Razel's report, the other side was silent for a long time. This group of pirates has hundreds of millions of Baileys in bounties. They also have huge goings. This kind of thing just kill them. The tone on the other side suddenly became cold and severe. Razel's face was also heavy, and he then said, "Mayor Grandit, our port guards may not be able to deal with them. I know this, the strength of the enemy will not be too bad. I will send the Magic Valley City Security Army to support. You should pay attention to observe first, and wait until the security army arrives to encircle and destroy them together." The opposite said. "Yes," Razor said. "Then hang up the phone bug. The wait is to start a fierce battle. Everyone is ready to act, and guard the surrounding area," Commander Razel ordered. "Yes," said the guards. "A bloody storm will revolve around the Discovery and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates." On the streets of Magic Valley City, when everyone saw the bustling shops and restaurants on both sides of the street, they wanted to go in and spend it. "Hey, we're running out of cash. There's no way to buy these things. Hurry up and find a place to exchange them." Nami quickly stopped everyone and said. "Everyone must listen to Miss Nami," Sanji said. Everyone continued to walk, and finally came to a Silver Row building. This elegantly constructed white building has the words, "Grande Silver Line," on it. Everyone entered the Silver Row hall. Nami said to Sanji and Rog, "Okay, take out the goings." Rog and Sanji took out going from the backpack. A total of 10 gold bricks and 50 gold bars. In front of the precious metal exchange counter in the Silver Row, Nami and Sanji placed going here. Okay, we're going to redeem these goings. The staff in charge also shined brightly. Nami said calmly, okay, we're going to exchange these goings. The staff were very surprised when they saw it, but they soon calmed down. What a great guest. I haven't seen so many goings in a long time, the staff said. Nami said, you should calculate carefully. Please wait. The staff quickly found a scale for weighing going and a group of special weights. The staff began to count. Rog and Sanji are behind Nami. Although this is Silver's line, they also need to worry about some outlaws. Nami watched the staff weigh and calculate going with her eyes, not letting go. When it comes to money, no one can hide from Nami's eyes. Luffy and Usopp, along with Chopper and the others, were resting on sofas in the Silver Row Hall. They are all very happy, discussing how to buy what they want. Chapter 440 Nami's Gift. Buy 100 steaks, Luffy said excitedly. Captain Usopp is going to buy a bunch of tools. Usopp said smugly. Buy 100 marshmallows, and 100 bags of chocolate by the way. And the medical books and medical equipment and medicines I need, Chopper said with anticipation. 3 were the most excited, and Zoro was dozing off on the sofa at this time. Robin looked around carefully, she didn't miss any details. She seems to have discovered some hidden problems on the island. As for the water goddess Izumi and the king of ninjas, they were accompanied by the crowd. After 2 hours of calculation, the staff finally calculated the value of the goings. It's finally done. These goings are of high purity, with a full weight of 53,000 grams. Each gram of going is worth 1,000 Baileys. So I can exchange 53 million Baileys for you, the staff said with a smile. 53 million Bailey. Usopp and Luffy and Chopper heard it and danced with joy. The staff member was originally smiling, but when he saw Nami's gloomy face, he said, this value is very accurate. If you don't believe me, look at this newspaper about the price of going in the world. The staff member presents an economic newspaper in front of Nami. Nami glanced at it and saw that going was marked with 1,000 Baileys per gram. Nami laughed gloomily at this time and said, your information is really accurate, but is the time wrong? Hearing this, the staff member's face turned ugly. Nami touched the newspaper and said, it's not fake. It's true that every gram of going used to be worth 1,000 Baileys. But how many years has this newspaper been around? The newspaper presented by the staff is indeed a bit old. Although it is well preserved, it can still be seen that it is relatively old, and the date on it has also been cut off. Nami quickly took out another newspaper and placed it on the counter. Look, every gram of going is now worth 2,000 Baileys. Nami pointed her finger at the data above. The staff member was speechless when he was questioned. The Silver Line just wanted to exchange it at a low price and then resell it to make amazing profits. Okay, 2,000 Baileys per gram will give you a total of 106 million Baileys. The staff had to say. After a while, a huge sum of 106 million Baileys was exchanged. Nami picked up the box herself, and walked out of Granite Silver with the others under the escort of Sanji and Rog. Hooray! 106 million Baileys. Usopp, Luffy and Chopper cheered. Sanji said beside Nami, as expected of Miss Nami, she has a good plan. Let that guy have to exchange a reasonable price for us. Nami's expression was calm. Nami can steal her opponent for money, and she will not be deceived by the money she will get. Nami looked at the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess again and thought for a while. Let's go to a restaurant to celebrate first, Nami said. Okay. This time everyone cheered. Everyone found a very luxurious restaurant together, and here they booked a large private room to hold a banquet. This is a huge round table that accommodates more than 10 people sitting together. Everyone sat here and started chatting happily. They kept you all waiting. 4 waiters came in and pushed in a huge dining cart. The dining car is full of various delicacies. Thank you, but then we have to eat carefully, please don't disturb us. Nami said. The waiters then withdrew again. It's on. The crowd said excitedly. Delicious roast turkey, roast lobster, roast steak, pizza, macaroni, cakes, fruit, salads, toast, meatballs, sausages are laid out on the table. Also wine, liquor, sake, juice, specialty drinks. Everyone was happy to eat and drink. Nami was the first to raise a goblet full of wine and said, "Today, I will give this glass to the king of ninjas and the water goddess Izumi. Thank you for your help these days." The banquet table immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess. The Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess looked at everyone with complicated expressions. Nami continued, "This banquet is actually a farewell banquet for the two of you. So the two of you are the real protagonists of the banquet. Everyone else is going to toast you." After Nami finished speaking, others also said, "Yes. Yes." Everyone started to toast to the two of them. "I really like you. I really don't want to be separated," Usopp said with a toast. "It would be great to go on an adventure together," Luffy said regretfully. "It's been great together. Good luck to you all, though," Chopper said. "Everyone has their own path. We were able to be partners during this time, which is a lifetime memory," Roger said with a toast. "Good luck to you all," Robin said briefly. Izumi Water Goddess in great pain, toasting with a reluctant expression. "Goddess, why did you leave us?" Sanji said. Izumi smiled softly and said, "We will meet again when you both arrive at the Magic Island. I will always regard you as partners." Sanji burst into tears. Zoro and the King of Ninja toast each other. "It's hard to get white wine and sake, so you must have a good time." Zoro said toast. "Being a warrior is all about perseverance. No matter what you have to overcome. I hope you can overcome the difficulties and reach Wano Kuni," said the Ninja King. Zoro and the King of Ninjas drank their drinks. Two people, one is a swordsman and the other is a ninja. The two are actually the most fettered people during this period of time. This banquet was the last farewell banquet, and the others were chatting and laughing with both of them. A banquet with a different atmosphere is also full of joys and sorrows. At the end of the banquet, everyone ate and drank happily. The empty plates and wine glasses at the round table seemed to announce what a heartfelt gathering this was. Nami brought the suitcase full of money to the dining table. She came before the King of Ninjas and the Water Goddess Izumi. "The King of Ninjas, the Water Goddess Izumi. You all need some travel expenses," Nami said. She held 3 dozen banknotes in each hand. "You two get 3 million Baileys each. After all, the Great Route is treacherous and requires some travel expenses," Nami said. The Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess looked Nami in the eyes, and Nami's eyes were full of friendliness and sincerity. "Don't say no. That's what friends do. You've helped us so much," Nami continued. "Now everyone is looking at the two of them. Even if the two are not greedy for money, this intention must be followed." "Thank you Nami, thank you everyone," the Ninja King said with little emotion. "Thank you Nami and everyone for your concern," Izumi Water Goddess said softly. The two took the money from Nami's hands. Rog and Sanji looked at each other, thinking that Nami is really good. In real moments, Nami doesn't skimp on those material possessions. Chapter 441 Crazy Shopping. The farewell banquet is finally over. Everyone walked out of the restaurant happy. After walking out of this restaurant, everyone also needs to shop. "Okay, here's the money for each of you. Use it carefully," Nami said, giving Roger and Usopp a dozen bills each. After Usopp counted it, he said, "It's only 100,000 yuan. Can Nami give some more? We still have 100 million Baileys." Luffy also said, "Isn't that enough money?" Nami's face quickly turned fierce and she said, "Do you have any opinions?" After seeing Nami's face, Usopp and Luffy quickly confessed. "No, don't dare," Usopp and Luffy said. Rog also ordered the 100,000 Baileys in his hand, although these were not many. But enough. "Okay, let's get started," Zoro said. Okay. All are very happy. Everyone has a lot to buy. Magic Valley City is also a large-scale port city. Everyone finds what they need. Rog first went to a plant shop. After entering the plant shop, the owner said politely, "This guest, what do you want?" Roger glanced at the plants in the plant shop. "I want to see these," Roger said. Okay. The boss quickly explained the plants in front of Rog. Rog carefully selected some plants according to his own needs. Especially a lot of saplings are essential. Also, I need some seeds. Roger said again. Okay, look at these. The boss took out some more seeds. For Rog, plants mean fighting power. So you need a lot of plants that are suitable for yourself. After such a careful selection, Roger paid a large sum of money and walked out of the plant store with a large package of plants and seeds. In a store that displays fresh meat, Sanji buys wildly. A pair of discerning eyes locks all high-quality ingredients. Turkey, yes, 10. 40 pounds of beef. 200 of sausages. Eggs, they are still fresh, here are 1,000. Sanji goes to great lengths to select various ingredients. Sanji's mission is to make other friends eat delicious food. To this end, Sanji strives for excellence in cooking and ingredients. Being the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates requires not only strong cooking skills, but also fighting. This is really hard work for Sanji. Thank you for your patronage. Sanji pushes gate of opening and pulls a cart of meat to buy. As for vegetables and fruits, because of Rog's reasons, you don't have to work so hard to buy them. Seafood can be obtained at any time during the voyage. After all, this is a large port city, and there are so many beautiful women. Sanji took all the beautiful women he saw on the street into his heart. In such a prosperous city, Sanji's greatest enjoyment is to see those seductive beauties. A slender, light-footed, beautiful-faced, laughing girl walked up and down. Sanji was fascinated by the sight. There were also a lot of scantily clad beauties, which made Sanji even want the nosebleed to come out like a spray of Izumi. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy enjoyed the splurge. The three stood together in front of a confectionery shop. Wow, candy store, Luffy said excitedly. I really want to eat a lot. Usopp also said. I love sweet things. Chocolate, marshmallows, candy canes, Chopper said. The three rushed into the confectionery shop amid cheers. This confectionery shop is filled with Rin's dazzling variety of sweets and pastries. Luffy saw the cakes and said, chocolate cake, strawberry cake, condensed milk cake, butter cake, cheesecake cream cake, yogurt cake, almond cake, roll cake. Wow, that's delicious. After seeing the candies, Chopper said intoxicated, chocolate, marshmallow, apple candy, watermelon candy, banana candy, coconut candy, honey candy, yogurt candy, praline candy. What sweet candies. Usopp was also drooling when he saw it, but he still put on a posture and said, Since Captain Usopp taught his apprentices how to make candy and cakes, candies and cakes are now so popular. Wow, you're amazing, Chopper said admiringly. A boss wearing a pastry chef's hat said politely to the three, Everyone, what would you like to eat? I want this, Luffy said. 100 of this candy, and 100 of this. Chopper frantically bought the candy. Usopp also looked at it carefully and said, I'll have some too. The three co-pilots turned the boss from surprise to fear. He had never seen anyone so obsessed with candy cakes. Don't worry, everyone, I will fill you with sweets and cakes that you are satisfied with. The boss said quickly. If he didn't hurry up, he said that the store would be demolished by 3 people. Zoro and the King of Ninjas go to the weapon shop together. Both of them are not interested in firearms, so they are looking for weapons stores that sell cold weapons such as swords. Rin's dazzling swords are all beautifully decorated. But Zoro pulled the katana swords out of their sheaths. It's disappointing, the decoration is so beautiful but the texture is so mediocre. Zoro said with some disappointment. Of course, Zoro now has 3 excellent samurai swords with great power, Shuizhao, Gush, and Hidao, all of them are treasure swords. Zoro also doesn't need a new katana for the time being. Now Zoro is fighting with 3 katana swords, enough to swept away thousands of troops and defeated countless masters. Of course, as a swordsman who loves weapons, Zoro still likes to see powerful swords. The King of Ninja also observes various swords. In addition to observing swords, he also likes all kinds of hidden weapons. Zoro and the Ninja King are the most outrageous couple of the bunch. Both of them are pursuing the realm of warriors. Just the style is different. "Oh, you really like hidden weapons," Zoro said. "Ninjas sneak in the dark, of course, they have to use some special weapons," said the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja finally bought some hidden weapons either for collection or use. Nami, together with Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, shop for clothes at a clothing store together. The weather on the Great Route is changeable, and in this clothing store, Nami and Robin help the water goddess Izumi buy clothes that can be used for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Izumi, the water goddess, is so atmospheric. She is so beautiful in everything she wears. Nami admired. Izumi has long soft golden hair and a dignified face. Whether it is ordinary clothes or gorgeous clothes, they can complement her beauty. "Thank you," Izumi water goddess said softly. Izumi water goddess is elegant and atmospheric, not only to men, but also to women. Nami and the others left the clothing store after shopping. Chapter 442 Security Forces. Whether it's Rog, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, Zoro, Ninja King or Nami and Robin and Izumi the water goddess, everyone followed the original plan and went back to the Explorer together first. While the group was eating and shopping in the city, it was at the port where the Discovery was moored. Commander Rezel and the guards quickly set up their defenses. "Sir Rezel, the security forces have come to support," a guard reported. Rezel looked across the street and saw a group of security forces in gray uniforms rushing over. These security forces are armed with rifles and helmets. Also on the waist are pistols and daggers, as well as bullets and grenades. There is also a backpack for storing combat weapons and supplies on the back. They have a G logo on their helmets and uniforms. This is the direct line of troops loyal to the mayor of the Magic Valley, Grandit. "It's finally here, security forces," Rezel said happily. The port guard force commanded by Rezel is also equivalent to the customs force, but it can only play the role of review and warning. But it's really hard to deal with a strong opponent. However, in this Magic Valley city, there is also an incomparably powerful regular army, that is, the Magic Valley City Security Army, an elite force formed by the mayor of Grandit. Magic Valley City security forces are well-equipped, well-trained, and extremely loyal to Mayor Grandit. Jinchuriki column that the mayor of Grandit can inform the city. There is another branch, Jinchuriki column, which is the big man who cooperated with Mayor Grandit. The vigilantes consisted of hordes of cavalry, infantry, and carriages. The security forces arrived in front of the port. An officer on a horse came in front of Rezel. He dismounted and saluted Rezel. Monk Kuro, the commander of the 3rd Corps of the Public Security Army, led his troops to support. The officer said very seriously. "The commander of the port guard force, Rezel, is waiting here. Thank you for your timely support," Rezel said very respectfully. Although Rezel of the Master Port Guard Force also holds the power, but the other party is the direct line of the Grande Line. Commander of the Monkuro Corps began to observe the area, and his eyes fell on the Discovery. Rezel quickly introduced, "This is the ship of that group of pirates. There are a huge number of goings inside." Mankuro looked at the warship and said, "How could a pirate have a warship? There are so many goings. It must have been a robbery. Let's ambush the troops together and catch the pirates in one go. Not only can we confiscate this a warship and its contents, you can also hand those pirates to Marine for a reward." Quote. Chief Rezel nodded quickly and said, yes. It's a double-edged sword like this. In this world, especially on the sea, the real king is still Marine, and the greatest power is still the world government. As long as it doesn't disobey Marine and the world government, many things are still easy to handle. As for the arrest of the wanted man, Marine and the world government couldn't be more pleased. For pirates and other wanted criminals with amazing strength, just relying on money can make countless risk-taking dead men go to assassinate, so it is great for the world government that has mastered the world tax. Money is the best motivator for people to act. Now Commander Menkuro and Commander Rezel are making so much trouble, just to figure out the going in the exploratorium. By the way, Rog and Usopp are captured and they can also make a big bounty. Okay, hurry up and deploy. Commander Menkuro ordered a group of officers under him. As ordered, the officers saluted and hurried to execute the order. The Third Corps, led by Commander Menkuro, consisted of 2,000 soldiers. The troops were well trained and soon began to deploy. The carriage troops quickly arranged the guns they carried and installed them in some positions suitable for bombardment in combination with sandbags. The infantry units were quickly stationed in the streets and roofs and houses near the port. Countless machine guns and rifles were loaded and ready to fire. The cavalry unit is mainly responsible for maneuvering. These cavalry units have been specially trained in street fighting, and can cooperate with other troops to suppress opponents in street fighting. Rezel looked at the well-trained soldiers of the Third Corps, and then at the calm commander of the Menkuro Corps. I really admire the elite of the security forces. Rezel had seen hordes of pirates attack here before, but the security forces defeated several times the number of pirates as soon as they stepped out. With such an elite force, the mayor of Grandit was able to rule as a long-term and stable mountain in the very important transit port city on the great route of Jaya Island Magic Valley City. Rezel thought of something again, and asked the commander of the Menkuro Corps, Commander Menkuro, please forgive me. Although we have such an elite force, there is no guarantee that the other party will have any way to sneak into the warship. At that time, how to stop them? Commander of the Menkuro army looked at him and pointed to the sea. Indeed, it's a problem. But I can call the warship urgently in that situation, said the commander of the Menkuro Corps. Rezel looked to the sea and said, that's it too. The vigilantes don't just have land troops. There are also naval forces. The security army's warships can even compete with the not-so-small marine. Many of those warships are 100 meters long and can compete with the Explorer. Thinking of this, Rezel said, wait and see how those young pirates kneel down and beg for mercy. For going on the Discovery, they're bound to win. After a while of preparation, the security forces were ambushed near the port. Although such a huge force was used, the security forces did not dare to take it lightly because the information on the wanted order showed that the opponent was a powerful pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of baileys. 2,000 elite security forces are deployed here with the assistance of 500 guards. Cannons, rocket launchers, machine guns, and even some more advanced weapons were deployed. A bloody battle is about to begin. After some shopping in the city, Rog and Usopp finally arrived on the main road to the port together. On this street, everyone is meeting. Everyone buys a lot of stuff, Luffy said as he ate the cake. A lot of stuff. I don't know if everyone has spent their money, Chopper said as he ate chocolate. Looks like everyone's having a good time shopping, Usopp said as he ate a cookie. You guys just enjoy it. I've worked so hard to buy so much meat. Sanji groaned as he grabbed a cart of meat. It's your duty to be a cook. Zoro groaned. Sanji immediately said, it's a super chef. I did this so that everyone can eat delicious meat. After all, eating seafood alone is too tired. You all come to help, or you won't have any food to eat. Lady, forget it. Oh, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, Goddess. You look so beautiful in your new clothes. Thank you, Sanji, Nami said. Chapter 443 Attack. After listening to Nami's compliment, Sanji showed love on his face. Robin is dressed in black slim pants, and her eyes are constantly looking around. The group continued to walk on this street. But it has gradually entered the ambush range of the security forces. On the top of a building, the security officer commanding the erection of machine guns saw a group of people. They quickly made contact with the phone bug. The pirates have already entered our ambush area. The officer communicated over the phone. Okay, prepare to attack. The voice of the commander of the Menkuro army came from the opposite side. The security forces deployed in buildings and streets are always ready. Rog and Usopp and the others have already entered the siege. The security forces are very good at street fighting, well equipped and highly coordinated. Rog and Usopp are about to face a bloody storm. When Rog and Usopp arrived in this block, they felt a little weird around them. What's the matter? I feel like someone is following us. Rog said. Really? Someone's following us, Usopp said nervously. Chopper was also horrified, saying, It's horrible. The little guy quickly hid behind Zoro's legs and looked around. Zoro looked around and said, there seems to be something in the dark. Where's the Ninja King? At this time, at the top of a building, a machine gun was aimed at everyone. There are also 5 infantrymen armed with rifles aiming. An officer was in command. They are ready to attack. However, they didn't know it, and a shadow came over behind them. After a while the metal flew out and 2 exploding shuriken hit the officer and the soldiers. Boom, boom. With the sound of the explosion, the group of officers and soldiers were blown up into the western sky. At this time, Rog and Usopp, who heard the explosion on the street, felt that they were in danger. What happened? Usopp quickly took out a longbow and aimed left and right. This longbow was assembled with fine wood and bowstrings after Roger transformed plants with the ability of plant fruits before going to Jaya Island. Because Rog also said that Usopp always used a slingshot to have a limited range, so he helped make this longbow. With Rog's modified plants as materials, Usopp also has strong processing and production capabilities. This longbow was made. If there are enemies, come out quickly and let you taste Captain Usopp's marksman longbow. Usopp said while observing the surroundings. Usopp attached a bow with a large flaming star to the longbow. Zoro quickly touched the hilt of the samurai sword at his waist. Sanji quickly stopped pulling the car full of meat, and quickly stood in front of Nami. Rog looked around and felt that the situation was not good. Rog quickly took out 3 walnuts, injected the power of plant fruits, and turned them into heavy walnut armor. Dressed in walnut heavy armor, Rog is ready for battle. On the roof of the building just now, the King of Ninjas used an exploding shuriken to kill the security officers and soldiers who attempted to attack. The other party originally wanted to strike first, but unexpectedly, the King of Ninjas took the lead. The 2 explosions also alerted Rog and Usopp on the street to the police. Rog and Usopp on the street understood that the situation was not good, and they hurried to hide. Suddenly, the sound of cannonballs rang out. Boom, 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 boom. A group of cannonballs shot over. The cannonballs ripped through the air and fired at the crowd. Zoro jumped over sharply. He bit the word Hidao in his mouth, and clenched Gush and Shuigo with both hands. Crow, Demon Hunter. Zoro wielded 3 katana swords and beheaded several times with rapidity. Several shells were cut open. The shells that were cut open split in 2 and flew towards the building on the side. After a while, the sound of rumbling and explosion sounded, and the fragments of these shells all exploded. Sure enough, someone came to attack, Zoro said. Rog clenched the Chenkin bamboo spear in his hand, ready to fight at all times. Usopp quickly took out a palm-sized projectile. No way, Smoke Star. Usopp threw the Smoke Star projectile directly to the ground under his feet. A large cloud of smoke quickly covered the surroundings. After the smoke covered everyone, they were able to quickly hide. Next, the machine gun bullets of the security forces also covered the area where everyone was just now. A lot of artillery shells flew over. The cloud of smoke also dissipated after intensive fire from artillery shells and bullets. More than a dozen infantrymen approached here, but they did not find a single figure. It's just that the various materials purchased by everyone before were blown up and everywhere on the ground. What's the matter? They ran away, said the security forces soldier. Rog, Zoro, Usopp, Luffy, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, Robin, Izumi, the water goddess, all hurriedly dispersed. Get ready to fight the enemy. Although I don't know why this group of enemies attacked, but since the battle is coming, I will welcome it. On top of a building, a cannon was erected here. In addition to the 3 gunners, there were more than a dozen infantry guards. Watch out, the enemy has dispersed. The infantry looked around cautiously, and no one dared to relax. At this moment, a figure was pulled up. It was Rog, who used the vine whip to pull himself to the top of this building. There are enemies, open fire. More than a dozen rifles fired bullets. Bang 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 bang. The bullet hit Roger's walnut armor, but hit a string of sparks, unable to damage the walnut armor. Try this. An infantryman pulled the lead of a grenade and threw it at Rog. Boom. With an explosion, Rog was hit by a grenade. But the walnut armor is still intact. Others threw grenades one after another. Grenades were thrown at Rog, but none of them could kill Rog's walnut armor. It's my turn. Rog swung the Chenkin bamboo spear and began to assassinate. Rog rushed to the front of an infantryman holding a rifle, and aimed the Chenkin bamboo spear at the opponent's heart to assassinate him. PFF'd. The Chenkin bamboo spear in Rog's hand pierced the infantryman's heart. The infantryman was killed on the spot. Then Rog swung the Chenkin bamboo spear to assassinate another infantryman. This time the other party was pierced through the throat and fell to the ground to death. After using the Chenkin bamboo spear to assassinate 5 infantrymen one after another, there were 8 remaining infantrymen, and one of the officers quickly drew out the saber from his waist. The others hurry up with the bayonet. The officer hurriedly ordered. The remaining infantrymen pulled out the daggers they carried at their waists. These military daggers could either be used as handheld daggers for assassination or mounted on the front of the rifle as bayonets. These infantrymen with bayonets picked up their rifles and stabbed Rogue. But Rog's assassination was more swift, directly picking up an infantryman who rushed forward, and throwing it under the house. An infantryman stabbed Roger in the neck with a bayonet. Chapter 444th Street Fighting. These infantrymen are well trained, professional in assassination, and powerful. The reason why he assassinated Rog's neck was that the armor on Rog's neck was relatively weak. In fact, the walnut armor on Rog's neck is relatively weak, but that is only compared to the walnut armor of other parts, but it is still as hard as steel. The opponent did not pierce, but Rog pierced the opponent's abdomen with the Chenkin bamboo spear to throw him away. 2 more infantrymen wielded rifles and stabbed Rogue in the back with bayonets. Chong, chong. The bayonet made a harsh sound after stabbing the walnut armor. Rog turned around, first stabbed one infantryman in the throat with the Chenkin bamboo spear, and then concentrated on attacking another infantryman. The infantry hurried back, and Rog stabbed him. Finally the infantry reached the top edge of the house. Ah! The infantryman stumbled and fell below. There were 4 infantrymen and an infantry officer left, and the 3 gunners were also terrified. Don't be afraid, let's go together, the officer ordered. The 4 infantrymen charged with their rifles, and the bayonet stabbed Rog's walnut armor at the same time. Rog's walnut armor was stabbed, and Rog rolled, knocking the 4 apart. Then, the Chenkin bamboo gun was injected with the power of plant fruit, and a huge machete grew out of the top leaf. Let you taste the power of the bamboo sickle. Rog swung the bamboo sickle at the necks of the infantrymen and slashed. PFF'd. 1 infantryman's head was chopped off immediately. The remaining infantrymen were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Rog swung the bamboo sickle to kill the infantry. The 3 infantrymen had no way to escape, and jumped from the top of the building one after another. Ah! After a while of screaming, the 3 infantrymen were either killed or wounded. Rog swung the bamboo sickle and turned to attack the officer and the 3 gunners. The 3 gunners also raised their rifles to prepare for battle. They hid behind the officers. The officer held his saber tightly in both hands. "I ask you, who are you? Are you the troops of this city?" Rog asked. After hearing Rog's words, the officer who was full of fear turned grim again. "Yes, we are the security army of Magic Valley City. This time you were besieged by the 3rd Army of the commander of the Menkuro Army, street fighting experts. There are 2,000 elite soldiers. Don't be proud of you pirates killing a few of us. Because you are not opponents at all. We will wipe out all of you completely. If you surrender now, you may be able to survive for a while to be given to Marine," the officer said with a smirk in fear and pride. The officer knew very well that although he couldn't beat Rog, after all, there were 2,000 elite soldiers from the 3rd Corps encircling him this time. Therefore, he can also pretend to be a tiger and threaten Rog to surrender. Rog also understood some information and understood that the other party already knew that Akatsuki was a pirate. It must be that those wanted notices have already been flying all over the world. But just for the hundreds of millions of bounties is not the case. It must have been the going in the discovery that was discovered. "Unfortunately, I'm not going to surrender," Rog said, looking directly into the other's eyes. Then the officer did not wait for the officer to respond. The bamboo sickle in Rog's hand was already slashing from the opponent's chest. PFF'd. The opponent's chest was cut with blood, and he fell to the ground and died on the spot after suffering fatal injuries. 3 gunners remained. The 3 gunners were trembling with fear. They could also clearly see Rog's powerful combat power just now. "Don't kill us. Otherwise, you will die even worse. We are the security forces of Magic Valley City. No matter how mad you are, you can't match us in Mayor Grandit." The 3 gunners also attempted to threaten Roger. Rog didn't blink, waving the bamboo sickle in his hand a few times to kill them all. After killing these gunners and infantry, Rog walked to the side of the artillery again. The gun is now loaded with shells. "Okay, I'll give you a little joke." Rog adjusted the muzzle to the top of another building, which also had an artillery gun and more than a dozen guarded infantry. Aiming at the top of the building, Roger grabbed the cannon's drawstring. Boom! A shell was fired and hit the top of the building. The shell just hit the artillery, and the 3 gunners flew bloody on the spot. A box of artillery shells on the side was also detonated, and the violent explosion ripped apart the bodies of more than a dozen infantrymen remaining at the top of the building. When Rog was fighting, the others also fought bravely to kill the enemy. In an alley, more than a dozen infantrymen were preparing to charge. Zoro was above them at the moment, Zoro's legs propped up against the walls on either side. With both hands, Shuizhao and Guido slashed out 2 sword chi. 2 swordsmanship, eagle wave. 2 eagle-like sword energy slashed downward. More than a dozen infantrymen below were beheaded from above. Some were hit by the sword chi on the back, and some were hit on the neck by the sword chi, and they fell to the ground and died. Zoro jumped down and glanced at the corpses all over the floor. "It's a no-brainer," Zoro said. "As long as it is not directly exposed to powerful firepower, it can kill the enemy in groups." At this moment, a shell suddenly flew over. Zoro hurriedly jumped away. I saw 3 infantrymen with shoulder-mounted guns attacking. The 3 cooperated with each other, and the shells were fired one after another. However, these shells were fired without machine guns, and even rifles were densely packed. Zoro rushed across the ground quickly. Zoro approached the 3 of them, and Shuizhao and Gush slaughtered with both arms for a while. 3 heads fell to the ground. After killing the enemy in this alley, Zoro quickly rushed to another alley. Here, however, there is an enemy wearing protective gear all over. The other party was wearing steel protective gear, and except for the eye sockets and joints, they were all closely guarded. He also had a gun in his hand with a muzzle as large as a fire hydrant. There is an iron cylinder on his back. "What is this?" Zoro said. The enemy aimed his gun at Zoro. Flames quickly spewed out of the opponent's gun. What? Zoro was shocked, and hurriedly ducked. Zoro jumped aside and moved quickly. The opponent actually used a flamethrower. Fortunately, the opponent used fire-breathing weapons, but the flames shot out were not fast. Zoro was able to dodge. In addition to using a flamethrower, the enemy soldier was also wearing steel armor. Protection cannot be described as tight. Zoro retracted the scabbards of Shuigo and Gito in both arms. He clenched the words of Hidao in his mouth with both hands. He used his speed to quickly get behind the enemy. This enemy, though wearing steel armor, carries a heavy flamethrower. But the downside is poor mobility and flexibility. One knife flow. Ai. Lion song song. Zoro slashed the enemy's back like lightning and flint. Zoro's steel cutting kill cut off the steel armor on the opponent's back and penetrated the opponent's back. After a while of screaming and blood spurting, the enemy fell to the ground. Chapter 445 Robin's Power. After the flamethrower-wielding enemy fell, Zoro turned to look at the enemy. Even though he was wearing steel armor, he was still beheaded by Zoro's powerful attack of severing steel. There's always this peculiar enemy, Zoro said. After the enemy with the flamethrower fell, there was another sound of running. A large group of enemies rushed forward one after another. There are more than 20. The infantry, armed with rifles, fired violently at Zoro. Bang 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 bang. Zoro dodged quickly. Intensive fire suppression. Don't give the enemy time to breathe, said the infantry officer. These infantrymen had shoulder-mounted artillery in addition to their rifles. Boom, boom. Cannonball shot in Zoro's direction. Zoro quickly ducked to a nearby building. And Zoro quickly climbed up the stairs. Those infantrymen followed quickly, and they began to search the building. The enemies quickly followed from the stairs. Zoro rushed up, and finally reached the top of the building. There is nowhere to escape here. The infantry quickly caught up. Go ahead, pirates, said an infantry officer with a pistol. Zoro looked at them disdainfully, and said, you guys have been tricked. Zoro quickly jumped off the side of the building. Zoro, who landed on the ground below the building, looked at the building. More than 20 enemies rushed into this building. Zoro clenched the word Hidao tightly, aimed at the bottom of the building and beheaded it with a knife. Chong. This knife cut off the bottom of the building. The building collapsed quickly. Boom. More than 20 infantrymen in the building were buried in the rubble together. Zoro looked at the rubble of the collapsed building, and he had to use his wits in battle. There is no future with brute force. Oh, there's a single pirate here. Zoro was suddenly spotted by two enemies armed with flamethrower. Zoro looked at the two men, who were also armed with flamethrower and wearing steel armor. They aimed their flamethrower at Zoro and attacked. Burn him. Two strands of flame shoot out towards Zoro. Zoro hurried to dodge. The two enemies are constantly attacking. Zoro didn't dare to escape and enter the house because the opponent was holding a flame gun. That way it is even more difficult to escape. Two enemies with flame guns continuously shoot out threatening huge flames. The two covered each other, leaving Zoro unable to attack for the time being. In this case, Zoro finds an opportunity to target the opponent's back. However, at this time, Zoro discovered that the flame gun held by the enemy was connected to the cylinder on the back. Could it be that fuel is being transported from the tube to the flame gun? Zoro said. Zoro has also learned about fire weapons before. These flame weapons often require some chemical fuel to burn. After those chemical fuels are burned, the flame weapons can exert their power. Looks like those pipes will have to be cut. Zoro saw the opportunity and was ready to attack the pipes. The two flamethrower-carrying enemies continued, charging towards the box where Zoro was hiding. Flames shoot at the box. At this moment, Zoro beheaded with 3 swords. 3 knife flow, tornado. Zoro took himself as the center, slaying a swirling tornado-like blade storm. The sword chi cut the flames apart and cut off the tube connecting the two enemy flame guns with a round back. Groups of chemical fuel flowed out of the tube, but except after the tube was cut open and the chemical fuel leaked out. The flames that were blown away by the sword energy also turned into sparks and flew to their side. Even just one spark can completely detonate the chemical fuel in the cylinder on their backs. Boom, boom. There were 2 explosions, and the cylinders filled with chemical fuel on the backs of the 2 enemies exploded. The 2 enemies were quickly enveloped in flames and covered in flames. Zoro saw 2 swaying figures in the flames, howling and struggling, and then collapsed. After the 2 figures fell, Zoro continued to fight through the streets. In the city, Sanji works with Nami and Robin. "You 2 ladies, don't worry. The gentleman will protect you," Sanji said. Nami was scared now and said, "It's all up to you." Sanji said with love on his face, "Okay, don't worry, Miss Nami." At this time, 2 teams of infantry before and after surrounded them. Each team has more than 10 people, and there are more than 30 people in total. "Leave the front to me. Sister Robin, can you deal with the back?" Sanji said. "I think it's fine," Robin said calmly. Sanji rushed forward quickly. The enemy in front quickly stopped and fired his rifle at Sanji. Bang 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 bang. The dense bullets shot towards Sanji. But Sanji dodged left and right. Sanji quickly approached the infantry. First meet. Sanji quickly kicked down an infantryman. Then another somersault jumped into the enemy pile. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji put his arms on the ground and kicked his feet in a spin. Boom, 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 boom. 1 infantryman was kicked down. More than a dozen infantrymen were quickly wiped out by Sanji with his legs. Rog was dealing with a group of infantry at the back. The infantry charged forward. 4 flowers blooming. Robin crossed his arms and activated the blossoming fruit ability. 4 arms grew out of the shoulders of the dozen or so infantrymen. 2 of the 4 arms first grabbed the infantry's arms. In this way, the infantrymen's arms were held up and they couldn't use their rifles to shoot. The other 2 arms grabbed the infantrymen's necks and slammed them away. With the sound of bones breaking for a while, these infantrymen fell to the ground with their necks broken. After the infantry fell to the ground, Nami looked at them in surprise. "All at once," Nami said in surprise. In the face of so many enemies, Robin solved it so easily. After destroying these enemies, Robin, Nami, and Sanji reunite again. After the rendezvous, the 3 continued to fight. Just as the 3 of them continued to advance, they found that there was a machine gun firing at the top of the building. The machine gun has a long range and has a strong suppressive force in street fighting. The 3 were forced to hide behind a house. In front of the house, machine guns were firing violently from the tops of 3 buildings. In addition to those machine guns, there were some infantrymen who had placed sandbags on the street ahead and kept attacking as cover. "Damn," Sanji said. Although Sanji fought as a grandmaster, but now the enemy is making full use of the role of firearms in street fighting, making Sanji unable to charge. Sanji, despite his amazing reflexes, was able to dodge some bullets. But there is an upper limit. Chapter 446 Who has the advantage? Under such a hail of bullets, Sanji didn't dare to charge at all. "Leave it to me," Robin said. Robin crossed his arms again and used his blossom fruit ability. A pair of arms suddenly grew from the side of the machine gun at the top of the 3 buildings. Near a machine gun, the gunner was surprised to see an arm growing out of the machine gun. "How is this possible?" the gunner said in surprise. But the arms grabbed the heavy's head, killing him. Then the arm above the machine gun began to adjust the machine gun. The 3 machine guns on the top of the 3 buildings automatically aimed their muzzles at the infantry behind the sandbags on the street. Da 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 da. Dense machine gun bullets were fired, strafing the infantry. The infantry fell to the ground. Some of the surviving infantrymen were shocked to find themselves being attacked by their own machine guns. What's the matter? We were shot by our own machine guns. Wait, these machine guns don't have a machine gunner. They attacked themselves. The remaining infantryman suffered heavy casualties. He was quickly killed by his own machine guns. As expected of Sister Robin, Sanji exclaimed. Sanji, Nami and Robin quickly crossed the enemy's line of defense. Robin's skills can be fully exerted in street fighting. After the three crossed this line of defense, they came to a hotel again. The restaurant is large, but it is guarded by hordes of enemies around and inside. Going towards the port where the Discovery is moored. Now that everyone is scattered, there is no doubt that the only way out is to go to the location where the Discovery was parked before. Sanji saw the hotel and said, "Such a hotel. It's a headache, but I want to find a way to deal with it." Suddenly a cannon deployed next to the hotel opened fire and a shell was fired at the three. Be careful, Sanji spotted the incoming shell. He kicked up with his right leg. The shell was kicked back. Boom. With a loud explosion, several enemies went to the west. Sanji suddenly had an idea in his head and said, "They've been careful." Sanji hurriedly looked for the artillery surrounding the destroyed enemy. Just now, an artillery and the enemy who manipulated the artillery were wiped out by Sanji. These shells are all fuse-exploded shells, which require a violent collision to explode. Sanji picked up a cannonball and looked at the hotel. "Okay, let you taste your own shells." Sanji threw the cannonball into the air. Then Sanji kicked the cannonball away with one kick. The cannonball flew over the restaurant. Boom! With a loud noise, a big hole was blown out of the hotel. Sanji continued to use the same method, kicking more than 20 shells towards the hotel in a row. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The hotel was bombed and devastated. The more than 100 enemies inside and outside the hotel that had been severely attacked suffered heavy casualties. At this time, a group of infantry suddenly found Sanji and the others. "Here, fire!" The infantry had their rifles ready to fire. But at this time Robin activated the ability of the flowering fruit, and the infantrymen had their arms clamped and their necks twisted. Although the Third Army of the Public Security Army is very good at street fighting, Sanji and Robin are even more at ease in street fighting. The more complex the environment, the greater the advantages of Sanji and Robin. "Good job, Miss Robin. I'll clean up those enemies right away." Sanji kicked another cannonball into the air. After a period of indiscriminate bombardment, all the enemies of this hotel were wiped out. Sanji's foot skills are comparable to any powerful artillery. In front of Sanji's leg kung fu, even an elephant can kick flying. These security forces never imagined that they thought their heavy firepower had an advantage. But the prepared artillery shells will be used by Sanji and blow themselves up. The three continued to break out of the siege after crossing the destroyed hotel. Luffy can be said to be very happy in street fighting. Rubber. Pistol. Luffy jumped onto the roof of a building, knocking an enemy into the air with one punch. Luffy stood here, looking around. The surrounding city is still full of gunshots and explosions. "Ah, that's where our ship is." Luffy looked at the port where the Discovery was. Luffy stretched out his rubber arm again, grabbing the top of another building. Then it was taken over again. At the top of the building, there is also an artillery gun and more than 10 infantry guards. "There are enemies. Shoot." The infantrymen picked up their rifles and kept firing. Bullets hit Luffy, but they hit Luffy like stretched rubber. Then Luffy bounced the bullets back with a smile on his face. The bullets flew towards the infantry. Although there were many deviations, 3 people were hit and fell to the ground. "My God, what is this? It actually bounced the bullets we fired." The infantry were terrified. Luffy was a monster in front of them. Infantry officer looked at Luffy and said, "It seems to be a devil fruit person, or Paramesha." Luffy said naturally after hearing this, "I'm the rubber guy." Infantry officer and the rest of the infantry were surprised that Luffy could tell the truth so casually. He immediately ordered the remaining infantrymen, saying, "Everyone quickly put on their bayonets and prepare for hand-to-hand combat." The remaining infantry quickly pulled out the daggers from their waists and placed them on the front of the rifles as bayonets. Kill. The infantry officer charged with the infantry. Luffy saw the infantry rushing over. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than a dozen times in a row. The fists hit the infantry, including the infantry officer. The top of the building was soon filled with more than a dozen infantrymen. The remaining 3 gunners who were operating the guns clenched their rifles in horror when they saw Luffy. "Don't come," said the gunners. Luffy aimed his arm at the top of another house. "I won't attack you, but you blocked me." Luffy's body was taken over, and it was the gunner who knocked it away. The 3 gunners howled and fell to the ground below the building. Luffy is at the top of a new building, but there are no enemies deployed. But on a nearby street below, Usopp and Chopper were under siege. On the street, the Chopper transforms into a fur-enhanced state. Such a huge fluffy fur ball is enough to resist bullets. Even artillery shells can bounce off. Usopp used the Chopper as a cover and kept attacking with the marksman longbow. A machine gunner is constantly manipulating the machine gun to shoot. Usopp attached a bow and arrow to the marksman's longbow. Of course this bow arrow is a projectile. Death. Flaming arrows. The bow was fired, hitting the machine gunner. After the explosion, the machine guns ceased to sound. Chapter 447 Usopp's Bow. However, there were 50 or 60 people besieging the 2 of them. They suppressed them in the corner of the street with intensive firepower, and they could not move at all. "Usopp, can you attack with a more powerful weapon?" Chopper said. Chopper turned into a super big hairball at this point, resisting the enemy's hail of bullets and cannonballs. "Okay," Usopp said. Usopp added another palm-sized projectile to the bow and arrow. After he prepared the bow and arrow, he put it on the marksman's longbow. Must kill. Nail star. This reinforced bow is fired. After hitting a spot where the enemies are clustered, the arrow explodes with swarms of nails inside. Nails are like bullets under the force of the explosion. Immediately, 5 infantrymen were killed, and the remaining 3 were covered in nails and rolled on the ground in pain. After killing these enemies, Usopp said excitedly, "Good job." Usopp took out another Yuhi-colored projectile and mounted it on the bow. "Okay, another one." Usopp put the bow and arrow on the marksman's longbow. After targeting several enemies, Usopp fired the bow. The bow hit the front of 4 enemies. After the explosion, the special chili powder inside filled the surrounding. Cough, cough, cough. These infantrymen coughed and snorted and tears flowed. Usopp hid behind Chopper and said proudly, "How is it? How about Super Chili Star?" Chopper said anxiously, "The number of enemies is still large, and now is not the time to be happy. There are still nearly 50 people in the enemy, and they are constantly suppressing them with firepower." Luffy, who saw Usopp and Chopper being suppressed, stretched his hands behind him. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy hits from behind with both hands reversed. This reaction made Luffy pushed out by his own power. Luffy flew all over to the besieging vigilante infantry units. Luffy bumped into an officer, knocking him to the ground. "What's the matter? There are new enemies." The infantry responded quickly. Luffy stood up, looked around, and said, "Ah, there are a lot of people." The infantry quickly picked up their rifles and fired at Luffy. Bang 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 bang. The dense bullet hit Luffy. But Luffy's body was concave like rubber. Before the infantry could react from their surprise, Luffy is the body that bounces the bullets back. Ah! My God! The infantry fell to the ground with their own bullets. Luffy looked at the infantry after they had been knocked down by their own bullets. "I didn't do it," Luffy said cynically. An infantry officer said, "Attack with grenades." The infantry quickly took off the grenades hanging from their waists, pulled the leads, and threw them at Luffy. Luffy inhaled quickly. Rubber balloons. Luffy became like a giant balloon. All the grenades thrown over were bounced back by Luffy. They were so frightened that these security army infantrymen widened their glasses and opened their mouths. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion of the grenades turned the people who were bombed by the security army infantry on their backs, and their flesh and blood flew. Chopper and Usopp, who were hiding in the corner, saw Luffy. "It's Luffy," Chopper said excitedly. "Luffy's here, let's work harder," Usopp said. Usopp put a large projectile on the front of a bow and arrow again. After Usopp aimed at the enemy, he fired this bow and arrow. Death, Comet Atlas. The bow and arrow quickly shot at more than a dozen enemies. The speed of the bow and arrow is very fast, and the projectile on the arrow explodes quickly. It split into 4, flying towards the enemy like a flying beetle. "What is this?" the security forces said in surprise when they saw that the Atlas Comet, which was being attacked by the sub-projectiles, was divided into 4 small projectiles. 4 projectiles hit the enemy. Boom, 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 boom. With the 4 explosions, more than a dozen security army infantry were blown away. Luffy had already started a fierce battle with the vigilante infantry. Rubber Tempest. Luffy threw dozens of punches with a stormy punch. Dozens of fists hit the vigilante infantry. The infantrymen of the security army who were attacked screamed for a while. "Ah! We are not rivals at all. My God! Help!" The security army infantrymen were knocked out one by one and rolled out more than 10 meters. These vigilante infantry guns couldn't hurt Luffy, and they were knocked down with saber and bayonet without getting close to Luffy. In this case, Usopp and Chopper hurriedly stepped up their battle. With the combined efforts of the 3, this group of security army infantrymen were completely wiped out. Boom! Luffy knocked the last enemy away. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper joined Luffy. "You'll be fine," Luffy said. "This Straw Hat Boy always has that sunny smile." Usopp looked around and said, "The others have also dispersed." "Just find them all," Luffy said. Usopp said, "The environment here is complicated. According to the situation, we need to go to the port to gather." Luffy said, "Okay, let's go together then." Usopp, Luffy and Chopper went to the harbor where the Discovery was moored. The 3 rushed out from the entrance of this street together, but 3 shells flew over as soon as they rushed out. "Get out of the way," said Usopp. He and Chopper were already dodging quickly. Luffy is also dodging. Ahead is a huge lighthouse, which is already quite close to the port. But on the lighthouse is placed the artillery of the security forces. And machine guns. In addition, there are several buildings next to the lighthouse, which are also equipped with a large number of security army infantry units. Hundreds of people are guarding here. Intensive firepower then poured towards the 3. "Hurry up and escape." The 3 quickly hid behind a building together. The building was quickly covered by intense fire. After a while of bombing, the building collapsed. The 3 were forced to continue to hide in other buildings. "What a terrible firepower," Usopp gasped. "Scared me to death," Chopper said with lingering fears. In the current situation, the 3 opponents who have strong firepower to suppress are unable to go. Now the lighthouse and the surrounding area are the key defense areas of the security forces. Just when the 3 of them felt stressed, a figure came over. The other party was wearing walnut-like armor, with only 2 eye sockets exposed. "Rog," said Usopp. Seeing that the 3 of them were safe, Rog said happily, "Everyone is fine, that's great." Usopp said, "Everyone was scattered by the sudden attack of the enemy." Luffy said, "Why are these guys attacking us?" Rog said, "I talked to several enemies during the battle just now, and I learned from them that it was all because our going was missed by the opponent." Chapter 448 Meet. "What? They're thinking about our going," Luffy said in surprise. "Why don't you think they would attack us so hard?" Usopp said. How many troops did they use against us? Chopper said. Rog took another look at the lighthouse and said, we have many enemies. And it was the security forces under Grandit, the mayor of this Magic Valley city. In addition to our going being known to Akatsuki, they also discovered we got our bounty. That's why so many troops were sent to fight. After listening to this, Usopp said in surprise, the reward order has been known. We are a pirate group with a reward of more than 300 million Baileys. In this case, it is no wonder that they will send so many troops to encircle and suppress them. Thinking of this, Usopp's spine shivered. Although strictly speaking, only 4 of them have been rewarded. But the reward is more than 300 million Bailey, comparable to many powerful pirate groups. So in this case, it is not surprising that the security army has so many troops to encircle and suppress. At this moment, the King of Ninja and the water goddess Izumi also appeared. The 2 of them also slaughtered and wounded the enemy along the way. Groups of enemies were annihilated, and the powerful fighting power of the 2 made the elite security forces unable to resist. Look, it's Izumi, the water goddess and the King of Ninjas, Chopper said suddenly. Rog and Usopp and Luffy looked over. I saw the King of Ninjas dressed all in black and the water goddess Izumi with long golden hair floating here. The King of Ninjas held a ninja sword, which was covered with blood. Obviously after a fierce fight. Izumi water goddess is a golden axe, a silver axe, an iron axe, and all 3 axes are placed on the arm. Just now she used magic to continue mass destruction of the vigilantes. All the way to here, more than 200 security army infantry have been eliminated. You got here? Asked the Ninja King. What about Nami and the others? Izumi water goddess asked. Rog said, it's very bad right now. But we still need to make it a priority to wait for everyone to get together. Now the situation is critical and everyone needs to be gathered before further action can be taken. At this time, Nami, Sanji and Robin fought all the way and kept advancing. Robin, in particular, directly uses the ability of the flowering fruit to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. The ability to blossom fruit can grow arms on both living and non-living things. With this, Robin abruptly turned the weapons of countless security forces to deal with him. On a street, the 3 were suppressed by the intense firepower of the security forces. After discovering the 3, the security forces mobilized 300 people one after another to strengthen the siege. Among them were some cavalry units. Charge! More than 20 cavalrymen of the cavalry unit rode on top of the horses, armed with saber and rifle, and rushed to the back of the house where the 3 were hiding. Suddenly, 2 arms grew out of their backs, and these arms twisted their heads back hard, and they all died of breathlessness by twisting their necks. After these cavalry fell off their horses, more than 20 strong horses were still running wildly. But without the threat, Sanji and the others don't have to worry about these horses. After killing these enemies, Robin also took a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sister Robin, your skills are too strong, Sanji said excitedly. Robin's face was also calm, and now there is no room for joy. Although Robin's ability can destroy the enemy on a large scale, it also requires a lot of physical strength. Robin is quite tired now. Sanji was still full of energy. After all, he is also a formidable combat master. It's not even an exaggeration to say that Sanji is one of the best fighting cooks in the world. Although Nami didn't fight much, she said in horror, when will you be able to reach the port? Sanji said, Miss Nami, don't worry. I will do my best to protect you. Nami was holding a captured enemy rifle and said, it's not that I can't fight. It's just that there are too many enemies. At this moment, 2 cavalrymen suddenly rushed over from another street. Nami aimed at one of them, and Sanji charged towards one of them. Bang! Nami aimed at the enemy with a rifle, and the opponent was hit in the head and fell from the horse on the spot. The other cavalry was also jumped up by Sanji and kicked with a flying kick. After killing the 2 security cavalry, Sanji looked at Nami happily. Nami was relieved when he killed an enemy cavalryman. 18th, Nami said. Although Nami did not destroy many enemies, but also killed more than a dozen enemies. Sanji said excitedly, Miss Nami, you are doing well. This is the best couple fighting combination. Nami was reluctant to say more at this time. Fortunately, Usopp helped me guide my shooting skills, Nami said. But trouble is still to come. This time, 6 soldiers in steel armor were advancing here. They breathed fire as they walked. Damn, there is such an enemy, Sanji said. Robin also frowned and said, there are too many flames for me to see clearly. At this time, another 6 soldiers with flamethrower advanced from the other direction. A total of 12 soldiers with flamethrower surrounded the 3. The raging fire continued to surround him. My god, how to deal with this? Nami said in horror. Sanji also became very anxious and said, damn, these guys. There are 12 opponents, and they continue to spray flames while advancing. Not only can these flames produce damage and heat, they can also interfere with vision. That's the only way. Sanji kicked the crippled Mukuro of the nearby building to the enemy. However, due to the loss of sight, after kicking more than 10 pieces of Mukuro, he only hit 3 enemies. And these enemies then stood up and continued to fight. The steel armor they wear can effectively resist damage. Damn, Sanji said. Now the 3 are in an extremely suppressed situation. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. 3 knife flow, tornado. For a while, a violent tornado-like sword energy swept here. The original raging fire was torn apart by the tornado sword energy. For flames, small winds can actually help the flames burn. However, the speed of the tornado sword gas is extremely high and the strength is extremely strong. Completely destroys the flames like a violent strong wind. It's him, Sanji said. I saw Zoro wielding 3 katana swords and enter the battlefield just like the tornado sword chi. After the tornado sword energy destroyed the flames, Zoro went to the ground near the 3. Curl your eyebrows, you don't know the weaknesses of these enemies. They're not afraid of anything else, but the most feared thing is the tube that connects the back cylinder to the flamethrower in their hands. They're trash without the tube, Zoro said. I see, thank you so much. Green algae head, Sanji said. Chapter 449 Gather Together. Zoro arrives in time with 3 katana swords. Nami saw Zoro appear. She said happily, that's great. Now that Zoro arrived on the scene, the situation on the battlefield was quickly changed. Flames were destroyed by Zoro's tornado sword energy. A dozen enemies armed with flamethrower came under siege again. Okay, get rid of them, Zoro said. It's finally time to raise your eyebrows, Sanji said. The 2 rushed over together. Zoro charged at 2 of the enemies with 3 katana. 2 enemies fired with handheld flamethrower. 2 strings of flames shot out. Eagle wave. Zoro's arms, both Yukaku and Kitaru, each slashed with a blue sword energy. The flames of the 2 enemies cut through the aftermath and hit the tube where their flamethrower was attached to the back cylinder. The 2 enemies lost their combat effectiveness. In this case, they dare not use the flame gun to attack again, otherwise even a spark that falls on the cut-off pipe can cause a violent explosion and flames. In this case, Zoro didn't bother to take care of these 2 undefeated enemies. Zoro continued to fight, attacking the other enemies. Sanji charged towards the 3 enemies armed with flamethrower. Although these enemies are armed with flamethrower, the lethality is huge. However, they have fatal shortcomings, that is, the attack range is small and the flexibility is limited. Attack, watch out for the guy in the black suit, said the enemy with the flamethrower. Sanji charged all the way to the enemy in the middle. The flames from the opponent's flamethrower rushed towards him. Sanji jumped up. Sanji's whole body twirled in the air. Crush. Sanji's body fell heavily, and his right leg hit the enemy's head heavily. Clang. A harsh voice sounded. Although this enemy had steel armor on his head, the shock force generated by Sanji's attack was transmitted to his head. The heavily hit enemy trembled for a while, then fell to the ground. Who said that the pipe must be interrupted there? Sanji said. After killing this enemy, Sanji continued to attack the enemy on the left. The enemy on the left quickly attacked with a flamethrower. But Sanji didn't dodge this time. Instead, spread your arms and feet in all directions. His body rolled over like a wheel. Hot Wheels. Sanji's current physical condition is like a hot wheel. There were also some flames on the feet. But in this way, it seems that Sanji's current rolling is really the same as a Hot Wheels. What? The flamethrower of the security army with a flamethrower said in surprise. Sanji really rolled in front of him like a Hot Wheel. Boom. The vigilante flamethrower was shot into the air. The flamethrower of the security army was knocked into the air and smashed into a nearby building. Sanji's attack was so powerful that he broke through the wall and rushed in. It worked pretty well, Sanji said. At this time, the flamethrower on the right saw that Sanji was so powerful and wanted to escape. But how could Sanji let this enemy go? Don't try to escape. Sanji rushed over quickly. This time, Sanji rushed to the side of the flamethrower, and with one kick, he hit the pipe connecting the flamethrower to the cylinder. The pipe was kicked open. A large amount of chemical fuel leaked out. The flamethrower was soaked in chemical fuel all over his body. Sanji walked up to the flamethrower and said, "No matter what. You can attack me. You put Nami-san and Robin-san in danger. It's really unforgivable." Sanji kicked the flamethrower away with one kick. After the flamethrower was kicked away, it wasn't over yet. Sanji quickly threw the cigarette butt at the Spitfire. The flamethrower quickly burst into flames after being hit. Then there was an explosion. The flamethrower turned into fireworks in the air. Sanji looked at the exploding fireworks in the sky, took out a new cigarette and lit it again. The battle hasn't stopped. Gentlemen must protect the ladies, Sanji said. Sanji continued the fight, attacking the remaining Spitfires. Zoro and Sanji, they finally wiped out all the flames. After destroying the flamethrower, Zoro continues going with Sanji and Nami and Robin. The enemies after that were unable to resist the four, and the four gradually advanced. Finally, they successfully rendezvous with Rog and Usopp. After the group successfully reunited, they began to prepare to attack the lighthouse. The lighthouse is the only way to get to the port location where the explorer is moored, Roger said. Usopp said, "In this case, we might have to take the area around the lighthouse anyway." Sanji said, "It looks like the enemy has a lot of garrison troops. It will take a bloody battle." Now the lighthouse in front and the nearby buildings are firmly under the control of the security forces. It will definitely take a bloody battle to break through. "What else? Let's attack," Luffy said. Luffy rushed out without saying a word, rushing towards the lighthouse. "Luffy," Chopper yelled. "You don't go alone," Usopp shouted. But Luffy rushed over. Luffy rushed towards the lighthouse and the surrounding area. It was the hordes of vigilantes who were defending the lighthouse and the surrounding area. After continuous mobilization according to the battlefield situation, more than 500 people have gathered. Even the commander of the 3rd Corps, Mon Kuro, came here to personally supervise the operation. Rezel, the commander of the Port Guard Force, also came here to observe the battle. At the top of a house, Commander Mon Kuro, together with Commander Rezel, discussed the battle with many officers. Mongolian Kuro army looked at the nearby area filled with gunpowder smoke. Although the battle just now was not particularly exaggerated, it also caused a cloud of gunpowder smoke to fill the urban area near the port. "How can they have such a strong fighting power?" said the commander of the Meng Kuro army in surprise. During the battle just now, the commander of the Mongolian Kuro army always listened to the phone communication of the army. As a result, they were shocked to find that their elite troops were annihilated in large numbers. However, after contacting the previous wanted information of the Straw Hat Pirates, it can be confirmed that the Straw Hat Pirates are, after all, a powerful pirate group with hundreds of millions of Bailey's bounties. It is reasonable to cause such casualties. Monk Kuro Corps Commander, but there are still some things that cannot be accepted. After all, the Third Army is one of the security forces in Magic Valley City that is very good at street fighting, and is familiar with the city's environment. Even if you have to fight a strong enemy, you should not fail like this. The loss of troops just reported was 700 people. The Third Army actually lost a third of the battle against a limited number of pirates for about 2 hours. Chapter 450 Offense and Defense. Damn, I must destroy all these pirates, said the commander of the Mongolian Kuro army. At this time, an officer suddenly reported to him, Commander Meng Kuro, an enemy is charging. What? Monkuro Corps commander said. Mongolian Kuro Corps and the officers saw a figure rushing towards the area where the lighthouse was located. They all saw this figure wearing a straw hat. It was Luffy. Isn't this kid the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? Said the captain of the Monk Kuro Corps. Everyone saw Luffy rushing this way. Commander Monkuro, this Straw Hat's body can bounce bullets and shells. An officer said quickly. Meng Kuro army looked at Luffy and said, so that's how it looks. Then, bombard the opponent's surroundings with artillery instead of hitting them directly. As ordered. The officers quickly relayed orders. The vigilante artillery here was mobilized, but the artillery was not aimed at Luffy. Instead, it aimed at the ground around Luffy. Fire! The gunner of more than 20 artillery pieces jerked the rope. Boom, 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 boom. Swarms of shells flew towards the ground around Luffy. Luffy took a sharp breath when he saw it. Rubber balloons. Luffy quickly inflated into a giant balloon. But the shells didn't hit him. Instead, it hit the ground around Luffy. How did you do it? Luffy was surprised to see that the shells didn't hit him. Instead, the shells blew up the ground around Luffy. The impact of these violent explosions will turn Luffy into a balloon and fly away. Ah! Because Luffy is in a balloon-like form, it is thrown higher and farther. Chopper in the distance shouted, Luffy! Usopp covered his eyes with his arm and said, what an idiot. Rog and Sanji also sighed. Luffy has a daring personality, but in some cases, he charges without thinking carefully. As a result, it is easy to be defeated by the enemy with special methods. Luffy was blasted into the sky during a while of shouting. Luffy in the sky exhaled violently, flying in the sky like a deflated balloon. Finally Luffy landed on a street in the distance. When Nami saw Luffy fall there, she also sighed and said, what a waste. What is in front of everyone now is how to break through this lighthouse-centered area. In the buildings around the lighthouse, the security forces deployed heavy troops. And tight fire coordination and defense. Breaking through here is quite a test. Hurry up and think of a way. Usopp said. Now everyone is trying to find a way to break through the lighthouse and the surrounding area. At the top of the house near the lighthouse area, the commander of the Monkuro Corps and the officers were somewhat relieved. The method just now successfully blasted Luffy away. Since there is no way to bomb directly, the effect of indirect bombing is still good. To the Corps Commander Monkuro, the Corps Commander is shrewd. Use this method to attack your opponent. Monkuro said, to deal with the enemy, you need to change your fighting method. However, the enemy has not been killed, and it is still a huge hidden danger. 1/3 of the elites under the 3rd Legion he commanded before were wiped out. Commander of the Mongolian Kuro feel a chill in his heart for a while. He didn't dare to despise these young pirates anyway. Commander of the Monkuro Corps continued to think and looked at the lighthouse again. The lighthouse is 50 meters high, and it is still a tall building. Order the troops to move their artillery over this lighthouse. Commander of the Monkuro Corps ordered. Quickly some artillerymen began to move their guns to the top of the lighthouse. The lighthouse is condescending and turned into a powerful cannon that can be observed and fired from a distance. At this point Luffy returned to Rog and Usopp's side. That blow just killed me, Luffy said. You shouldn't act casually, Usopp said. Okay, now is not the time to talk about other things. I might be able to try something, Rog said. Roger took out a stake. And put this stake on the right arm. Hand of the giant tree. Rog's body, especially his right arm, began to glow green. A tree arm began to grow from the front of the stake. This tree arm keeps expanding. Finally, under the power of Rog's plant fruit, it grew into a huge tree arm that could grab a yak at once. Rog manipulated the hand of the giant tree to pick up a huge building rubble nearby. Okay, try this. Rog threw the huge building rubble with the hand of the giant tree. Building debris hit a pile of sandbags. Smashed to death several security army infantrymen there. After killing these security forces infantry, Rog used the hand of the giant tree to grab the rubble again and threw it over. This is like a trebuchet that smashes the rubble continuously. Although there is no heavy firepower such as large artillery here. But Rog manipulated the hand of the giant tree to throw rubble with great power. One by one huge rubble is enough to smash the enemy. Usopp looked at Rog's attack and said, "This way, it turns out that I can carry out long-range attacks like this." Rog said, "Of course, after all, we need a powerful long-range attack to conquer there. If you don't have a cannon, use this instead." Luffy said excitedly after seeing Rog using the giant wooden hand, "It's interesting, let's come to Usopp." Usopp looked at Luffy. Luffy is inferior in strategy and wisdom, some unique fighting methods are still remarkable. "Okay, let's go," Usopp said. Usopp looked at Chopper and said, "Chopper, come and help." "Okay," Chopper said. Usopp now has 2 stakes on the ground. Luffy's feet stretched out around 2 stakes. Usopp pulled Luffy away like a giant slingshot. Chopper is responsible for picking up huge pieces of rubble. Chopper then hands the rubble to Luffy, who holds the rubble ready to attack. "Ready, 1, 2, 3, launch." Usopp let go. Luffy's upper body flew out in the target direction. Luffy's arms loosened the rubble he was holding. This piece of rubble flew towards the enemy like a cannonball. Pieces of rubble hit a pile of enemy sandbags holding machine guns. Several soldiers of the security army were crushed to death. "Okay, go on." Usopp and Chopper cheered after seeing a successful attack on the enemy. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy continued to eject a large number of rubble pieces together. When Sanji saw it, he said, "I can't keep watching like this." Sanji also joined the throw. But he kicked a piece of rubble into the air and hit the area where the vigilantes were deployed like a cannonball. The pieces of rubble that Sanji kicked hit 3 security forces infantry.